Chapter 301, The Queen of the Golden Sentences. The little fox Hu Hai Han's expression was bitter. Although some of them had escaped from the city, there were still many casualties. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. With that city as the center, they would gradually invade this world. War and destruction. In the carriage, Meng Mei could not help but say, war is inevitable. Where there are people, there will be disputes for survival, for benefits, for becoming stronger, and all kinds of reasons. Even a small post on the internet could cause people to curse and attack each other, let alone between countries and worlds. Meng Mei was very clear about this and explained seriously, this is like the law of the dark forest. What is the dark forest law? The little fox could not help but ask. The cute girl replied, there are 129,600 worlds. The universe is a dark forest. Every world is a hunter with hidden weapons, like a ghost lurking in the forest. In this forest, other people are hell, an eternal threat. Any world that exposes its existence will be destroyed. Meng Mei was not really stupid. Otherwise, she would not have been able to trick the previous red-named players. She was actually very smart. Hu Hai Han, the little fox, was silent. He felt that this was too cruel. Then, do we have any way to stop it? Can our world live in peace with the other world? Meng Mei stretched out her finger and replied with a smile, there are only two endings. First, one side will be destroyed. Second, because of the war, they will merge and become a part of each other. NBSP, gulp. The carriage moved forward, like a ghost in the dark night. So we don't have a choice. Hu Hai Han said. I don't have any now. Meng Mei smiled and said with a flash of slyness, but we can think of a way to create it. And the solution to everything may be in another world, the demon world. The little fox did not understand. The cute girl continued, we are bringing the all-knowing scholar with us now. Medusa will definitely hunt us down. We cannot let her catch up to us. The all-knowing scholar cannot be taken away. We have to hide, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Meng Mei giggled and said, let's go to the devil world. She definitely won't expect us to go to her lair. She had wanted to go there for a long time. She had been a tourist and had been around the primordial world countless times. She had long wanted to go to a new world. Hu Hai Han clapped instantly, his eyes watery. You're so smart, teacher. Meng Mei was extremely excited. Let's go over and lay out the dragon vein on the way. After all, the incense in that world has been lost. It's such a waste that there's so much energy left without anyone to collect it. She was already eager to try and cause trouble. The dragon's vein of the ancient primordial world had already been laid out. If the Magus world was added in, the commission would be doubled, and the happiness would be doubled. To become the Mother Earth of that world. Just thinking about it made him excited. With the continuous collection of energy from the two worlds, it was basically a matter of time for him to become a saint. Becoming a saint depended on fate, not heaven-defying martial strength, but the brain that grasped the fate. The cute girl was happy. Gulu. The carriage continued to move forward. Let's go. Meng Mei led her men and quickly jumped off the carriage. She continued to let the carriage be controlled by the Taoist spell and continued to move forward. At the very least, they could still travel by tomorrow morning. And he had secretly brought his men back, passed through the world gate that had just opened, and used his Dao arts to transform into people from the world of fiend potions, and walked in with large strides. No one would have thought that he would be so bold. Hwalala. After taking advantage of the chaos, he successfully infiltrated. The world of potions was a completely different scenery. The sky was dark, and the moon and stars were unusually high up in the sky. Different plants and animals were everywhere. Compared to the primordial world, the plants here were unusually tall. Most of them were dark green with black branches and leaves. It was like a lush, dark, primitive forest, and it gave off a strange aura. In the magic medicine era, many things in the world had been demonized. Not only were most of the giant beasts demonized, but even some plants had been demonized. They were extremely dangerous, and they had even extended their black vines to eat people. We've finally entered. Meng Mei laughed and opened up her inner world. A huge green vine builder tree stood upright in her body. She was a celestial emperor, and her energy was not much weaker than Medusa's, so her internal space was naturally huge. The roots of the builder tree slowly pulled out of his body and buried deep into the ground. All right, the dragon vein is buried here. Let's go further. Then, they took out a spare carriage from their inner space and buried it as they walked. However, Meng Mei kept muttering in her heart and swallowed her saliva, using the dragon vein to fish for oil. I have to establish a faith and let people worship me. With organizations similar to the Great Zhou Imperial Court, the most suitable ones to establish a system of faith in this world are the major churches. Mercury, the goddess of wisdom, has the Church of Light, and Medusa, the goddess of death, has the Church of Evernight. She kept weighing the pros and cons, trying to get a church to defect. Previously, the Church of Light that those guys established was very good, especially their church's code of law and chicken soup for the soul. There were many praises about it and it was widely spread. Don't lower your head, or the crown will fall. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Su Ji, on the other hand, was indifferent. It seemed that he would have to go out for a while. Cutie Pie was still no match for Medusa. Medusa had long guessed that Cutie Pie, who was a tourist, would be curious when she saw a new world. He also knew that with her personality, she would definitely come to lay the dragon vein. I've already guessed that she would walk right into the trap. If I stay here, Ermin, who has been waiting for a long time, will find me soon. This is not a bad thing, but I don't want to enter the underworld so soon to have a discussion with this god and learn from her as desk mates. Although this is a great benefit, I'd like to use a mirror clone to explore the world and organize my thoughts about my future Tao techniques. Su Ji's mind was still floating away from the world. As for how to escape from Meng Mei's side, it was very simple. This heavenly emperor, she would definitely go out and find her online friends. Sure enough. At this time, the cute girl's eyes kept moving, and the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. I can totally sneak into the Church of Light and be the saintess, can ask Little Brain to scare him down the mountain and bring his body, give me the light scripture, and I'll have token, and I can come in as the cross-generation saintess. It's just chicken soup. I know how to make it too. I usually watch Chicken Soup and Golden Sentences. That's right, I'll go out and ask the ancestors of the Church of Light for the token. Those animals must have prepared something for the future. Thinking of this, she already had the idea of saying some golden words. Suddenly, she coughed twice and changed her clothes into a saintess of the Church of Light. She instructed her disciple beside her, from now on, you have to call me saintess, Your Excellency saintess. The disciple was dumbfounded. Teacher, what are we doing? Although it's already too late and I've wasted half of my life, I still have to create a career for our world. Although the divine turtle lived for a long time, it still had its time. The winged snake rode on the fog and finally turned into dust. An old steed in Fuxi's hands, its ambition 1,000 li away, a martyr in his twilight years, his heart unceasingly strengthened. Meng Mei said indifferently, I don't have the time to become young seriously. When I understand it, I can only choose to grow old seriously. The little fox was stunned. She was moved by her teacher's words and tears welled up in her eyes. Her teacher was so philosophical. As expected of the teacher of the Hu Reneng. The words that came out of his mouth were stunning poems that had been passed down for generations. Su Ji pursed his lips. This guy had gotten into character so quickly? He started to talk about Zen masters. Meng Mei suddenly pointed to a small pond in the forest beside them. The pond had dried up and there were a few dead fish. My good disciple, look over there. Do you understand our current situation? Saintess, please explain. When the pond dies, all the fish die for love, Meng Mei said with a smile. Wah! Such profound words. Hu Haihan's eyes flickered with admiration. As expected of my teacher. Is he referring to the current situation of our world? Who knew that Meng Mei's brows would suddenly move? She took out an umbrella from the inner space and handed it to Bai Xiaosheng who was reading. She had an enigmatic look on her face, causing others to be unable to help but try to figure it out. Teacher, what do you mean by this? The little fox asked, it's not raining. Meng Mei shook her head. You've forgotten again. From today onwards, you have to call her Lady Holy Maiden. Saintess, what is the meaning of this? With her hands behind her back, Meng Mei pointed at Bai Xiaosheng and said, once I fall asleep, only you and this scholar will be left. I won't be able to resist, and you are too naive. You are also at the 6th rank and can't beat him. We'll both suffer. So, I gave him this umbrella to give this scholar a piece of advice: if you can't get it up, it'll be a sunny day. This time, Hu Haihan didn't understand the golden sentence at all. If you don't hold an umbrella, of course it's sunny. Su Ji was speechless. He spat out a mouthful of blood. My dear disciple, you are still too young to understand the profoundness of this phrase. Meng Mei, on the other hand, was very satisfied with this golden sentence. She felt that she had completely entered the state of a saintess and was very adaptable to changes. She silently lay in the carriage and took a nap, going out to find online friends. With one less chatterbox in the carriage, it became quiet. Only the scholar and the little fox were left. Chapter 302, The Two People Playing Chess. NBSP, gulp. The wheels of the carriage rolled, leaving marks on the muddy black ground. The sky was pitch black, with only the faint moonlight shining on it, dotted with a few stars. It was extremely dark. It's hard to imagine that the world rules of the devil realm are so strange. The sky is as dark as a huge black curtain. For the ordinary people of this world, 50 years of dark days is a lifetime. Hu Haihan muttered. She said to Bai Xiaosheng, but it seemed more like she was talking to herself. Su Ji looked up at the sky as well. The sky of the demon world is so dark, this is the environmental pollution problem of our village. The orchard was in the countryside. The sky was clear, and they could barely see the sparse stars and the hazy moon, but it was still very dim. After all, it was close to a city. However, it would be even worse if they were in a developed heavy industrial city, where only a hazy moon could be seen. The carriage was still moving forward. The cute girl had fallen asleep and probably wouldn't wake up for at least 10 days. Hu Haihan was a woman. Although she was a fox in human form, she had already integrated into human society under the guidance of her teacher. She had to get off the carriage, go to the toilet, and take a bath. She had too much time to leave. Su Ji waited quietly. Scholar, how do you solve this? She discussed it as usual. After a few days, as expected, when the carriage arrived at a lake in the forest, the carriage stopped. It's been a long time since I've taken a bath, she was stunned. She looked at her master, then at Bai Xiaosheng. She stopped the carriage and sneaked into the lake. In the blink of an eye, Su Ji and Meng Mei were the only ones left. Su Ji stood up and pinched the guy's sleeping face. He pulled the sides of his face outward. Huh? You're such a flirtatious fellow, even teasing me. If you can't get it up. Her face was like crayon Shin-chan, pulled out of shape. After giving the little fox's egg-shaped face a good scolding, Su Ji felt that it felt pretty good to the touch. He just smiled and cast a glance at the little fox who was bathing in the distance. Then, in a flash, he disappeared from where he was. On the internet. The cute girl still did not know what was going on, and she became more and more excited. I knew you must have left your original body behind, that chicken soup of the soul, the holy book of light. I'll go and dig up your grave and help you revive the Church of Light. Xiao Nehu descended the mountain. Before he turned into a human and went to look for Linda, he had indeed buried his original body and left it for Dongshan Mountain to rise again. He didn't expect that cute sister would see through everything. After chatting for a while, she successfully obtained the location of the holy book and went online. However, she saw that her disciple was on the verge of tears, and Bai Xiaosheng was nowhere to be seen. What? It's gone. She suddenly felt her face hurt. He quickly took a mirror and looked at himself. He had actually become a pig's head. What is happening? She hurriedly checked her body. Her clothes were still intact, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. If she had been picked up, she might as well not live. She turned her head and looked angrily at her disciple beside her. The little fox bit her lips. Teacher. I didn't look after that scholar. When I was taking a bath, he should have been reading while walking away. Teacher, your face might have been used by that scholar to practice his fist technique. The cute girl was speechless. My face, practicing fist techniques. Would he have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex? Bastard, is he that straight of a man? She broke down and covered her pretty face. It was so swollen that it had turned into a big pig's head. She was a dignified celestial emperor, but her face had become like this. One could only imagine what kind of tragic and vicious disasters she had experienced. If it were any other person, they would have been disfigured long ago. However, in the blink of an eye, she remembered the scene of the saintesses from the martial arts sects being beaten up. This guy had a criminal record. The little fox shrunk back and explained her guess. That scholar is studying and would occasionally see some fighting skills. He would experiment on the content himself. We often see him practice some moves by himself. In other words, he's using my face as a puppet to practice his combat skills. The cute girl's self-esteem was hit. I'm a great beauty lying on the ground, but he's so calm. He even slapped my face. Meng Mei stomped her feet in anger and gritted her teeth. As expected, you're a stupid bookworm without self-awareness. This was a lifetime of humiliation, a super dark history. She could not help but take a deep breath. But he ran out on his own. I don't know what will happen. We must find him. Furthermore, I'll have to make a trip to a certain place to find the Holy Book of Light and become this generation's Saint of Light. In the garden with green trees. This was a small world, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. Two extremely beautiful women were actually playing chess. One of them was wearing a daoist robe and a golden crown, and her oval face was as exquisite as jade. The other one had a beautiful and gentle face, but she exuded a faint majesty and arrogance. They were two gods. It had endless power and could destroy thousands of living beings with a single move. As time passed and nations and eras came and went, countless heroes and geniuses were born. They created historical poems, but they fell in the vast history, like splashes that returned to the river. In the long history of time, only the two of them had truly become the fish of history in their own era. They had truly leaped up, spread their thick wings, and rushed into the vast sky. In the long history, only the two of them were able to transcend. Go indeed contains endless profound mysteries. Ermin laughed. The ultimate is real. The world is fake. The endless ultimate is a chessboard. All the living beings in the world are chess pieces. And we may be the ones who place the chess pieces. The daoist took a black chess piece and slowly placed it on the board. How many battles have we fought over the years? She had not appeared in the primordial world because she had followed her previous plan to use rebirth from fire to become stronger and come to kill Ermin. We've already fought 4 rounds. Every round was life and death battle, and we wished we could kill each other. Our 2 small worlds are too poor, and we didn't have any opponents before. After we fought each other, we improved very quickly. Every time you come back, you're stronger than before, Ermin said calmly. I was no longer your opponent when you returned for the 3rd time. You've entered the realm of a mid-level god, and your combat power is heaven-defying. If it wasn't for wandering know-it-all who woke Medusa up and made 1 out of 129,600 of Medusa's body break through to God, we would have been defeated long ago if we had joined forces. Medusa's main body had already broken through to God. They were just the weakest gods. This was because every part of Thulhu's body was the weakest living creature, and becoming a god would naturally make him the weakest god. Only when they were combined would they become a true and complete life. Bai Xiao Sheng is truly a strange existence. The phoenix chuckled. Her gentle and natural temperament was like a spring breeze, making people feel close to her. There was some surprise in her eyes. If it were not for him, Medusa would not have become a god. I have defeated you now, and the sorcerer world is going to fall into my hands. At this time, in the eyes of outsiders, the sorcerer's world seemed to be powerful and had a far advantage in invading the weak ancient world. Only Ermin and Medusa knew that they were the weak and on the verge of despair. Ermin continued, I've already heard of your era. As expected of the Dao Lord who created Emperor Qi, the Khanate ancient god. Every time you return, you're astonishingly powerful. If they really wanted to make a strength ranking. Did Qi, Phoenix. The two of them were definitely the top teams among the gods, and they were the kind that got stronger as they fought. Every time they came back, they were so strong that it made people's scalps numb. After all, phoenixes had 4 genetic talents. Ermin. After all, although she was already very talented, she was still an ordinary god who had climbed up step by step. Medusa. They were the 3rd-tier team. In fact, Medusa's combat power was not weaker than Emperor Qi and Phoenix among the gods of Thulhu. She might even surpass them. She also had 4 genes, but it was too difficult for her to break through to become a god. Now, Only one evil god organization had become a god, and it was too far away from complete. Daoist Changsheng. They were the fourth echelon team. After all, although their combat power was heaven-defying, they were not gods. Dao Lord Phoenix said, "You should clearly understand that if you let me become stronger a few more times, you and Medusa will not be my match even if you join forces. You can only rush to start a war and invade the ancient primordial world as the demon world. You want to use this catastrophe to give birth to a god on your side, and then use it to change the situation and kill me together. This is your only way out." Ermin smiled and placed a white chess piece on the board. In the blink of an eye, the situation on the board was reversed and she took the initiative. "Yes, we have no choice but to start this war. However, in terms of overall strength, you are far inferior to us, and you will be at an extreme disadvantage. Which world will give birth to gods? Will it be your heavenly Dao that will live forever, the Green Vine Mother that will take the last step, or will it be our Medusa that will take the second step? Or some other great emperor? Who knows?" The two of them sounded indifferent. They played chess while chatting, discussing their own geniuses and who would be able to break through in the end. There might even be geniuses that they didn't expect, who would suddenly rise up and take that step in the chaotic era of war. The invasion of the two worlds, death and wailing, seemed to be ignored by them. However, they were the only ones who clearly understood that they would determine the outcome of a world. In this battle, whoever produced the next god first would affect the balance of the entire world and the outcome of the battle between the two of them. Chapter 303, It's My Turn to Find the Truth. The magic potion era had already gone through thousands of years of development, and countless legendary and epic hidden professionals had appeared. This ancient land had also ushered in a drastic change that had not been seen in thousands of years. The world gate is open. That's a pure land. It's simply filled with treasures. I heard that the academies of the Magic Potion Kingdom have already sent powerhouses over. The half-orc kingdom has already invaded. In fact, the terrifying catastrophe has already begun in the kingdom of undead. The entire land was in discussion, and even more terrifying news emerged one after another. All the ancient sovereigns and great emperors had awakened. The sovereigns and great emperors from all eras, who were thought to have died of old age or been defeated in wars, had walked out from the history of 1,000 years. In the history of the Undead Empire, the first Undead Lord Emperor, Necromancer Wyndham, didn't die. Instead, he turned himself into a skeleton mage. There's movement in the ancient tombs of the past monarchs of Feedrick. The strongest man of the human kingdom, known as the strongest man on the surface in 1,000 years, Bayfine. Morden's out. He's still alive. Ancient epic existences that should have been hidden in the 1,000 years of history appeared in the world one after another, causing chaos in this dark land. In their era, there was no chance to become a god and they could only sleep. This was their only chance, so they woke up and tried their best. Each of them had reached the end of their cultivation. As sovereigns and emperors, they had suppressed many brilliant eras. Their combat strength was heaven-defying, and they were among the top of their peers in the ancient desolate world. They had the talent to become gods. In the long history, many geniuses with the talent to become gods had accumulated. What they lacked was only luck. The netherworld sent a divine message. This is an opportunity, but it also affects our life and death. Ancient existences appeared one after another, and the entire land became turbulent. It was undeniable that this was the best era, but also the worst era. Allowing people to have the opportunity to become gods could also lead to the destruction of the world. This wasn't the destruction of a country, but the entire world becoming a slave, at the mercy of others. In the past half a month, there was even an ancient branch of the Saint of Light who had emerged from their ancient reclusive world. They roamed the entire land and held the divine weapon of the Church of Light, the Book of Light Truth. They possessed all-rounded wisdom. The hymn of humanity is a hymn of history and courage. She started her speech, and many people were fascinated by it. In the face of the tide of history, many mortals were uneasy. Even if they were the ones who started the war, even if they didn't know the grudges between the gods and thought that they were the most powerful attackers, and the other party was just waiting for the fate of falling into the enemy's hands, there were still many people who felt rough in their hearts. At this time, consoling people with a speech was undoubtedly the best way to gather incense and faith. The tide of long history. Mix in and rule the world with chicken soup. When Su Ji heard the news, he was swimming like a fish in the deep sea, but he gave a very indifferent evaluation. The war outside was raging, and the vast tide of history was being pushed forward. He did not care about it and just watched indifferently. He took the opportunity to fill in his knowledge and think about how he would break through to the 7th rank in the future. Hwalala! Around him were fish of all colors. He was diving and swimming in a sea full of deep red coral like luxuriant sea area. Finally, he came to the depths of a cave. Deep red coral that looked like grass was densely grown. They looked like sharp thorns, rough and dense. As they went deeper into the cave, the sea water turned into a faint whirlpool at the end, as if it was some kind of restriction. I seem to have hidden the body of great sovereign Messiah here. He swam in the sea and gradually saw a black ancient coffin that was sealed by a special sorcery. In order to prevent the necromancers from digging up graves, Su Ji had long hidden himself in the deep sea. After all, the mirror image can't be cultivated. It can't be higher than the real body's stage 6 and reach the 7th heavenly emperor realm. Su Ji weighed his options in his heart. I want to gain enlightenment and make all kinds of breakthroughs. It's better to find a body. The body of Messiah from back then was better kept. Back then, Messiah was used to study the Rubik's Cube and create the Rubik's Cube system. That was how the civilization of the ancient primordial world came about. He also had an internal space sea of consciousness in his body, which was the embryonic form of the way of incense and the first sea of consciousness in the world. Back then, it wasn't perfect, so there was no primordial spirit or body. Now, this body of Messiah had a sea of consciousness in its mind, but no primordial spirit. His combat strength was very low compared to his peers. After all, he couldn't keep up with the times. At this moment, he could put the mirror image in and use it as his primordial spirit to control his body. This was the perfect choice at the moment. In addition, Messiah had studied hard for decades, and her main body had constantly provided energy to this little ant. Her cultivation base had reached level 6, and her sorcerer knowledge was comparable to some weaker lords and emperors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to ignore realms and break through from the 4th, 5th, and 6th stages so quickly. But now, his knowledge had been exhausted. Now, his life was better. He had the mirror image to help him learn and accumulate, but in the end, he was just a learning machine, which saved him a lot of time to accumulate knowledge. However, he still had to rely on himself to master everything and finally take the last step on his own path to rank 7. I've exhausted all of my foundation. I'll have to explore the level 7 Heavenly Emperor path again. This body is just right. Hwala! Su Ji's mirror image was expressionless as it quickly surged into the body of the other. On the surface of the sea, a young man with long black hair and black eyes slowly walked out. He shook his body and instantly evaporated the sea water. Strictly speaking, this black-haired and black-eyed Messiah young man was the ancestor of all humans in the primordial world. He was also the true founder of the Sea of Consciousness cultivation system. Su Ji closed his eyes and quickly checked on the after effects of this body of his, which had been in a deep sleep for nearly 1,000 years. Not only did he use the dormancy and freezing technology that the Alchemy Emperor used to store the 7 little witches, but he also used his own time flow. He adjusted the normal flow rate. 1,000 years was equivalent to 10 days in reality. It was equivalent to sleeping for 10 days, and all the functions of his body were intact. I'll continue to charge myself and replenish my energy like before. I'll break through to the 7th rank and become a true heavenly emperor. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly flew out of the sea. With his main body's help, his research and cultivation speed had always been very fast. He believed that this time would also be very smooth. 3 days later, Su Ji once again arrived at the edge of the sorcerer world. He was familiar with the way and secretly made contact with his main body. He then used the vast energy of his main body to continuously replenish himself and continued his research in seclusion. What he needed to do now was to cultivate his body and break through to the 7th level of body cultivation. He did not cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art, nor did he have 9 apertures surrounding his danshan. Instead, he cultivated the most common danshan technique of the primordial world. After all, he was only going to explore the way, and this body was just a test subject. He did not need to cultivate any powerful techniques. Body cultivation. I'll try to become a heavenly emperor first. Su Ji began to make use of the endless energy and began to cultivate. I'm now a deist cultivator, which is the sea of consciousness in my mind. I have to change the path of my meridians and open up an inner world in my lower abdomen to act as my descension. Time passed. The outside world was filled with endless disputes and wars, and they were getting more and more intense. 1 year, 2 years. Suji, who was originally equipped with knowledge, was able to cultivate at an extremely fast speed under the endless and abundant energy. By the 7th year, more than 2,000 days had passed. Suji had already reached the peak of the 6th level of physical cultivation. The energy in the meridians in his body was like a tide, surging rapidly and gathering in his descension. The scorching energy turned into a sun furnace. Boom! A huge amount of energy gushed out, and it was as if something in his body had been broken. Suji was overjoyed. 7th grade. Although this body was the most ordinary Type 7 body, and there was nothing to be proud of when it broke through with the knowledge of a large number of mirror images and the vast energy of the main body, it was undoubtedly the first step. This was experience. His own realm experience. In the future, when his body received a huge amount of energy, it would be equivalent to recultivating, and he would be able to break through to the 7th level of body cultivation without any obstacles. With a thought, Suji stood up silently and felt his body. He clenched his fists and strode out of the forest. He looked up at the sky and said, "Now, it's time to get used to the power and cultivate another path of Daoism. Truth, Dao heart." The figures of people flashed in front of his eyes. The joys and sorrows of their lives, their voices and smiles. I've seen Hu Reneng marry and have children. Only after experiencing the hardships of life did he understand the true meaning of incense. I've seen Daoist immortality, experienced the torture of the heavenly court, the pain of being struck by lightning, shed tears in Dalashan, resisted the ancient celestial emperors alone, and found my own path in grief, anger and pain. I also saw Lu Wenjian lose his arm in pain and enter the furnace to temper his sword. After 30 years, he turned into an old lady and returned. He was a mortal heavenly emperor and he finally started the era of Mount Shu. That's them. What about me? Suji strode forward and could not help but fall into deep thought. My truth, my Taoist heart, what exactly is it? Chapter 304, Interrogating One's Heart. The so-called truth, what was the Dao heart? For the modern people who lived in a peaceful environment, it was a very metaphysical question. Suji observed for a while and felt that he understood his own heart, understood and determined his future path. Different from body cultivation, cultivation systems such as Dao arts, sorcery arts, and incense were related to the soul and emotional energy. The spell techniques he used were affected by his emotions and his heart. Whatever the heart wanted, the Dao would be in whatever form. This was understanding one's heart. Hu Reneng, Daoist Changsheng, Lu Wenjian. Everyone's different. They've all experienced setbacks, understood their hearts, and laid down their future path. Suji said to himself, what is my heart? If I were to make a comparison, perhaps Phoenix and I are the same kind of people. We are very indifferent, love nature, and don't pursue anything. From our inner world, we can see that they are all lifestyle players. Suji kept sorting out his thoughts and questioning his own heart. As a probationary creator, the Dao heart of the insect race's father, to reproduce and rule countless worlds, what kind of heart would be suitable? Was it eternal? Was it the pursuit of the strongest power? The combination of the god of creation and the god of destruction who controls reincarnation? Creation and destruction? A transcendent indifference? The one and only supreme existence in multi-dimensional space? No, 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 that was too metaphysical, too high-end. What did the others think? He did not know, but Suji personally felt that he had to be more down to earth. If he were to answer this question, the heart of the creator was a salted fish. As a creator, super perverted, masochistic and crazy battle maniac like Medusa? The world was going to suffer. Was he as kind as Daoist Changsheng, who couldn't bear to see the people die? Then there wouldn't be a mass extinction. There would be no alternation, rise and fall of living things. A pool of stagnant water would not be a good creator. An ambitious schemer like Dichi who interfered and played with the eras by hook or by crook. He was too eager for quick success. Dichi was somewhat like the last queen of the Zerg race, a civilization that was like a natural disaster. Perhaps in order to become stronger, he would walk the path of locusts that constantly plundered and invaded. Those were not suitable. Su Ji felt that he needed to have a salted fish's heart. To put it in a more high-end way, it was to sit and watch the sea change into mulberry fields, and the clouds roll and relax. It was like a child squatting down and looking at a group of small ants on the ground. If the war, rise, and destruction of their civilization had gone astray, they would secretly correct it. With that said, it was instantly lofty. As for the creator, when he saw those idiotic players provoking and causing trouble everywhere, and some of the natives wanting to defy the heavens all day long, he had to be idle. He just had to write down a small note and punish them. He just had to use water to trap those little ants and everything was settled. It seems that I have completely understood my Dao heart. I am free, like a bird. He's not very tall, just an ordinary person. Su Ji was a very realistic person, and his true nature was not unique. After he understood what he was thinking, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Here's the problem. My personality is similar to the phoenix's. The phoenix likes to live in seclusion. However, even the phoenix has experienced a beating from society before she completely understood that she likes to live in seclusion and is above everything. Then, do I also have to experience the beating of society? He kept thinking about it. Everyone was different. Although most people would be beaten, the methods were different. For example, Hu Renan got married and had children in a miserable state, Lu Wenjian's family was destroyed, but Meng Mei wasn't beaten. Her enlightenment of Dao belonged to that rainy day when she met her two disciples and her father, who was once a Daoist immortal. Suddenly, he sighed with emotion. This depended on fate. His Dao heart was like a salted fish. Perhaps eating an apple would suddenly make him break through? The black-haired young man looked up at the sky and said, "It's useless to think about it. Let's take our time. I haven't been to the sorcerer world for a long time. I've eaten all kinds of delicious food, and the species have changed. After eating a sparkling meal, I broke through. Yes, it's just like the food world." At the edge of the black mist forest, a fleet of carriages was slowly moving forward. Shira was sitting on the roof of a carriage, yawning in boredom while reading a novel about the legendary lords and emperors of the past. She was only 14 years old, and her skin was dark. She had a short nose, thick lips, and dark brown skin. She had inherited Mohong's father's looks. Her parents were ordinary, and she had the typical faces of the southern kingdom of Valant. She was not the fair-skinned beauty she had expected. She followed her father's caravan around, reselling the special products of various towns. In the past, ordinary people like them did not dare to come to the Black Fog Forest. Many magical beasts would run out of the forest to rob caravans. But now, there were basically no more. It was said that the great origin demon god Medusa was summoned to go to the ancient barren world. This caused the current land of potions to have fewer dangers, and it had almost become a world for ordinary people. "It's not just the demonic creatures," Yemo said. "Many emperors and historical figures have appeared. Many powerful cultivators have gone to the ancient barren world." Hera looked up at the sky with a book in her hand. After traveling for a distance, the carriage stopped to rest. A few members took the ingredients and started cooking. "Excuse me, can I process the ingredients here? I want to borrow some seasonings." A young man with black hair and black eyes walked out. He was carrying a huge black plant vine that was still wriggling. Why you?" Shira turned around and pointed at the young man with a trembling voice. She couldn't control herself. This person had actually walked out of the Black Fog Forest. It was a death zone. The death zone. Even though there were no more moving magical beasts in the Black Fog Forest, it was still a death zone. The magic plants that couldn't move were still living inside. He heard that a while ago, a small team of 4th-rank professionals entered the Black Fog Forest to pick up treasures, but they suddenly disappeared. That was a 4th-rank class holder. He remembered that the family members of the professionals cried so miserably. She took another look and her face turned completely livid. Oh my god! What was he holding? That's a magical plant? He was actually eating a magical plant. Was he a foodie? She ate everything. That was a part of the magic medicine, a part of the great origin demon god's body, and this man had actually eaten it. Oh! To be able to eat magic potions raw and use them as ingredients, this definitely wasn't a human. Could this be the legendary humanoid monster? She was trembling. How did we encounter this thing? Didn't they call for the front line? The more she thought about it, the more she broke down. She was tongue-tied, her chest heaved up and down violently in fear, and she was so panicked that she couldn't speak. My name is Messiah. I'm a food traveler who is passing by. I love freedom and have seen all the local customs. Little friend, can you borrow some seasoning to cook? Suji looked at the little girl and was a little puzzled. He had been eating this a lot when he was Messiah. Had the times changed? What's happening? At this time, some members of the team rushed over from the side. The leader seemed to be the little girl's father. He had a full beard and was holding an exquisite silver short staff. He walked over carefully. Father! He's borrowing seasoning to roast a magical plant? Hera shouted. After Mohonk heard the news, his heart trembled. Seeing the young man's expression change, he called out to a member beside him and said in a deep voice, "Help this Mr. Messiah roast it." The men beside him carefully took the magical plants and placed them on the charcoal fire. Chapter 305, Grinding Over the Years. Mohonk only shouted heroically, "Everyone, don't panic. This man has no ill intentions. Be quiet." Mohonk seemed to be very prestigious. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings became noisy and noisy. They were no longer afraid. They sat around the bonfire, barbecuing food and handing out seasonings. Suji looked at him and just smiled. Perhaps he had already recognized who he was? In the past, he had traveled the world freely and casually. If he met and chatted with people on the side of the road, they would provide him with good food and wine, and he would be given some opportunities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left behind the name of the monarch and great emperor who toured the garden and enjoyed wine. Mohonk had a full beard and his arms were hairy. He sat down and handed over the spice. "Messiah, is that an alias?" He did not wait for Suji's reply. He flipped open the book about his daughter's past monarchs and great emperors and pointed at the first portrait of a monarch and great emperor. He said seriously, "The great sovereign of the fields and wine, Messiah, is the first great sovereign of the magic medicine era. He was the most mysterious and ancient, with the least number of legends recorded in history. Your profession is the hidden profession, gourmet? Is it the inheritance he left behind?" Suji was stunned. "I already said that I'm Messiah, but this person doesn't play by the rules? I haven't come to the sorcerer world for 1,000 years. Is my identity as the act-tough King Messiah already gone? In fact, 1,000 years was indeed too long. No one could live as long as a monarch or an emperor, unless they were a god. They would not be able to survive even if they were in a deep sleep. No matter how powerful they were, they would have to turn into a ghost and enter the underworld to survive until now. Moreover, Suji still had a young physical body. For the past 1,000 years, there had been 173 professions in the potions system. Now, there was a new profession every 5 to 6 years. Among them, there were 17 top hidden professions, and the gourmet was ranked 13th. Gourmets were said to be a powerful hidden profession developed by great sovereign Messiah according to the legends. This was a secret inheritance. Gourmets called themselves the descendants of great sovereign Messiah. But Suji knew very well that he was not the one who had developed it. It was created by a genius of a certain era and was named after him. After all, in the long history of 1,000 years, many records had been lost and distorted by word of mouth. The truth had long disappeared in the long years. For example, Gilgamesh. This ancient hero king was known as the strongest man in human history. In the history books, it was recorded that he was a god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge the god of creation to destroy his palm and obtain the blood of eternal life. If he was not a god, how could he cut the palm of the god of creation? Even if it was a god, it was extremely unbelievable. To everyone's knowledge, Gilgamesh had to be an extremely powerful god to be able to do it. But in reality, although Gilgamesh was extremely talented and had madly tempered his body, using the explosive power of his muscles, he had only barely reached the 7th rank back then. Relying on the ant's strength gene, he had only reached the 7th rank in terms of strength. He was too weak in other aspects. After all, the system back then was too ancient and incomplete. Another example was the 3 witches. History had written that the 3 witches had worked together to develop a cultivation system and become wizards. However, people did not know the true origin of the witches. At that time, there were too few men, so only women could fuse with the blood of the evil eye. That was a path that only the three of them could survive in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Then there was the alchemy monarch, the sky garden. All kinds of history had been distorted and buried. After all, the myths of ancient Sumerian and ancient Babylon were too distant to this era 1,000 years later. Wah! The legendary occupation, gourmet? The ancient legacy created by Emperor Messiah. Shira yelled. The surroundings were in chaos. They were extremely excited. That was a hidden rare profession. Legend has it that great sovereign Messiah had sex with thousands of women at night. She indulged in good food and wine and enjoyed herself carefreely. Not only did she create the profession of a gourmet, but she also created the profession of a fighter. It's said that the seventh human sovereign, Masaka, who is known as the most brutal human sovereign in history, accidentally obtained the inheritance of Emperor Messiah, the hidden profession of battle master. The whole country recruited beautiful women. It's said that at his peak, he had 3,000 concubines, and he lived a drunken life every day. Su Ji's face darkened. Yes, I created them. This was the brutal beating of society, with a pile of groundless dark history hanging on their bodies. Morhonk laughed out loud, feeling proud of his discovery. Mr. Messiah, you're the current successor of the gourmets, right? What rank are you? Entering the black mist forest alone. I'm in my 20s this year, and I've been cultivating for more than a month. Su Ji replied. Ha ha ha. Mr. Messiah, you're an interesting person. Morhonk laughed and said, how is that possible? You must be at least rank 3. Yup. Su Ji could not help but laugh. Roasting the magical plant skewers and sprinkling spices on them, he felt that this convoy was quite interesting. He then joined the caravan and walked together, following them for a distance. Since they could not recognize him, he cooked delicious food for the group, which caused a cheer and countless people to praise and pursue him. After all, it was still necessary to experience life and train one's heart. Over the next few days, Su Ji found out that their trade caravan had been traveling between two cities, buying and selling. With Mohonk's help, they found a remote area and started running a small Phoebe bar. Su Ji, on the other hand, was very calm and at peace. He began to help run the shop, continuing his daily cultivation, cooking, and chatting with the passing customers in order to build up his Taoist heart. Welcoming the visitors and listening to their lives was in line with his path and his state of mind. However, this was a painstaking process. Su Ji's time of nonchalant cultivation passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. The war had entered a stalemate. Both sides were in a deadlock, with many casualties. There are only a dozen great sovereigns and emperors in the ancient barren world, but they're too fierce. They were all invincible in the same realm. Not to mention the immortal world, I heard that the disciples of Mount Shu are all mortals without any power. They already have decent combat strength at the age of 20 to 30. To be able to reach level 4, they are all super assassins. Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Someone found it unbelievable. He's only 20 or 30 years old, yet he's already at this level? It's not an exaggeration. The old man who was drinking ale said, it's said that they need a lot of materials to forge swords. For the sake of war, they provided the resources of an entire world to Mount Shu, turning it into a bottomless pit. It's equivalent to using a huge amount of resources to exchange for time. Moreover, those mortals have used up a huge amount of resources, and they'll only be glorious for a few decades if they die of old age and illness. It's simply a waste. I heard that the great scholars of that world, Hu Reneng, are even more exaggerated. They are undying beings. Some people were proud of this information. Not dead? The surrounding people were all shocked. How could he not be dead? That world is very magical, but we've already found their weakness. Their power comes from the people of their country. As long as we kill the foundation of their people, they'll become rootless floating duckweed. Hu Reneng, Great Zhou Dynasty, Wen Liujian, Mount Shu. Su Ji stood in the bar and listened to the guests' discussions. It was as if he had seen the earth-shattering war from a distance. Sword immortals flew and turned into meteors. Great Confucians had heaven-defying combat strength and were unafraid of death. Monarchs and great emperors were also roaring angrily. Both sides were fighting each other. This was the heavenly emperor and great emperor of both sides. They were fighting with their lives for the opportunity to become a god, and also for the world behind them. Chapter 306, A Piece of History. Suji remained calm as he listened to the war at the front line. He continued to refine his Dao heart. The goal of his trip this time was to understand his Dao heart. Another 7 or 8 years had passed, and the war was almost in full swing, but it was still a tug of war. However, Hu Renong and Lu Wenjian were enough to send chills down the spines of countless great emperors. This was especially so for Lu Wenjian, the fearsome sect master of Mount Shu and the mortal celestial thearch. He had secretly assassinated more than 60 great demon medicine sovereigns and was an epic-level professional. It was extremely terrifying. This mortal heavenly emperor could affect the entire battle situation by himself. However, that was the front line. The rear was too peaceful now. Over the years, the reputation of the bar in Wool City had gradually risen. However, the bar had a very strange rule. It was limited to 50 guests a day, and they had to tell the owner of the bar about their life and experiences. The rules were very strange. However, countless people went after it because the wine and dishes inside were too delicious. Mohong's merchant group grew bigger and bigger, and they became famous throughout Wool City. This was a business opportunity for the ordinary people. After all, the strong had entered the front lines. As a low-leveled professional, Mohong could seize the opportunity and take off. Mohongki, a boorish and straightforward man, would occasionally take a break to eat and chat with Suji about all kinds of interesting news. A few years ago, he was in high spirits. He made friends with the nobles in various cities and opened up trade channels. In the following years, he gradually reached the top of the power in the nearby cities. There was no longer anyone he needed to curry favor with. He enjoyed the pursuit of countless people, beauties, power, and good wine. He gradually began to complain, saying that he wanted to retire and had earned enough money, but the caravan already had 3,000 people, and they had to rely on him to support them. I realized that I can't step down when I'm in that position. There are too many ties. Countless people have to rely on me to make a living. Once I step down and lose my power, it's likely that I'll die. I have too many enemies. He said. After another 4 years, Mohongki died. Although he was generous, he was rich and indulgent. In the entire camp of the caravan, Hira's eyes were red, and there were many men and women, young and old, crying in grief. Without Mohong's connections, the caravan quickly disbanded. They divided into 4 or 5 caravans and fought for fame and fortune. The freckled girl, Hera, was soon pushed out of the center of power and even hunted down in the streets. Suji was making wine in a bar. When he heard about this in the city, he sighed. He watched the rise of the forthright man from back then, enjoyed his life, and gradually sank into power and beauty, until the end of his life. Although Suji had seen a lot of people living such a life, he still felt a lot of emotions when he personally came into contact with them and became friends with them. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than 10 years. The path of Dao is the soul and state of mind. However, after more than 10 years of grinding, I need an opportunity to break through. I can go and suffer a beating from society. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I'm beaten to death. Suji was very calm. He sat in front of the bar and wiped the wine glass. Suddenly, his eyebrows moved and he looked out of the window. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Kill her. In the alley, a group of killers was chasing after him. Hera was still as short, fat, and dark as before, and she ran with a panicked expression. Boom! The 3 assassins collapsed. Shira turned her head in shock, and when she looked up again, she saw 2 striped pillars with black vine flowers on both sides, and a round arch in the middle with the words Phoebe Bar written on it. Hera walked in and kneeled on the ground, coughing up blood. Uncle Messiah, can you help me kill the enemies who took away my family's caravan? Hera did not have the aptitude to cultivate and fuse potions, so she had always been an ordinary person. The guests in the bar looked at him. I won't help you kill. Suji said. The air was very quiet. No one had spoken since Hera had barged into the bar. The surrounding guests who were drinking sighed secretly and felt a little regretful when they heard what she said. Everyone knew what had happened to Mohong, the most powerful man in the nearby city, but they all knew that it was best to stay out of it. Mohong's daughter had to die. They could only pretend that they did not see it. Hira's expression was gloomy and extremely miserable. She knew that she had a blood feud and that Uncle Messiah had no obligation to do so. Moreover, there were many powerful people among the nobles in the city, and they were a huge force. Furthermore, he did not have enough money to pay for it. He was penniless. She had an ordinary appearance, and because she followed the caravan all year round, she was tired from traveling. Her skin was dark and rough, and her only pride was that she was far more plump than ordinary women. As she walked on the streets, many men looked at her with burning eyes. However, in the face of death, this was not something that could save them. No one would get into such big trouble because of this. Su Ji stood at the bar counter, tidied up the teacups, and said, "However, I can take you into work here. No one will hurt you. Furthermore, in the future, there might be some unique people who will come to this bar. They might be able to teach you or even help you fight. You should seize the opportunity and you should be able to get your revenge. Teach me how to cultivate? I clearly can't cultivate. Furthermore, help me? Who would go against the biggest forces in the nearby cities for an ordinary woman who worked in a bar?" Hera was stunned for a few seconds, not knowing what was going on. "But what I'm going to do next is very dangerous. If you stay here, you might be beaten to death," Su Ji said with a smile. "I'm not afraid of danger." Hera bit her lips and said loudly, "My father deserved to die. He had enough. He went around looking for women. But he left a mess for me to clean up. Hang this number plate at the entrance of the bar." Su Ji threw out a wooden sign and saw a row of words on it, "Richard knows the past and the present, tell a legend, the ancient Sumerian legend, tomorrow he will tell the first part of the Sumerian legend, split heaven and earth goo." That would probably be enough for him to suffer a beating from society, right? Su Ji's expression was very serious. "Uncle, is this a new dish from the bar?" Shira took the sign and saw the line of words on it. Her mind suddenly shook. He wants to talk about the legends of ancient Sumerian? An ancient Sumerian myth. That was the ancient Sumerian civilization. It was the origin of human civilization. The history of the creation of the world. No matter how many archaeologists tried to find out, no one knew about that lost history. It was even said that even the origin demon god Medusa and the emperor of the underworld Ermin did not know much about that period of ancient history, as it was a blank slate. And Uncle Messiah actually knew? What kind of concept was this? Uncle. Why you? Shira's mind went blank, and her voice began to tremble. She was still the same person who would stammer madly when she was nervous. What the hell was this? Hera screamed in her heart. She looked at the calm young man who was constantly mixing drinks. It had been more than 10 years, and she had grown up from that little girl. Her father had already died of old age, but he was still young. Time had not left any traces on him. It was said that many ancient sovereigns and emperors had awakened from history. And in front of him, could it be? However, that was the most ancient emperor of the magic potion era. An ancient existence from 1,000 years ago should have died long ago. It was impossible for him to wake up. After all, it was impossible to live for 1,000 years even if he was in a deep sleep. But Great Sovereign Messiah was the most mysterious in history. The customers in the surrounding bars were a little shocked. They kept imagining things and eating, pretending not to hear anything. Uncle, you love good food and wine. Are you the real Great Sovereign Messiah in history, in charge of the garden and wine? Hera was stupefied, and her chest heaved up and down as she asked. She knew that it was impossible. Even if the real Great Messiah lived here in seclusion, she would not admit it, let alone admit it in front of the countless guests in the bar. She immediately reacted the moment she asked. I should have asked in private. If my uncle is really a great sovereign, he might admit it. However, the next second. Yes, it's me. Su Ji stood in front of the bar counter, wiped the wine glass, and nodded at her. Hera was dumbfounded. Her mind was completely shocked. He admitted it immediately. He actually admitted to it. Oh! Oh my god! He didn't play by the rules at all and didn't seem like the master in those stories. The surrounding guests' faces turned blank. A great sovereign was serving them? They were so scared that they quickly lowered their heads and continued to eat and drink, pretending not to hear. The more they knew, the faster they would die. Hera's eyes were wide open. She opened the book with trembling hands. When she opened the first page, her fingers were shaking so much that she could not hold the page. Her breathing quickened. Uncle Messiah. Great Emperor, Great Sovereign Messiah. Why didn't you tell me earlier that he was the first monarch of the magic potion era? Su Ji turned around and continued to mix the wine. He put the bottles on the wine rack and said without looking back, a long time ago, I came across your father and daughter's caravan as soon as I was born. I told you about it at the time, but your father didn't believe me. Chapter 307, Giving Time to History. Su Ji continued to tidy up the teacups with his back facing her. Shiro looked at his back and felt a sense of mystery and laziness. It was as if time had never left a mark on him. All the years and history seemed to have nothing to do with him. It was as if he had been isolated from the world of mortals. These were Hira's inner thoughts. She had never thought that she would meet an ancient and great existence in the historical myths, who had even been her uncle for many years, in her ordinary life. It was a bizarre feeling. Perhaps only great monarch Messiah would be so lazy that she didn't go to the front lines to fight for the opportunity to become a god after waking up from the old days. Instead, she was a bar owner here. A garden tour and fine wine. However, she was suddenly extremely curious. Even this ancient existence, Great Emperor Messiah, said that he might die? What was he trying to do? Was it about history? She seemed to have already guessed something. However, she was not afraid of death, nor did she regret it. As an ordinary person, it was a supreme honor to be able to follow the most ancient emperor, no matter what she had to experience. On this day, Su Ji asked Hera to settle down. At night, a piece of news had been silently spread through Owl City by the people of that time. The mysterious boss of Phoebe Bar is actually Great Sovereign Messiah. In addition, they would be telling mythical stories. Tomorrow, they would be telling the first chapter of the ancient Sumerian civilization's history, the creation of the heavens and earth. Many people didn't believe it, but it didn't stop them from joining in the fun. The next day, people arrived on time. It's said that when the world was created, giant beasts were rampant. The Bug Ape clan was weak and could only struggle on whilst at death's door. Su Ji sipped his wine as he sat at the bar. His voice was calm and had a soft, lazy magnetism to it. It gave people the feeling that they were in deep sleep, and anyone who heard it would feel as if they were deeply immersed in it. Their eyes were dazed, as if they were following the sound back to the river of time and seeing that scene. In the distance, Hera was serving wine and food to everyone. How did the people in ancient times survive when they were weak? That's right. It's a giant beast. Although it didn't transform into a demonic beast, but when he talked about the arrival of the great beast of wisdom, holding Gilgamesh in his hand, walking through the mountains and rivers, and giving the three treasures to civilization, the vast and huge giant was extremely shocking, as if he was there. This is unbelievable. Civilization is the power of the intelligent species. The fire seed, the blood of power, the sword of Damocles, this sword, in our later generations, the meaning of the hanging sword, the sword of crisis, so this is where it came from. What kind of creature is that great beast of wisdom? Could it be the god of creation that the original demon god Medusa had met? SHH. Treasonous. How could the god of creation be a great beast of wisdom? It's terrifying to use the word beast to describe the god of creation as a giant beast. Gradually, Gilgamesh, the hero in the story, began to grow old. Many people had a deep understanding of the loneliness and dullness of time, and there was an indescribable loneliness. She heard him lying on the chair in his twilight years, reminiscing about the past. There was a sense of loss and sorrow. The hero king also has an era when he passed away due to old age. AI. It's an indescribable sorrow, and it's suppressed in the heart. No matter how amazing you are for an era, you're still a piece of yellow earth that can't withstand the passage of time. But that can't be right, right? How did Gilgamesh die of old age so quickly? The audience was extremely emotional, but as he continued, countless people were shocked again. Then, Gilgamesh consumed the blood of power and actually lived a second life. Then, he showed his swift and ruthless means, killing his own son with his own hands, wiping out the entire tribe, and becoming the leader again. Countless people were infected by the blood and killing. As expected of the epic hero king, a formidable character. He killed his son, but that's too brutal. In that era, where were the moral concepts? I think it's reasonable. Everyone was mesmerized by the story, but all of a sudden, the story stopped. Tomorrow, we'll talk about Chapter 2, the era of the city-state. Su Ji said lightly. The chapter of the creation of heaven and earth ended very quickly, but the impact it gave was too great. The mysterious giant beast appeared, descended into the mortal world, and bestowed the treasures of civilization. As for the hero king, it's over? Is there a mistake? I'm just at the most exciting part of the 100 million chapter song. I'm begging you, tell me more. What kind of existence are almighty beasts and great beasts of wisdom? Was it also an intelligent civilization? Perhaps it was the same as the strength beast, Finba? Was it possible that in the end, Beauty Su would have to fight against the race of the great beast of wisdom? Kill each other and walk towards destruction together. I want to hear the rest, I want to hear the rest. Please, I'm begging you. I'm really sad when I'm listening to you. Countless people began to cry out and complain. They felt that it was a wonderful scene. That era was too rotten. It was as if they had been brought into that era, filled with the vicissitudes of time and magnificence. Moreover, a huge mystery had appeared. How did Gilgamesh's Sumerian civilization cause the great flood that destroyed the world? Was it a natural disaster? Was it a man-made disaster? The current age of potions was separated by ancient Babylonian myths. In fact, the people of this era no longer knew how the Sumerian civilization had gone extinct. According to the legends, it was a flood. But was it true? Among the current potions archaeologists and major academies, some claimed to have found traces of the Great Flood, while others had found evidence to refute the claims. This was an unknown history. Just like the super-ancient civilization on Earth, the Lathranthes. The ancient technological civilization that was once glorious was only a legend. How did it get destroyed? No one knew, and there was only a rumor of a great flood that fell from the sky. But whether it existed or not, people could not help but investigate. The ancient, mysterious history is too terrifying. The truth is hair-raising. What will Gilgamesh, the so-called strongest man in history, do next? In short, he single-handedly destroyed an entire era. It's indeed something that we later generations know. Everyone was still unsatisfied and continued to discuss, feeling that this opening was too shocking. In just a few days, the entire bar had become famous. It was said that the ancient Emperor Messiah had appeared and told the true myths of the ancient Sumerian civilization, attracting many people from neighboring cities to come. Emperor Messiah, Ivy was very respectful. She carried the plates and arranged them properly. The disturbance seems to be getting bigger and bigger. I'm fine. Su Ji laughed. Then, he calmly began to explain the second chapter. Sumer City-State Era, Chapter 3, the Era of the Three Kings. He said all this because he didn't want history to completely disappear in the passage of time. Just as Gilgamesh had said, the hymn of mankind was the hymn of history. A civilization without history was destined to not last long. Not only did he have to talk about history, but he also had to correct some historical errors, such as his age of Messiah. Chapter 308, the so-called true and false. As the days passed, more and more people came. People from more than a dozen cities came to listen to his name and became the most loyal audience. They were immersed in the shock of being in this place. At that moment, they were already talking about the second twilight years. The hero king had used the power of the entire nation to lure the great beast of wisdom. As expected of the hero king. The history of humanity's struggle against nature is a history of courage and hymns. How bold! This hero king tried to steal the power and civilization of the great beast of wisdom. Did he succeed in the end? Our current humans are so smart. The theft must have been successful. People kept muttering and felt very proud. This ambitious and ruthless man made people look forward to him. However, what happened next overturned all of their imaginations. The great beast of wisdom, that vast giant, was actually the legendary god of creation. At this moment, everyone held their breath. The turn was so shocking that even Hera, who was holding a plate, was stunned. She dropped the plate on the ground with a loud crash, and then the entire bar remained silent. The great beast of wisdom that appeared at the beginning was actually the god of creation? Gilgamesh was waving his sword at the god of creation? This was the reason for the destruction of the Sumerian civilization? Some of them were horrified as they thought of the future. This was a mistake that led to many more mistakes. The Sumerian civilization's rotten glory was short-lived. This might be the true text of history that would lead to their extinction. That's the god of creation. But at that time, no one knew this concept. It was just that, as a species of almighty beast with intelligence, Gilgamesh had thought that it was an intelligent almighty beast from the beginning. No wonder later. This is too terrifying. It was that period of history that made us recognize the existence of the god of creation. That's why we have a sense of respect in the later generations. The true history of the Sumerian civilization was revealed, shocking everyone. Gilgamesh was a proud man. When he found out the truth and understood the god of creation, he almost broke down. But he still did not lower his head. Suji said faintly, and his eyes flashed with emotion. It was as if he was recalling that period of time when the hero king had questioned him. He asked 3 questions in that life. Suddenly, a cold snort came. That poemer. For the sake of the bar business, you actually made up a story and dared to slander the ancient hero king, spreading rumors that we humans had once disobeyed the god of creation in the ancient times. A handsome man with red hair and a black robe came out and looked at Suji. His eyes were wine red, and a faint blue mist was wrapped around his body. It's the rock-fire person, Yug. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but recognize the other party. Many people swallowed their saliva. This was a peak level 6 quasi-emperor, a legendary expert. He wasn't at the front line, so why was he here? Regardless of whether they believed it or not, the degree of truth still needed to be considered. However, they were indeed intoxicated by it. Moreover, some of the processes were completely consistent with certain historical records. However, Yug was an inflexible legendary master who hated evil. The bar owner, Messiah, was in trouble. Perhaps they would not be able to hear the rest of the story. Yug surveyed the surroundings. Once the powerhouses like us are not behind, all kinds of ordinary people, monsters, and people who are pretending to be ghosts will secretly come out. A few months ago, a saintess holding the holy book of light had been appraised. It was indeed true. But now, a great sovereign Messiah had appeared? Was he talking nonsense? To disturb the people's hearts. He had more or less heard a part of it. At first, he was just as mesmerized as the others, but gradually, the more he spoke, the more it struck his mind. Was this the truth behind the flood? He didn't believe it. No one knew about the most ancient Sumerian myth, not even the current demon gods and the god of the underworld. This poet was just a rumor, trying to please the crowd. I won't kill you, but you're pretending to be the most respected ancient emperor Messiah and even made up history. You'll at least have to die. Dark blue electric arcs flashed around his body, and his eyes were as bright as stars as he quickly ran forward. Suji merely glanced at him indifferently and continued, although the Sumer era was the era of one person, it was because the hero king was too dazzling that people ignored the other 2 hero kings. They were able to survive by consuming the blood of power, and their elegance was not inferior to any of the current great sovereigns. At the last moment, they also made an amazing performance. Suji had just finished speaking when he reached out his hand and a hazy figure appeared before his eyes. Let's go. A voice rang out, and a bronze-skinned woman as handsome as the sun god appeared. Everyone's faces were fierce. What kind of person was this? Just by standing there, he gave off a terrifying and barbaric aura. He was like the king of courage on the plains, with an indomitable determination. History will remember this great moment. Year 175 of the Sumerian dynasty, the Sumerian people will slay the great beast of wisdom and return with the blood of eternal life. She roared. He rode on a giant beast and led his army into the distance. Yug's expression changed. He could feel the immense pressure and the endless morale of the army. This tone seemed to be the best in the world. It gave him an indescribable heroic feeling. His entire body was trembling, as if he had met a king and was submitting to him. He had the desire to follow her into battle. This was her personal charm. Is this Ishtar, the king of the plains during the era of the 3 Sumerian kings? Everyone was stunned. What was an aura? This was the aura. The figure was filled with determination, and it gave off a sorrowful and unwilling determination that made one unable to help but sing a sad song. At this moment, an even more stunning person appeared. It was a scholarly man holding a walking stick. He was in a daze and had his back to the crowd. Without kindness and morality, he'll be no different from a beast. Kill me. The sadness in the words instantly filled their hearts. The Sumer forest king's suicide made people feel a sense of brilliance. This was the difference between a man and a beast. This is an image of reconstructing history. Yug's eyes were wide open as he looked at the scene in disbelief. He did not know what to say. The two people in front of him were both extraordinary, and they gave off an indescribable and terrifying aura. They were all heroes, people who were destined by the heavens. He had seen similar auras on ancient sovereigns and great emperors, but now, one was barbaric while the other was refined. Now, let history record the courage I have at this moment. In the next moment, an even more terrifying scene appeared. A burly figure covered in white slowly half-squatted before leaping up. With a long sword in hand, he charged towards the vast giant that pierced through the clouds. Hwala! The lightning illuminated his figure, leaving a mark in the eternal legend thousands of years later. Dominating the world and all living beings prostrating themselves. What kind of peerless demeanor was this? The hero king, Gilgamesh. In that story, it made people instantly recognize that it was the legendary strongest hero king. How is this possible? He reenacted history. When Yug saw this, he felt as if he was being suffocated by an indescribable fear. When he saw the three blurry figures, it was as if he had returned to his youth, when he was a weak ordinary person. When he saw the peerless experts, other than shock, he could only look up to them. A fabricated history would not have such real people. Was this a story or real history? Yug was bewildered. He looked at the unknown, mysterious poemer, and fell into a state of confusion. He was confused by the cruel history text, and shocked by this man who knew the past and the present. To the weak, it was just a story. To the strong, they knew what it meant. All of this, is it really not a fantasy you created, but real history? He could not help but ask. If he's not the real person, how could he have such a temperament? Su Ji's face fell silent for a moment, then he suddenly stretched out his hand. Fine, I'll let you witness the true ancient hero king. Su Ji took out an exquisite wizard's cane and held it in his hand. Under the shocked and confused gazes of the entire bar, he calmly spat out a few words. Rose Paramitha flower. Suddenly, sharp thorns appeared in the void, and a black rose appeared. The world turned into night. An ancient figure walked out slowly. He held the human path saint sword like a god and swung it at Yug. Boom! The next second, the sword fell. What a beautiful strike! At this moment, the wind stopped, the rain stopped, the leaves stopped swaying, and the people were instantly speechless. It was as if the sound of the world had disappeared, and even the gods held their breaths and closed their eyes. Chapter 309, The Spirit of the Sumerian Era. This was Medusa's forbidden spell of death back then, the rose Paramitha flower that summoned the souls of the dead. She had once summoned the remnant soul of Gilgamesh, and now Su Ji had naturally mastered this sorcery. Gilgamesh! Su Ji said. A terrifying scene appeared. A handsome figure condensed in the void, as if he had returned from the vast and majestic river of ancient time. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and his face was determined. Holding the holy sword, he leaped up and swung it fiercely. He was roaring with an unknown voice. What was this historical shadow of the ancient era saying? No one knew. The history of mankind's struggle against nature is a history of courage and hymns. However, countless people thought of this and believed it. It was too terrifying. That kind of indomitable spirit at the peak was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. If humans were weak, then Gilgamesh had stood in front of the mortals during the era of the embarrassment of the human race. He had written a hymn for history, carrying out the courage of humans to fight against nature, and had resonated with countless people. This sword was brandished with the spirit of an ancient civilization. Boom boom boom! It was as if the heavens and earth were stunned by it. This aura? How is that possible? Yug's face instantly turned pale. His entire body burst into orange flames as he used all his strength to resist. However, the surging sword momentum was like a surging river that had passed away. It seemed to contain the entire spirit of an era, the will of the entire Sumer civilization. It swept out like an invisible sword. Boom! The glass and cups in the entire bar were shattered, as if a typhoon had swept through. The entire bar had become extremely regal-like. The majestic aura caused the entire scene to explode. After the sorcery, the figure of the most ancient hero king gradually disappeared, but it was forever imprinted in the eyes of everyone. Who's that? The true ancient hero king? The strongest man in ancient history. The most amazing monarch in history was too domineering, too persistent, and had a terrifying spirit that no one could compare to. In their days, they even seemed to see the lost and prosperous civilization of the ancient times. This is a forbidden spell, Gilgamesh. The death domain of the original demonic god Medusa. Blood seeped out from the corner of Yug's mouth, and his entire body was covered in transparent wounds from the sharp aura. His mind was filled with disbelief. Who was he? How could he know the sorcery of the original demon god Medusa? He's not telling a story, he's actually telling history. This thought came to his mind, and the way he looked at Suji began to be filled with reverence. He stood there in a daze, as if waiting to be dealt with. Over the years, many ancient sovereigns and emperors had awakened from history. There were also many fake ones, causing a lot of chaos on the earth. He had dealt with many of these impostors. Previously, he had dealt with the saintess who had been preaching everywhere. Her words were indeed very similar to the actions of the ancient Church of Light. The result was indeed true. Could it be that this great sovereign messiah was also? Suji ignored him and continued to act as a bard in the bar as he did before. He drank a glass of hard liquor to his heart's content and looked at the guests around him. He told them an ancient story in a flat tone. This ancient emperor was the most amazing and shocking. He was able to reach that level alone in the most primitive era without any cultivation system. If he were to be placed in today's world, his achievements in his life would not be weaker than anyone else's. Even the position of the current god that is above the world, he will definitely have a place. The surroundings were silent. The hymn of humanity was the hymn of history. He was born in a different era. Their minds had been completely shaken, like small boats in a huge wave. Suji continued to speak nonchalantly. His eyes were deep and serene, and there was a look of reminiscence in them as he reminisced about the past. Back then, when the age of sorcerers was still around, Medusa, who was not the current origin demon god, was the great sovereign of the Rose of Death dynasty. He admired this powerful figure very much. She condensed the soul of the hero king and engraved it in the world. He had gathered the spirit of an entire civilization and turned it into a powerful forbidden spiritual sorcery, Gilgamesh. This was her strongest trump card at that time, and she used it to fight against the great wizard monarch Alchemy Emperor Grantham. Alchemy Emperor? The surrounding people were no longer calm. This poet, who called herself Messiah, had once again revealed the terrifying truth of history, which was unbelievable. This was the forbidden sorcery, Rose Paramitha flower, Gilgamesh's origin. This was such a terrifying spell. It was actually opened by the current original demonic god Medusa. The history was long and unattainable. However, they also seemed to be connected with the history of the ancient times. This feeling made people feel the unique charm of time. This kind of personally witnessing characters in mythical heroes, the heavy sense of history, was unimaginable to ordinary people. But how could he be defeated? That's what was written in history. Back then, Medusa, the great lord of death, was defeated by Alchemy Emperor Grantham, which started the alchemy era. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I don't think it's possible for me to lose to such a powerful sorcery. Yup. I don't think it's possible. There was no way Gilgamesh would lose to this forbidden spell. This is impossible. Even if he's a remnant soul that has lost his sense of self, this hero king still has the spirit of the Sumerian civilization. That kind of spirit, roar, and hymn of the entire people fighting against nature, how can he be defeated? The alchemy monarch might be terrifying, but there are very few historical records about him. Who is he? In the bar, the surrounding people didn't know what to say. Wave after wave of historical truths shocked everyone. The beautiful ancient history simply made people curious. Those were the years of civilization. Everyone's eyes were burning as they waited for him to continue. Their ears perked up for fear of missing a word. Even Yuk, who was standing beside him, was shocked. He recalled the invincible heroic figure just now, and a deep shadow of defeat was imprinted in his heart. The undefeatable Aurum might affect him for the rest of his life, and become a shadow of his breakthrough. However, it was precisely because of this that he had an even greater desire to know. Suji opened his mouth again. Forbidden sorcery, Gilgamesh, the great alchemy emperor. That's a later part of history, and we'll comment on it in the future. Now, let's continue to talk about the last glory of the Sumerian civilization. He would talk about it in the future? Countless people could only suppress the burning desire in their hearts and wait for the future. Back then, Gilgamesh was defeated, Suji continued. He asked the god of creation 3 questions. The first question he asked was. After the 3 questions were asked, all the customers in the bar were so stunned that they could hear a pin drop. Suji was calm as he sipped on his glass of wine and silently waited for them to digest the information. God only took 7 days to create our world. The others fell silent. The shock in Yug's heart was like waves, wave after wave. He no longer believed in Gilgamesh's previous heaven-defying abilities. He had immediately stepped out to refute and swindle them, but who knew that the real ancient illusory image of Gilgamesh would appear and reveal a shocking secret. The forbidden spell developed by the original demon god Medusa and the secret of the alchemy emperor had madly impacted his heart. But now, the 3 questions and the impending flood had completely crushed his understanding. Who was he? It was inevitable that she would become great sovereign messiah, but who was the most mysterious great sovereign messiah 1,000 years ago? He was not someone who could not see the big picture. He took a few steps back and bowed deeply. Feed-rich human kingdom, teacher of the Royal Academy, Rockfire Man Yug, greets the last great sorcerer monarch of the Babylonian mythological era, the first great monarch of the magic potion era, Messiah. I'm fine. Suji's voice was flat as he continued to explain. Chapter 310, Here is hard work. Great Sovereign Messiah, I have offended you previously. Yug couldn't help but speak again. Angering a great sovereign's might was very important in this era of magic medicine. The sovereign was supreme, and the lives of commoners were like ants. It was very important. After all, everyone below the great emperor realm was an ant, including emperor-to-be. It doesn't matter. Suji spoke again and continued to talk about the history of the Sumerian civilization. In the bar, it was rare for him to have the interest of being a bard. He calmly told everyone about the history of this world. He was not a violent person who would stomp on and madly slap people's faces if they offended him. It was normal for this emperor to be expert to be suspicious. Only an evil expert would ignore him if he wanted to get rid of the rumors. He had provoked him only for the sake of the peace of the human kingdom. It was not intentional, so why would he seek revenge? Regarding this, he was still very reasonable. Just as he said, it was more appropriate to have a salted fish heart. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yug took a deep breath, and his face was filled with guilt. He knew that he had offended a great emperor, and it was already a miracle that he was still alive. He took a step back and blended into the crowd. He became an ordinary bar guest and began to listen to the stories of the bards. The people around were shocked and scared. Such an emperor-to-be and legendary master could easily destroy several cities around them. They hurriedly wanted to give up their seats, but Yug waved his hand. In front of an ancient great emperor, he was no different from these ordinary people. If he put on airs, it would only make him feel more ashamed. Back then, God saw that the people on earth were guilty of great crimes and was determined to destroy the Sumerian civilization. He sent down a world-destroying flood to destroy all living beings. However, the god of creation felt the kindness of the king of the forest, Enkidu, and ordered Utnapishtim to build Noah's Ark to escape the great flood that would destroy the world. At this moment, the black-haired, black-eyed youth had a calm and lazy expression, and his voice was still indifferent. If it was before, Yug would have thought that this was a fake who didn't have the heart of a strong person. After all, every epic emperor had killed their way up, bathed in blood, and experienced countless years. Their temperament couldn't be concealed, and they could see through the real one with a single glance. However, at this moment, this faint aura and the black-haired, black-eyed young man who was the storyteller in the bar gave Yug a profound and unfathomable feeling. He vaguely had a fierce aura, as if all living things would bow down in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As expected of the first-generation demon medicine monarch, his temperament was restrained to such an extent. As he thought of this, he shrunk his body further away from the customers in the bar. At this moment, he felt that he, as an emperor-to-be, was no different from those ordinary customers. Weak, sad, and would die in the passage of time like them, becoming an ordinary yellow grave. Being able to hear the most ancient sovereign emperor talk about the blank history of Sumer's mythology 2,000 years ago did not make him proud at all. Instead, it was a supreme honor. His eyes were burning with passion, and he was completely convinced. Suji cast a glance at Yug, who was curled up in the crowd. Was this person a masochist? Why do you have a look of admiration on your face, as if you want to kneel down and listen to my story? As expected, each place had its own people. Under the leadership of Medusa, the masochist pervert, there were many such people. He smiled and looked at the people around the bar. That's all for today. Tomorrow, we will talk about the age of the Babylonian tribe, the decline and rise of the Great Flood. The Three Witches. In a short 3 days, the birth of the ancient sovereign Messiah and her ancient legends spread like a hurricane across the land of potions. Many people in the kingdom of undead, the half-orc kingdom, and the human empire could not believe it. He was the first great emperor lord from 1,000 years ago. Know the past and present. Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Unbelievable. You've already reached the age of the three witches. Medusa's teacher, Circe? Who is this person? Even the origin demon god Medusa, the teacher of the demonic god of all things, the primogenitor witch, dares to fool around with her. The entire world was in an uproar. They all sent people to verify, and some experts even left the battlefront of the bitter war between the two worlds and went there in person. In a bar in Wool City. At this moment, the entire Wool City was already filled with people. Many experts didn't dare to squeeze into the bars, and they used all sorts of methods to transmit their voices and project the images in the bars so that they could be heard throughout the city. Ordinary people didn't dare to enter the bar. The people in the bar were all top emperor to be experts from the three kingdoms. A rough-looking green-skinned orc, a human professional, and a skeleton necromancer in a black cloak. In the bar, a black-haired and black-eyed bard was telling a story, and an ordinary-looking woman was serving wine and dishes. They're all experts. Hera shivered as she carried the plate. Speaking of which, Medea, one of the three ancient witches, used the blood of the evil eye and narrowly escaped death. She started the wizard arrow with the other two witches. Suji extended his hand, and an ancient mural appeared in front of everyone. Could it be? This is the legendary ancient mural, the Three Witches. The surrounding people were shocked. The mural depicted three women, stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They surrounded each other and held a torch in their hands. In the end, as time flew by, the three witches fought for their entire lives, and finally, they walked towards decline. In their lives. Suji explained indifferently. Shira was getting more and more excited. Oh my god! It had only been a few days, what had happened? She carefully approached a skeleton mage. She recognized this man. He was the necromancer Andrew, a thug who had killed countless people and turned the entire human city's population of 30,000 into an army of undead. When he was studying, he had once seen the story of this person. He had become a horror story in many human countries where parents told their children and made them stop crying. He had never thought that he would see the real person here. You're a vegetable. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak and stuttered. You're so cute, sweetheart. Are you my dish? Can I eat you? Andre's skull-like eyes flashed with a dim light as he told an awkward joke. She screamed madly in her heart, oh! Oh my god! This was not a joke. He might really eat me. Hera! You're a strong girl, so you'd better work hard. He doesn't dare to eat me. Please, please, please eat. You can't eat me, me. Hera said hurriedly, stammering. Thank you, he said. The necromancer only smiled and turned to look at her. Black flames flashed in his skull eye sockets. He was curious as to why an ordinary woman was in a bar, and why she was stuttering and stuttering. Although he hadn't entered a human kingdom for many years, wasn't this a great taboo for a bartender? This skeleton mage didn't eat, but he still politely placed the dishes on the table. Mr. Orc Sword Saint, why you meat? She was so scared that she lost her mind. This was the commander of the half-orc imperial army, Bika. He was so tall that he was sitting on the table as a small bench. It was said that he was a terrifying existence who had killed more than 1,000 human experts. She then walked up to a handsome man in golden armor, her eyes twinkling like stars. This was Yug. The dream lover of countless girls. The hero of justice. Your wine. She walked over with a plate. I can't be scared. This is too embarrassing for my uncle Messiah. She quickly recalled the man's bruised face and frightened expression, and she immediately calmed down. She finally understood what she meant. There would be customers coming to their bar, and it would be his opportunity to cultivate and find a master. Whether he could ask these experts for help to take revenge would depend on him. Work hard, Hera. She waved her fist. When this ordinary girl was nervous, she would stumble and try to adapt. Chapter 311, Waiting for a Brutal Beating from Society. Su Ji sat in the bar and looked at Hera, who was in the shop, looking like she was going to work hard. He smiled knowingly. He continued to talk about the long history. If Gilgamesh's era was the origin of the human race, and because of the hero king's heaven-defying combat power, their rise was not difficult, then the wizard era was the era of ordinary people. This chapter of the Three Witches was very sorrowful. Without the hero king's protection, the ordinary people could only protect themselves. They had lost their heroes, and in order to protect their tribe, there were almost no men left. A group of women had already walked out and were ready to die. History was engraved in the mural of the Three Witches. The three of them held torches in their hands and passed on the torch of Gilgamesh's civilization, becoming the next generation of human heroes. The mural recorded the great courage to fight against nature and the wild beasts. That sentence. After countless days and months, we've had enough. Our husbands are dead, our fathers are dead, and our sons will also die in the future. We're only left with ourselves. There's no one else who can protect us. The only one who can do so is ourselves. View. There was so much bitterness in his words that many people in the bar even shed tears and felt a myriad of emotions. This is the meaning that great sovereign Messiah explained to us. She gifted time to civilization. Isn't it the same now? The war at the front line touches everyone's heart, and it is a song of praise for history. Over the next few days, Su Ji continued to explain, and history continued to advance. He had already talked about the grudges of the three witches, and when they reached old age, the three of them gradually passed away. Hermes, the god of wisdom, had descended 3 great miracles from the heavens. A monument of fresh flowers from the heavens? Blood rain? The elegy of God. All the experts in the bar were in an uproar. The entire Wool City was now filled with travelers from other places. Many powerful beings from the continent had gathered nearby. They were not in the bars, but used spells to project the young storyteller inside. When they heard this, their faces were filled with shock. Mercury, the legendary god of wisdom and the god of the Church of Light, has finally appeared in history for the first time. So terrifying! The 3 great miracles, the miracles that changed the entire earth, covered the world. Even the current emperor of the underworld, Ermin, would find it difficult to create such a terrifying miracle. So, the god of wisdom isn't the image of a peerless woman with a perfect figure? Su Ji's face darkened as he listened to the discussions. He wanted to correct this kind of history and clear his name. Someone else quickly asked. Then, where did the god of wisdom and the land of the gods that disappeared go? Yup. They only appeared in the Magus era and disappeared in the magic potion era. There were ancient gods in the ancient barren world, but the ancient gods in our world seem to have disappeared. During the war at the front line, the 3 kingdoms had put aside their grudges. Now, the powerhouses of the various magic potion kingdoms were getting along well. At this moment, 2 skeleton mages were playing Go. The sound came from the ancient barren world. I'm done for today. I need to think of a way. Hera had been managing the caravan for a long time, and she would stutter when she was nervous. It was a natural habit that she couldn't change, but it didn't mean that she was stupid. She quickly began to communicate with these experts, telling them about Uncle Messiah. The other party listened very seriously, and even wanted to know more about this mysterious ancient emperor. Thus, she inadvertently talked to the experts about her situation. I didn't expect you human cities to be so dirty. Some orc masters sneered. Those people didn't care about your father's years of cultivation. They were like white-eyed wolves. After they died, they seized power over the entire caravan and even wanted to kill you. Shame to us humans. Yug's expression was cold. The people around him kept talking. If it was any other time, they would help out according to their mood. But now, they naturally went with the flow. Your body's aptitude for fusing potions is too poor, but there's a hidden profession that doesn't look at aptitude. As long as you have enough money and hard work, it's possible. An old man muttered to himself. Soon, she became the disciple of an emperor to be of the human empire. Hera was moved to tears. Looking at the experts around him, he finally had someone to help him after all the suffering he had gone through in his life. In my eyes, the major forces in the nearby cities are just insignificant things in their eyes. She turned her head and looked at the young man who was tidying up the wine rack. She was extremely grateful. She knew whose face this was. In less than half a month, a group of powerhouses in the bar had exchanged their experiences in teaching their disciples, guided Hera, and provided her with various resources. She had quickly become a second-rank professional. Go on. To take revenge. Come back, let's drink together. In the bar, the experts were drinking and laughing heartily. They looked at the maid who brought tea and water and saw her off. They looked at each other. The world of mortals is very simple. Love and hate are clearly distinguished. It's not that complicated. If you want revenge, you have to work hard. Weren't we the same in the past? Many of us here were able to get to where we are today because of hatred. That's how we rose from being ordinary mortals to shock the entire kingdom and have a great reputation in the entire era. She doesn't know how great of an opportunity she has. In our era, there are only about 20 monarchs and great emperors in the 3 great kingdoms. We are the strongest below the great emperors. However, in the 1,000 years of history, too many have awakened. In this era, they are all fighting for the position of God and lighting the divine fire. Great Sovereign Messiah is too mysterious. But no matter what, listening to history is enough to let us understand many things. The powerhouses communicated indifferently. After seeing the girl off, some of them turned their heads and looked behind the door of the bar. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. Every time they glanced at the calm storyteller, their eyes were filled with fear and admiration. Great Sovereign Messiah. The more history she spoke of, the more it exceeded everyone's imagination. I've finally taken my revenge. On the other side, Hera looked at the bodies of her enemies and cried. She felt like she was in a dream. That night, Su Ji comforted the miserable-looking Hera, quietly sorted out his heart, and recuperated. Society's brutal beating should be coming soon, right? Su Ji cupped his chin with a calm look on his face. Ermin and Medusa know about the existence of the all-knowing man. I talked about history so openly and knew about the past and present. They should have guessed that the all-knowing man. It's on my body. Su Ji, on the other hand, lived his days in a carefree manner. He talked about a piece of history every day. Of course, it was only for a short period of time. The remaining powerful cultivators did not leave either. They were drinking and conversing in the bar. Ermin and the others were busy, so they would probably send some lords and emperors over to capture him. He had fought too few people of the same realm, so his Dao heart had not been tempered. He was waiting for society to beat him up. The netherworld. Ermin and Dao Lord Phoenix were playing chess. Ermin suddenly raised her eyebrows as she heard the voice transmission. She smiled and said, I have something to do, please excuse me. Dao Lord Phoenix nodded with a smile, then continued to look at the Go board. Emperor Ermin walked out and came to the Elise garden. She saw an emperor under her command. It was Albert, the first professional who had developed the potion, the disciple of the Holy Book of Light and Saint Linda. Are you saying that Emperor Messiah, who enlightened you, has reappeared? Ermin listened slowly and frowned. He knows about the past and present. Maybe he has a big secret? Yes, Albert said. By Xiao Sheng. That was Ermin's first thought. That great sovereign Messiah might have found wandering know-it-all and obtained too much information from him. Since he knew who had it, he had to take Bai Xiao Sheng back. But is it really that simple? Ermin's heart sank. If it was someone else who showed such a strange and knowledgeable display, she would definitely believe that they had obtained the all-knowing scholar. She would immediately send people to capture the other party and take back the all-knowing scholar. But Messiah, this great sovereign is indeed mysterious. How can he live for 1,000 years? It's still such a brand new young body. Ermin's expression gradually turned serious. Why? Why did he have to find Bai Xiao Sheng? And not anyone else? Albert said, I've met Emperor Messiah before, and we're old friends. According to the portrait, it's indeed her. Should we have the emperors capture her? Things seemed to be developing in the way Su Ji had imagined. But you can't. Ermin suddenly revealed an unprecedented look of shock. As if she had thought of something, she suddenly said, Messiah is too mysterious. I've already guessed some of the truth. Don't act rashly, don't do anything to him. Suji? Why didn't you hit me? He had already laid down and posed, waiting for society to beat him up and train him. At this moment, Ermin had sent Ebert away and could not help but write to Medusa. Medusa, I was tied down by the Deo Lords and could only send you a letter. Previously, you sent me a letter asking me about Wandering Know-It-All's background. I may have already understood it by now. Richard, do you still remember that 1,000 years ago, the two of us constantly explored the sky, looking for my master Grantham, who explored the eye of the storm, Degaunt's, hoping to enter the land of gods, Achilles, but we found nothing. It was as if Mercury, the god of wisdom, and the gods had disappeared into thin air with the land of gods. The shock that we felt at that time became a thorn in our hearts. Were they dead? Encountered an accident? Today, I've connected the two together. The omniscient and omnipotent Bai Xiaosheng and Mercury, the triple-level great god of wisdom, may have already guessed the answer. Messiah is Bai Xiaosheng and Hermes. Chapter 312, Medusa, who was constantly shocked. After Ermin wrote the letter, she sent it out. She then returned to her chair and continued playing chess with the Deo Lord. Blood Realm. Dark auras gushed out. At the boundary of the two transcendent worlds, two huge mountains stood tall. The ground on the mountains was bright red, as if it was dyed with blood, dyeing the surrounding world bright red. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew. Broken swords were stabbed into the ground, and the sleeves stained with blood were fluttering in the wind. It was as if the wind was carrying endless sorrow. This land was like a sword tomb, and each sword and tomb told the story of the dead. Magic staffs, western great swords, and armors were scattered all over the ground. They were almost everywhere. They had already been buried in history, becoming a spray of water that no one knew. This was the war of the two worlds. It was cruel and merciless. The two huge mountains were opposite each other across a world. It was the bridgehead of both sides, and it was filled with vicissitudes and sadness. No one knew how many strong warriors had been buried there. The battle had already started for decades. To the ancient primordial world, the demonic realm's foundation was too terrifying. Not only were they severely lacking in top-tier celestial emperors, but they also lacked experts at the bottom. However, the Great Zhou dynasty and the Mount Shu sword sect were able to resist the terrifying attacks and invasions of the other party by relying on their terrifying system characteristics and endurance. The night air was getting colder. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. They're draining the pond to catch the fish. They won't last long. In another 10 years, the ancient barren world will be defeated. Medusa's huge body stood behind the teleportation gate, her long hair dancing in the wind, and she exuded a violent aura. She was a real living, vast demon god. She looked at him from afar. What about the heavenly Deo of the primordial world? Right now, her divine body was working together with Ermin to keep the Deo Lord busy. Thulhu's main body was here, controlling the heavenly path of this world. Over the years, she had fought several battles with the heavenly Deo and ended up in a draw. This feeling of being bathed in blood, dancing on the edge of death, and meeting a worthy opponent in battle was truly a blessing for her. Their top combat power was holding them back, and the battle below was also ongoing. It's already a sure win. Our combat strength far exceeds theirs. I can't think of any possibility of them turning the tables. We just need to do our best to reduce the number of casualties and slowly grind them to death. Medusa's expression was calm, and she was leading the war. Previously, as she had guessed, Mother Earth's Ivy indeed couldn't hold back her inner curiosity and brought Bai Xiaosheng to her own potion world. However, Mother Earth's Ivy actually let Bai Xiaosheng go. This was beyond her expectations. Mother Earth Green Vine, you're so calculative. You actually beat me at my own game and checkmated me. Medusa muttered, her eyes flashing as she pondered. She clearly knew that if the all-knowing scholar was still with her, we would definitely kill her and take back the all-knowing scholar at all costs. However, she just let Bai Xiaosheng go. Although she is still living a carefree life in our world and traveling around, we can't do anything to her. After all, this Mother Earth Ivy's combat power is ridiculous. She's not much weaker than me. She's the strongest and most ancient being under the way of heaven in the ancient barren world. She's also the teacher of the way of heaven. I've fought with the way of heaven and know how terrifying she is, let alone her teacher. Ermin and I have been pinned down, but we don't know what trump cards she has. We can only send a large number of lords and emperors to kill her with heavy losses. If 1 or 2 people go over, they'll just be sending themselves to death. This was a terrifying scheme, all of which were interconnected. She had lived for 2,000 years and thought that she was extremely intelligent and strategic, but she had been tricked. The all-knowing scholar had disappeared, and she didn't dare to announce it to the entire land of magic herbs. This was because it was possible for the other great sovereigns and emperors to hide it after they found it. After all, the all-knowing scholar was a heaven-defying treasure, and no one would not be tempted. The sovereigns and emperors in the ancient history were all ambitious and could not be trusted. She and Ermin could only order some of their trusted subordinates to search for it secretly. Green Vine Mother Earth. This 1,000-year-old monster truly is astonishingly intelligent. He was actually able to fool even me. What kind of concept was this? This was because the other party had predicted that she would do this, so she beat her at her own game. In other words, she thought she had seen through the other party's heart, but in fact, the other party had seen through her heart. Her actions were transparent in her heart. In her mind, the image of the cute young girl who was eating candied haws, jumping around, and looking like a salted fish flashed. This is the game and go. The Green Vine Mother pretended to be stupid and adorable on the outside, but she was actually so terrifying. She's worthy of being the master of the heavenly Deo. If we can't spare her now, we can't spare her in the future. Medusa suddenly let out a soft gasp and reached out in the void. She had received a letter from Ermin. It was news about Bai Xiaosheng. We kept searching and finally found Bai Xiaosheng's location. She revealed a rare look of surprise, a happy expression like that of a quiet girl who was reading a book. This was good news. When she saw that the letter was in the hands of Great Sovereign Messiah, she only paused for a few seconds. Then why don't you send people to encircle and annihilate him? If we use the troops we prepared for the Green Vine Mother on Messiah, it's fine if he doesn't resist, but if he does, we'll kill him directly. His combat power will definitely be far inferior to the Green Vine Mother, and the price won't be too high. She revealed a cold and bloodthirsty look. In order to obtain Bai Xiaosheng, she had to return to her side and chat with him at night. This was already her goal at all costs. However, as she continued to read, her face gradually froze and revealed a hint of shock. Ermin has already guessed Bai Xiaosheng's identity and background. Emperor Messiah, who appeared out of nowhere, actually has a huge secret. Her true identity might be Wandering Know-It-All or Mercury, the god of wisdom. This series of information madly rushed into her mind. That was impossible. Ermin, was he overthinking? Have you fallen into some kind of misunderstanding? Suddenly, a thought appeared in her mind. She stood up and paced back and forth, struggling in her heart. No, I underestimated the enemy too much. I've already suffered a loss from the Green Vine Mother. If I had been more careful, I wouldn't have lost Bai Xiaosheng. Ermin's caution and speculation are the best solution. I'll see what Ermin has to say. It was no wonder that she was surprised by the contents of the letter. Mercury, the god of wisdom, was a shocking mystery. 1,000 years was a long time. She had done a lot of research with Ermin in the underworld, exploring various geographical locations of the sorcerer world, and naturally speculated the combat power of this god. The 3 miracles, the monument of fresh flowers, the rain of blood, and the world's lament could be done by Ermin now, but the cost was great. But if it was Ermin, would she spend such a huge price to send off 3 mortals? He wouldn't. There was only one possibility. For the god of wisdom, this was something that could be done easily. It was as simple as wearing shoes or putting on a coat. In other words, the combat power of the god of wisdom, Hermes, was far above that of the mid-level god, Ermin. What level was that? It might be a level 9 god, which was above level 8 god in the legends. It was a domain that involved laws. After that, the god of wisdom just opened his mouth without any magic fluctuations, and the terrifying Thulhu evil god collapsed instantly. At that time, their realms were low, so they couldn't understand it. But now, Ermin was a mid-level god. Thinking back, she still couldn't understand it and couldn't sense a trace of magic power fluctuation. What did this mean? Hermes, the god of wisdom, was definitely not a simple level 8 god. It was very likely that he was unknown legendary mysterious ninth grade. When she was not a god, she did not know how powerful gods were. Now, Ermin knew that a level 8 god could cross the world and travel to all the worlds. The higher the realm, the greater the difference between heaven and earth. What did it mean to have a level 9 god? The head of all gods. It matched the god of wisdom's status as the leader of a group of level 8 gods in the land of gods. And what exactly was level 9? They had no way of figuring it out. It was like they were looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. If they didn't walk out of the world in the well, they wouldn't be able to imagine what kind of existence it was. Back then, Ermin's voice had been very bitter, but it still lingered in Medusa's ears. When I thought that had become a god, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods of the land of gods and walked out of that ancient well, I realized that I was already in an even bigger well, and was still looking at the night sky as a lowly frog. The more powerful you are, the more you will understand the greatness of the god of wisdom, Hermes. That once glorious history, the traces of the ancient god of wisdom's existence, had disappeared. The two of them in the future could only remember and look up to it in the netherworld. Having guessed to this extent back then, they were already clear. Hermes, the god of wisdom, might not only be a native god of the sorcerer world, but also a god from all over the universe. The land of gods was an organization where countless level 8 gods from all realms gathered. The Magus world was just a small world under its command. Yet, such an organization had disappeared and died. What was the opponent? A great tribulation that could destroy an era? Or was it another god organization? The truth behind this was too terrifying. Horror, fear, and shock were no longer enough to describe the feelings they had after defeating Thulhu. And now, Ermin is telling me that we have a guess about the doubts we had back then. The truth about Mercury, the god of wisdom. Her expression gradually turned cold. It was hard for her to imagine the mystery of 1,000 years ago. She continued reading. Medusa, why did I make such a guess? First of all, when did the god of wisdom, Hermes, disappear? The church was the end of the wizard era. The last time we met was when he led us to declare war on the Thulhu evil god. At that time, he said, the land of the gods has been resisting the invasion of other worlds, and the god of war Ares and Enyo have died in battle. The evil god of Thulhu has descended into this world, and he has no time to deal with it. He can only shatter his body and hand it over to us. Richard's faint tone was mixed with sadness, like a warrior who would never return. Then, he disappeared. After we dealt with the evil god of Thulhu, the wizard era was over, and we built the underworld. As a level 8 god, I began to explore the gods of the land of gods, Achilles, hoping to meet them, but I got nothing. We guessed that we might have met with misfortune. While we are fighting the Thulhu evil god, they might also be fighting the world or force behind the evil god. The land of the gods has been destroyed, and the god of wisdom, Hermes, is most likely dead. But when did great sovereign Messiah appear? It was also at the end of the wizard era, the time when Hermes died. Is it a coincidence that both of them disappeared and reappeared at the same time? Medusa's expression gradually changed. Indeed, one died and the other reappeared. The timing was completely locked. That's the first reason. The second reason is that Hermes, the god of wisdom, is known by the world as the great Mercury of the threefold. He knows everything. He once gave the three witches alchemy, witchcraft, and meditation, which opened the wizard era civilization. And Messiah mysteriously appeared. Once she appeared, she also brought knowledge and wisdom, opening the magic potion era civilization. Is this another coincidence? Medusa frowned slightly when she saw this, and her heart rippled slightly. It was indeed a coincidence. Hermes, the god of wisdom, had led the mortals on earth to start the wizard era. And after the death of the god of wisdom, great sovereign Messiah appeared out of thin air and led to the beginning of a new era of potions. Then, after doing everything to guide the mortal civilization, he disappeared into thin air? It was very much like the style of the god of wisdom, Hermes. We are getting closer to the truth. Two people, maybe one person. Medusa's expression was completely frozen. She kept thinking, and a thoughtful look gradually appeared on her face. Ermin means that Hermes, the god of wisdom, has encountered a great change, and his level has fallen greatly. He has long descended to the mortal world, and in fact, he is the most mysterious great sovereign Messiah in history. She thought about it and felt that it was impossible. Many things were unreasonable. For example, how could the body of a god easily descend to the mortal world? As an ancient, eternal being of the 9th rank, no matter how weak it was, how could it be so weak? However, she more or less believed him and continued to read. Ermin was smart and had a higher vision, so she might be able to see through many things. Ermin continued to write, the god of wisdom naturally wouldn't be so weak. He should be dead. My personal guess is that Messiah is an intelligent creature born from the god's corpse. What kind of existence was a rank 9? No one knows. Perhaps after death, there will still be various abnormalities in the world and the birth of various divine objects. So, at that time, Messiah, the corpse that gave birth to the god of wisdom, had the knowledge of Mercury, the god of wisdom. It was omniscient. Moreover, it instinctively began to fulfill its duty according to the remnant will left behind by the god of wisdom, Hermes, and started the next magic potion era. This was his last wish. Is that what we saw? And then, after Messiah fulfilled her duty, she disappeared? Medusa muttered. Perhaps they were rapidly approaching the truth of history. Ermin continued to write, this way, we can explain another mystery. Why is he still immortal after 1,000 years of sleep? It's because his body is likely to be a very small part of a level 9 existence's incomplete body. It's not strange that he has all kinds of strange abilities. Then, what's the matter with Bai Xiaosheng? Wandering know-it-all is not a living creature, but a mirror image of some kind of living creature. I now think that it's a comet left behind by the god of wisdom. This matches up with my guess in the letter back then. The wandering know-it-all might be a remnant thought left behind by some powerful death person. It's some kind of natural imagination, omniscient and omnipotent, similar to the god of wisdom in our world, and now, this powerful being who has died is our deceased wisdom god. This. How is that possible? Medusa's heart trembled violently with a clang. She took a deep breath, and her expression began to look a little unnatural. It continued to write, Messiah was born. At that time, his body contained the all-knowing scholar. However, later on, when Messiah was asleep, the all-knowing scholar left for some reason and wandered around the universe. We only met him. At this time, the all-knowing scholar returned to Messiah's body. He knows everything again. Regarding this point, I also have evidence. An all-knowing scholar needs to exchange knowledge of equivalent value. But in the hands of Messiah, wandering know-it-all did not need this. He did not need any conditions. What was the reason? Why was Messiah the only special one? Perhaps it was because of them. They were one. It was a rank 9 ancient being, and one of the things that were born from the corpse was intelligence, while the other was knowledge. This was simply. She was completely out of it and could no longer suppress her shock. The shock in her heart was like a tide, beating layer by layer and surging madly. But it fit perfectly. It might seem unbelievable, but it perfectly explained the beginning of the ancient wizard era, the Thulhu evil god incident, the whereabouts of the land of gods, and the appearance and disappearance of Mercury, the god of wisdom. So, this is the entire historical truth of our Magus world. The text of history. Medusa held the letter in her hand, her heart pounding. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the endless land and see the black-haired and black-eyed young man who was talking about history in the bar of Wool City. No wonder he's so clear about it. He himself. It's the real history. Chapter 313, Reputation. Medusa's mind was blank when the truth of the sorcerer world's history was laid out in front of her. This was unbelievable. However, Ermin's description was closely linked. All the scattered clues perfectly pointed to the same unbelievable and terrifying truth. In the thick fog. The mystery of Thulhu's descent. The mystery of the disappearance of the land of all gods. The mystery of the disappearance of the god of wisdom, Hermes. He had obtained a complete explanation. Medusa's heart trembled, and a storm raged in her heart. She sorted out her thoughts according to Ermin's words seriously. That means. After the death of the god of wisdom, Messiah, and wandering know-it-all were born from his corpse. One had the 7 emotions and 6 desires, while the other had memory and wisdom. When they were separated, the all-knowing scholar was traveling around the world, and in the end, we met him. And now, they were fusing again? Have they become complete living beings? The existence of wandering know-it-all was previously speculated to be the mirror image left behind by an existence that surpassed the gods. The cat girl's wisdom and omniscience could be perfectly explained by saying that it was left behind by Mercury, the god of wisdom. As for the god of wisdom, Hermes, as a level 9 existence, the head of the gods, who traveled all over the world and involved himself with the terrifying law of wisdom, it was not surprising that wandering know-it-all knew so much. It's time to give it a long thought. Medusa had already understood what Ermin meant. Hermes, the god of wisdom, was an ancient existence who had saved the sorcerer world. He was the head of all gods, and even a legendary level 9 creature. The sorcerer world was just a small world under the land of gods that he ruled. What about the ancient primordial world? Bai Xiaosheng was walking around. Could it be that the primordial world was also under this rule? Above the gods were these level 9 creatures that formed an organization and ruled the worlds? She couldn't help but think, feeling that the unknown was very scary. But no matter what, now that the two worlds were fighting, this ancient existence had once ruled countless worlds and was above all of them. This battle was too important for him. Bai Xiaosheng, what should I do in the future? Medusa's expression froze, and the figure of the black-haired and black-eyed great sovereign Messiah appeared in front of her. Her expression turned grave, and no one knew what she was thinking. At the edge of the black and red bar, there was a black clock tower, and the cold night wind blew. The weather is getting colder. Su Ji sat on the top of the tower, wearing a black cloak. He looked down at the entire ancient Western European city from afar. On a cold night of 50 years, many people were wearing thick scarves and gloves as they walked on the streets. Hera, why don't you go back and take over the caravan? Su Ji asked, you've already gotten your revenge. The caravans and power in the nearby cities have lost their owners. If you want, they can all return to you. Uncle Messiah, you want to drive me away? I don't want to go back and run the caravan. I want to stay by Uncle's side. Hera was pouring wine for her. After she started cultivating in the potion system, her skin became fair, and the freckles on her face disappeared. She turned into a beautiful and plump girl. The improvement of one's realm was essentially the evolution of one's life level. No expert was ugly. Even if a pig was trained to a high level, it would still become extremely beautiful. Of course, Lu Wenjian was not one of them. Although he had been tempered and cleansed by the sword, his appearance was still relatively ordinary. Due to the uniqueness of her power system, she was still a mortal. I'm not chasing you out. You can stay as long as you want. It's just that everyone has their own life and their own pursuits. Su Ji laughed. He was still more considerate of this girl who stuttered when she was nervous. After all, he had watched Su Ji grow up, and his personality was more like Su Ji's. He was stubborn, but he was brave and responsible. However, it was very difficult for her to walk the path of an expert. Her cultivation aptitude was very ordinary, and it was even difficult for her to cultivate in the past. She might as well take advantage of the present and enjoy life. After all, most people in this world were ordinary people. My life, my pursuit in life, is to follow Uncle. I'll be there to witness your glory. Shira laughed and replied seriously, after all, the merchant group that inherited Mohanki's father is boring. The two worlds are at war. If we lose, there will be no tomorrow. I find this power struggle so boring. Su Ji was speechless. Uncle Messiah, can I ask you a question? He asked. She poured a glass of wine for him and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she couldn't help but speak. You can ask. Su Ji sipped his wine. The people in the bar are full of doubts. They want to ask, but they don't dare to. You. Have you really lived for 1,000 years? Hera's voice was soft and weak, and she could not help but say, you. You're not a god yet, are you? Su Ji laughed and took a bite of the fruit. Yeah, I'm not. God. I'll die of old age too. I just used some special means to enter deep sleep. To the entire world, nothing is truly eternal. Even gods are not truly immortal. The lifespan of gods also has an end. It's just that it's very long, and they haven't reached the cycle of life. Hera thought about it carefully. Like the history you talked about? The great hero king, the three witches, and the alchemy monarch? Yes, they all disappeared in history, then. What about the origin demon god who obtained the blood of eternal life? That's another form. There's no end to your life, but you'll still be killed. Su Ji's eyes softened and he stroked Hera's soft hair. Don't think too much about it. You're different from your lecherous father. You're too young and have your own path. There's no need for you to stay by my side. After you get your revenge, you can do what you want. Don't listen to the nonsense of those emperor to be in the bar all day long. Shira enjoyed getting closer, and her face became redder and redder. When her hair was being touched, she squinted at this black-haired and black-eyed ancient mysterious great lord. He was handsome, and his eyes were like the most dazzling stars in the night sky. They glowed with a silver light as he looked down at the entire Wool City with a hint of indifference. Uncle Messiah's appearance had never changed since she was a child. Shira had seen many strong people in bars, but Uncle Messiah was different, especially different. He didn't have the unparalleled pressure of a master, nor the decisiveness to kill like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even the righteous hero Yug had a bloody and fierce look in his eyes in order to protect the people. Only this great emperor didn't have that. He was as friendly as nature, making people unable to help but get close to him, giving him a warm and relaxed feeling. You're talking about history. You're trying to attract many experts here. There are already many emperors to be in the bar. I'm afraid there will be great sovereigns soon. She pouted her lips softly. You said before that you might lose your life. Were you waiting for them to find you? Hera was not stupid. As the oldest and first great sovereign Messiah, she must have a shocking secret. Otherwise, she would not know so many terrifying historical truths. He had deliberately spread his secret in public, waiting for the other monarchs and great emperors to find him. From the beginning to the end, he had been deliberately creating everything. Yes, I'm waiting for a. Su Ji paused and did not say anything about the beating of society. I'm looking forward to a chance encounter with fate. People always need to go through some things to understand what their hearts are. Uncle, do you want to understand your heart? Hera stroked her hair in shock. As an ordinary person, she didn't understand why he would take the initiative to die in order to understand his own heart. Was this what an expert was like? In order to become stronger and understand his heart, he was willing to give up his life? She didn't understand, but it didn't stop her from admiring him. That's amazing. Su Ji's heart was calm. He had been waiting for so many days, but why had no one come yet? The sexy god of creation was being beaten online. But what about the beating of society? Su Ji waited, and finally, he could not help but ask the intelligent sub-brain what they were doing. Only then did he get the secret communication between the two of them about the letter. He was dumbfounded on the spot. Su Ji was speechless. Are you too poisonous? I'm already lying in a position where I'm going to be beaten up. I'm talking about history and causing a storm in the city. I'm exposing that Bai Xiaosheng, the hostage, is in my hands and I'm ready to be beaten up. In the end, you guys were so careful and vigilant, and your imaginations ran wild? It's really too difficult for me. Su Ji took a sip of his wine, sat on the chair, grabbed a fruit, and took a bite. Why do all of you like to fill in the blanks in your heads, and even fill in the blanks so completely? This setting seemed quite interesting, but now, as compensation for not hitting me, this background setting is now mine. He had not thought so much before. He was full of mistakes, and he was secretly thinking about how to fix the loopholes in the land of gods all day long. Mercury, the god of wisdom, had disappeared for a long time. Most importantly, he did not dare to appear in front of Ermin. After all, he would give himself away the moment he appeared. Who knew that the last loophole in the sorcerer world had been fixed? It's perfect. Su Ji had strange expression on his face. That saves me the trouble of building the land of gods. Can finally not use my sub-brain anymore. Anyway, the settings in your brains are more perfect. Right. You guys are right. I, the great Messiah, have hidden such a deep secret, and you've found it. You're so intelligent. From today on, I am the woolborn from the corpse of Hermes, the god of wisdom, the great sovereign Messiah, who is in charge of the garden and wine. I have successfully disguised myself. Chapter 314, The Long History and the Storm in Wool City. Su Ji suddenly felt that such a life was very relaxed. There was no need to pretend anymore. In the past, he would sit on the chair in front of the courtyard all day long, gnawing on an apple, thinking about how to cover up the lie about Mercury, the god of wisdom, and how to build the extremely difficult map of all gods. It was as if a huge rock that had been pressing down on his heart for a long time had been lifted. His entire person relaxed a lot. It was simply easy for him to act on his own. However, was it that difficult to get a beating? Since they don't want to hit me. Perhaps he had to find a way to get a more brutal beating. Forget it, since I didn't succeed, I'll just follow my heart and let nature take its course. Su Ji's gaze turned serious. It was still a little difficult to break through to become a 7th-tier great emperor of Daoism. It all depended on luck. Some people could break through after a difficult battle, such as Medusa, who had been beaten up by the alchemy emperor in the past, and had broken through to the 7th grade before she died. Perhaps that was why she was obsessed with being beaten up and became a battle maniac. Even more experts needed all sorts of life's tempering, such as Wen Liujian and Hu Reneng. They had to roll around in the mortal world, experience pain and despair, and climb back up. Of course, there were also lucky stars like Meng Mei who gritted her teeth and worked hard for half of her life without any hope. Before she died, she began to give up on herself and traveled around the mortal world. However, because of a chance encounter with an old friend, she had some insights in the heavy rain and quietly broke through to the next realm. If you desire it, it can't be lacking. If you give up, it will quietly come. The Taoist heart and the truth were really mysterious. They were loyal supporters of Murphy's Law. And what could Su Ji do? To be honest, he was also in despair. He didn't know what he needed to experience now, but he knew that he wouldn't break through if he waited obediently. He also understood his own weakness. He had only cultivated for a little more than a month, and he had already reached level 6. Compared to the powerhouses from the other transcendent worlds, he had too little experience. He also lacked the experience of fighting against those of the same level. But now that he was being stopped, he could only give up. He thought for a moment and calmed down. Since this method isn't right and won't cause any waves, then quickly finish the last part and leave. Su Ji spent the rest of his time very leisurely. He continued to talk about history in the bar, correcting the truth of the sorcerer world in the magic medicine era, and making some contributions when they were still slackers to make their civilization more complete. After all, he was happy to see the world's push. In a bar in Wool City, a bard continued to tell a story. Speaking of which, Grantham the Great Alchemy Emperor, opened the door to the truth of alchemy, studied alchemy airships in the air, defeated Medusa and imprisoned her on the other side of Ocean Okeanos, the land of Night Gorgon Alchemy Island. What? The crowd was shocked and the surrounding emperors-to-be were all silent. They were shocked once again, and each time was more shocking than the previous. Su Ji's narration was getting faster and more refined, and the impact was getting more and more shocking. It turns out that Medusa, the original demon god, had also been imprisoned for hundreds of years. This. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Why did the forbidden spell Gilgamesh fail? It was buried deep in their hearts. At this moment, the decryption was like a long brewed wine, slowly brewing a moving fragrance in the constantly increasing expectations. At this moment, the bottle was opened, and the moment he drank it all, he felt extremely comfortable. Before their eyes, this terrifying history had been revealed, and it had indeed made everyone gasp in admiration. It had far exceeded their expectations. Could the alchemy skills of the alchemy monarch allow him to fight someone one realm above him? As a Tier 6 legend, he possessed Tier 7 epic combat power? This was simply appalling. As expected of Grantham, the most wise and powerful alchemy emperor in history. However, everyone had another question. Was it really a good idea to call Lord Medusa the Great in a bar like this? Although they were talking about the real history, they were already talking about the current rulers. This was the original demonic god Medusa, the supreme primogenitor demonic god. They suddenly began to feel nervous. With Medusa's cold and stern character, the way this great Lord Messiah had died. They had already expected this. He would definitely. He died a tragic death. He might even wish he was dead. As a demon god, he had far too many ways to torture a person's soul. They were still emperor-to-be and had no choice. What a pity. Great sovereign Messiah is going to be. It's good to talk about the truth of the past, but perhaps I should wait for another 1,000 years. After the supreme existence of this generation leaves, it would be better to announce this part of history. How long do I have to wait? But we were already gone by then. As for the eternal demon god Medusa, would she really die? In fact, it's the same no matter when I explain it. Let's go. Otherwise, we will be implicated. I also want to leave. The terrifying temperament of that ancient existence. Just thinking about it is terrifying. That's right. It's said that the original demon god Medusa once invited great Emperor Pethan to admire the flowers together. She smiled and said that the purplish-blue flower was red, just like the rose. In the end, great Emperor Pethan insisted that the flower was purple with hint of green. What would happen in the end? How could the origin demon god be wrong? In the next second, they turned hostile and he was beaten up on the spot. Someone's voice was filled with fear. Just thinking about it made his body tremble. I've also heard of this matter. It's even more terrifying. It's said that it's just an excuse. It's said that the supreme demonic god had long taken a fancy to Emperor Pethan's unparalleled combat power and tried to find a way to fight with him. In the end, Emperor Pethan's combat power was very weak, and he was blown up alive. This made her very disappointed. This is too scary. Many emperors to be were shocked. No wonder all the great sovereigns and emperors in the past 1,000 years hid their strength and went into deep sleep. There's only one reason. They're afraid that this supreme existence will come to find them. This is the fear that dominated the entire magic potion era for 1,000 years. The original demon god Medusa is pressing down on the heads of countless powerhouses. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. Great Sovereign Messiah, if you reveal it like this, his end will be much more terrifying than before. I'm not leaving. I don't think it's necessary to be so brutal that I'll get the bystanders involved. Anyway, this is definitely the most important thing in my life. I'm witnessing history. What a joke. Just wait for your deaths. If Great Sovereign Messiah provokes you like this, you'll die. I took off all my clothes and ran 10 laps around Will City. Some half-orc emperor to be laughed and walked out of the bar. There were many rumors and slanders in Will City, and they were all filled with regret. This was a historical seeker, a monarch and great emperor who would give up his life to restore history. Messiah's mysterious origin was gradually being praised by people. Perhaps in the distant future, it would become a new historical myth. On this day, in the bar, she would become a god. To become a legend. However, everyone knew that the fate that awaited him was that many ancient sovereigns and great emperors would personally come and encircle and annihilate him. Let's see how long he could last. It was even possible that the great Lord Medusa had personally made a move to blow him up into a mist of blood. A portion of the emperor to be gradually left because of their timidity. The entire bar started to thin out, but there were still people who insisted on listening. Uncle Messiah. That night, the bar was closed. Hera was cleaning the table, her face gentle and bitter. How about we stop? Is this the reason you were born? Bring the truth to this world. No wonder you said that. Someone will come to find you sooner or later, but even at the cost of their lives, is the text that is meant to correct history really that important? It's fine. I'm waiting for him to come. Su Ji simply replied calmly, it's best to talk about this 1,000-year history with a beginning and an end. Hera smiled bitterly. Was this what a martyr was like? A magus who pursued the truth, disregarding death? She suddenly stopped talking and waited silently in the bar, waiting for the unknown crisis to come. As an ordinary person, being able to witness the truth of history was already the happiest thing in her life. Chapter 315, Who is he? Another day passed. Will City was bustling with noise and excitement, becoming the most lively city in the vicinity. Su Ji continued to talk in the bar, talking about the history that followed. He had already talked about the twilight years of the Alchemy Emperor, his legendary escape, and finally his second life, when Dongshan Mountain rose again. He's still a teenager when he returns. In the bar, many people had already imagined the scene and were shocked. The great alchemy monarch's real body is a slime. Yes, he made a promise to the 7 little witches and a man to become the strongest in the world with the body of the weakest first-rank monster. He worked hard and finally realized his unattainable dream. It's hard to trace back to the difficulties and setbacks he had experienced in the long history. The alchemy monarch is the most sentimental person. He doesn't want to become a god, but he wants to wait for them to return in the mortal world. The next day, they talked about the death of the alchemy monarch. Year 804 of the Kingdom of Babylon was the fall of an era. It was the saddest year. The experts of all the sorcerer schools, regardless of whether they were enemies or friends, silently toasted each other. Even the great Lord Medusa was filled with emotions. At that time, there were countless conspirators and usurpers in the kingdom, but no one disturbed or attacked during the 100-day ceremony. They waited quietly for the alchemy emperor to enter the tomb. Even Medusa did not choose to attack. They respected this great emperor and didn't want to interfere with him entering the tomb. The heavy feeling of history hit him in the face. Someone choked up. Year 804 of the Babylon kingdom. That was the year of legend. They respected this unprecedented great wizard emperor. His greatness, wisdom, and ability had completely established the glory of the entire world. The one that left the deepest impression on me was that sentence, "The wizards represent the exploration of truth and the pursuit of knowledge. Give me endless knowledge, and I can move the entire world." They had been waiting for this piece of history for a long time, even risking their lives. These emperors-to-be were looking forward to the truth of history. They wanted to trace back to the ancient times and learn about the 1,000-year-old empire that had once stood on this land. They were like readers who were trying their best to catch up with the latest chapters, and their endless anticipation turned into sweet wine at this moment. He hated that he could not drink it all in one gulp. Cool. It was simply too good. Knowing the truth of history, so what if he was killed? For a moment, this irrational thought appeared in their minds. The text of history was a fatal temptation to many people. But then, they frowned again. Someone couldn't help but say. When the alchemy monarch died, the god of wisdom reappeared in history. To send off the alchemy monarch. Yet, throughout history. It's amazing and mysterious. Hermes, the god of wisdom, what kind of ancient existence is he? He traveled through time and went through the footprints of history, witnessing the great era of heroes. However, after the magic potion era, he completely disappeared. Our magic potion era has been going on for thousands of years. The Church of Light that serves this existence is at its peak, but there are no traces of his appearance. Great Sovereign Messiah, will you talk about Mercury, the most mysterious god of wisdom in history, and the true mystery of history? The surrounding people discussed with heated gazes, and they had another expectation. They had already fallen in love with drinking leisurely in bars and listening to the stories of the ancient times. It was very relaxing, there were no wars, and they lived in harmony. It was as if they had become ancient wizards who pursued the truth, constantly seeking the truth. At the end, can you talk about this one? Someone asked, the most mysterious truth of the sorcerer world, Mercury, the god of wisdom, and the real secret of the land of gods? Su Ji just smiled. What do you want me to say? According to the crazy imagination of Ermin and Medusa? Su Ji shook his head. A play was not nonsense, and an adaptation was not made up. What he wanted to talk about was real history, not those made-up stories. Therefore, he naturally skipped that aspect. However, Su Ji's smile became unfathomable in the eyes of the crowd, as if it were some kind of foreshadowing. Su Ji's words left the crowd looking at each other. Tomorrow, Babylonian Mythology Chapter 17, The Evil God Era. Over the next few days, Su Ji explained calmly about the era of Thulhu. This was an era of gods and the fall of wizards. It was close to the end of Su Ji's explanation of history. He was very detailed and very serious. He was a poemer driven by interest. On a whim, he talked about history in the bar here, but he also talked very happily. The audience listened very happily. These emperor-to-be had lived for hundreds of years. At this time, they had completely put down their anxiety and desire to become stronger. They were relaxed and extremely relaxed. It was a good day. Su Ji felt that this was a very interesting journey. The story continued, and gradually, people felt the sadness of that era, the fall, and even the willingness to sacrifice their own lives. In the end, when he was in Ermin, the hero-like hero struggled to move forward, and his emotions reached the peak. Countless people shed tears. He's dead. Woo. They were all dead. The half-orc King Emily. Circe, the first of the three witches. Charlotte, who pursued friendship all her life. History will remember that era. The ancient sorcerers who pursued the truth created the underworld for us. The sorcerer civilization accumulated the dead for thousands of years and added countless lost lives to one person, just to make one person a god. Some people cried bitterly, as if they had seen 1,000 years of the history of the human hymn. Su Ji spoke calmly, as if he was also reminiscing, and left the last words of this era to close the curtain. In the end, Ermin became a god and defeated the evil god of Thulhu. Medusa obtained the blood of eternal life and occupied the body of the evil god of Thulhu, becoming the demon god of origin Medusa. The surrounding people were shocked. This was the true truth of history. In the entire city, the experts in the inns, bars, and rooms were completely shocked when they heard this. Their expressions changed drastically with extremely complicated and panic. This is the origin demon god's true origin. Unbelievable. The original demon god Medusa was also a human? Countless people and powerhouses in Will City were shocked. However, if they continued to talk about the history of those in power, with Medusa's personality, this great sovereign messiah might. Su Ji said calmly, intending to complete this part of the journey. He would finish what he started and finish what he started. Tomorrow, the last part of history. It also symbolizes the end of this period of time. The first chapter of the Age of Magic Medicine, Messiah. That was my era. Everyone's faces trembled when they saw this great sovereign Messiah. After endless brewing, an unstoppable thought completely exploded. Who is great sovereign Messiah? Chapter 316, Medusa's Messenger. A piece of news quickly spread to many cities in the magic medicine era. Great sovereign Messiah was talking about the history of the past 1,000 years. She was coming to an end and was about to talk about her own era. Talk about your own era. Using my era as great sovereign Messiah 1,000 years ago as the final end of history? Many people's expressions changed. They felt a sense of heaviness from it. They also felt that this great sovereign Messiah who had awakened from ancient times was mysterious and powerful. He was actually talking about the end of his ancient era 1,000 years ago. Then, he was already talking about the era of great sovereign Messiah. Would he talk about his life? Tell her the secret of her 1,000 years of life? Tell her who she really was? Why do I know about the past and the present? If you don't go and listen to this ancient history of 1,000 years, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Some experts had calm expressions. I'm going. Even if I have to die, I'll still go if the demon gods send great sovereigns to capture and kill great Emperor Messiah. I'll be dragged into this. This risk is worth it. Countless people were in an uproar. At first, some people had already made up their minds to escape and not get involved in this mess, but they couldn't hold back their curiosity and quickly rushed back to Will City. Curiosity killed the cat, and it could also kill people. The name of great sovereign Messiah had resounded throughout the continent of the Potion Age. The history of the past had turned into a vast picture in the eyes of the people now. However, Su Ji was very calm that night. Messiah was the beginning of the magic medicine era, and it was also the end of his history lecture. The magic medicine era that followed was not too far away. The people naturally had a clear record of the magic medicine civilization that had never lost its people, so he did not need to explain it. Messiah's era is very short. I'll leave the bar after tomorrow's talk. Su Ji spoke up at the dining table. Where are you going after you're done? At the table, Hera became extremely nervous and even began to stutter. Aren't we waiting for the ancient monarchs and emperors to come and attack uncle? It's very likely that they won't come again, Su Ji said indifferently. No matter how many secrets I reveal and how much they'll be jealous of me. Hera's mind went blank. Won't come? What was the meaning of this? It was the sovereigns and emperors. They were afraid. Her eyes flashed with disbelief as she looked at the back of the black-haired, black-eyed young man. She kept sorting out her thoughts. Did this mean that the other overlords and great emperors of the ancient magic potion era were all afraid of him, great sovereign Messiah? What about the origin demon god? There's no need to be afraid, right? Hera kept trying to figure out the meaning in her mind, and like the other emperors-to-be, she burst out with strong expectations. Anticipation. I'm looking forward to the truth tomorrow. Her eyes were burning, and her delicate body, which was tidying up the wine rack at the front desk, began to tremble. Like the other audiences and all the other masters, she was looking forward to the historical era that was told on the last day. It was the era of Uncle Messiah, the emperor who suppressed the whole world by himself. The next day, it was still a dark night. The night on this land lasted for a full 50 years, forever shrouded in the depths of darkness. The entire Wool City was already packed with people. There were an unprecedented number of people, and some of them had even reached the peak. The powerhouses from half of the magic medicine continent had gathered here. It was simply unimaginable. Such a golden age had not happened in 100 years. Only the previous monarchs and emperors who had ascended the throne had such a grand occasion. At this point, Su Ji had already been talking for quite some time. At that time, the king of the half-orcs, Brahm, went all the way into the human territory and used genetic medicine to continuously transform humans into half-orcs. He gradually gathered an army of tens of thousands of half-orcs, infected and assimilated them all the way, and launched a surprise attack in a thunderous and decisive way. The capital city was quickly conquered, and the great Emperor Wesley escaped. At this time, Albert had rushed over from the border. His impulsiveness had destroyed the last hope of the entire human race. The extinction of the human kingdom is imminent. The surrounding people listened quietly and seriously. However, at this moment, a living being suddenly descended from the sky in the mountain range that they were surrounding. No one knows where he came from and where he went. He was the most mysterious emperor in the entire history of potions. At that time, he was not trying to save mankind, but to unify the whole world. Su Ji's voice was calm, as if he was telling the story of someone else. Oh my God! Was he going to continue like this? Some people listened for a while and felt that something was wrong. This was just from the perspective of a bystander, and he had no intention of revealing his identity. They had been looking forward to it, but in the end, they didn't reveal any key secrets. Many people were not satisfied. This was too much of a tantrum. Detestable. It's really like this. I've guessed that it will be in the same style as the previous stories. It will talk about it, but not in detail. From the perspective of Bard, it will also not talk about the true origin of the alchemy emperor, where he came from, or the specific method of how Emperor Ermin became God. Then, why not? Could there be something else? Perhaps it's the most terrifying secret in the history of the world that we can't hear. Even though they had already guessed this, they still felt heartache. He had risked his life to come here just to listen to the grand ending, to reveal the historical truth of the entire world, to reveal the secret of great sovereign Messiah. In the end, he did not say anything. On the other hand, Shira listened very carefully, her ears perked up for fear of missing a word. To her, her uncle's true identity was not important. As an ordinary person, she didn't care about the shocking secrets of the world that he was hiding. Instead, she wanted to hear about that era, the glorious era when her uncle Messiah suppressed the world. The young man with black hair and black eyes continued to speak in the bar. He pacified the entire era, but he did not rule the world. He did not have the ambition of power. Instead, he traveled the entire world, loved wine, and visited gardens. As the poemer spoke, he suddenly saw something interesting and his eyes turned into a smile. A translucent spirit flashed, and a translucent spirit appeared in the bar. It was a white-haired old man. His face was withered, but his eyes were not as turbid as the old man's. Instead, they were like the most dazzling stars. Hera had never seen anyone with such bright eyes. Ebert, it's been 1,000 years since we last met. You've aged so much that you don't even look like a man anymore. Su Ji said. The surrounding people trembled. Was this the legendary, historical story that had just been mentioned, the most powerful human knight of that era? Albert and Messiah. In the most ancient era of myths and legends, two characters recorded thousands of years ago had appeared. The surrounding people were stunned and felt as if they had lost their sense of reality. Not good. As expected, someone has come. Someone finally came to their senses, and as they looked at Ebert, their expressions gradually froze. This was the second potions emperor in history after the age of Messiah, Albert. He had long been serving the gods of the underworld, so he was definitely here to denounce the gods. With Medusa's character, Great Lord Messiah would not be able to escape death. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to listen. We're dead. We're really dead. The bar started to become chaotic. Many people were shocked and terrified. They started to shiver in fear of the demonic god's deterrence. They had originally thought that they would be lucky, but in the end, they still ran into him. Chapter 317, More and More Mysterious. Uncle Messiah. Hera's face turned ashen when she saw who it was. In the end, The origin demonic god was indeed ruthless. Albert made a round of inspection at the bar. The experts of the three kingdoms lowered their heads in the bar, pretending to drink and eat. There was even a skeletal necromancer who was gulping down large mouthfuls of wine. He was terrified and very quiet. The entire bar was silent, as if it was just an ordinary restaurant. Albert merely smiled. He was not here to fight, but to convey the message of demon god Medusa. Moreover, the meaning of the request was extremely strange to him. I didn't expect it to really be you. Ebert laughed bitterly and looked at the young man in front of him. You said that I'm old. That's only natural. I gave up my body, turned into a dead soul, and slept in the depths of the netherworld. That's how I could live to this day. I'm not like you, who still remains young. Su Ji looked at the old man, as if not much time had passed. It had only been a little more than 10 days. Albert hesitated for a moment, then said, Demon god Medusa asked me to come and ask you if you still remember the few nights when we were together with the stars in the sky? The emperors-to-be who were eating with their heads lowered? Their minds were blank, and some of them had crashed. It was not the terrifying scene they had imagined, where the entire whole city would be blown up and the shockwaves would kill them. Instead, it was a rather calm tone, as if old friends were reminiscing about the past, and not coming over to denounce them. Didn't you say that you would die without a doubt? Didn't he come up to kill? So great sovereign Messiah and the demonic gods knew each other? Their expressions became complicated. They felt that it was very strange. Moreover, they still remembered the few nights that they had spent together. Why did it sound like a girl who had been let down by a man? However, in the next second, they quickly threw away this thought and denied it in an instant. How could that bloody and murderous demonic god be considered a girl? Even a man wasn't as fierce as her, all right. This might just be a coincidence. It was impossible for anything to happen. He might be asking about something. As an emperor-to-be expert, he was relatively calm. Su Ji also fell silent for a moment. He knew that he was indeed asking about something. The others didn't understand the meaning behind it, but he did. Medusa was asking herself if she had shared her memories with the all-knowing scholar and had seen the scenes of her and the all-knowing scholar studying together at night. She was incomparably fierce on the outside and exposed her soft heart to Bai Xiao Sheng to learn together. If he saw it, then he would kill him to silence him and take back Bai Xiao Sheng. And so, Su Ji replied, what night? We don't know each other. The surrounding emperors-to-be continued to drink in the bar as if they didn't hear him. However, they were already starting to lose their calm. He was a little mad. How could you not know him? Otherwise, with the god fiend's personality, he would have beaten you up a long time ago. The great Lord Messiah had remembered the long history of 1,000 years, but she could not remember the night he had spent with Medusa. His memory was so strange. They were all trying to figure it out and felt that something was wrong. Although they felt that it was impossible, it was indeed a little strange now. Could there really be some vague relationship? He really wanted to run. We don't want to hear it. The more you know, the faster you die. They were all on the verge of a mental breakdown. The necromancer, the tall green-skinned half-orc, and the human swordsman with the great sword, none of them dared to stand out. They stood up and continued to pretend to drink and eat. The bar was very quiet. But who knew that Albert would continue to say, you don't remember those few nights? This is good. The demonic god said, only your heart belongs to Medusa. Everyone was speechless. They roared in their hearts and were completely driven mad. Even if he could not remember the night they spent together, his heart belonged to her. These were clearly the words of a crazy woman. But before he could react for a few seconds, Ebert continued, and great sovereign Messiah, you belong to Ermin. His. Everyone's faces were completely wooden and dazed. They all gasped. It turned out that not only Medusa, but even the underworld monarch had been let down. Their chopsticks fell to the ground, and they were so scared that their legs turned soft and they shivered. This was too terrifying. Were they two boats? Su Ji was speechless, but he instantly understood the underlying meaning of Medusa's words. They had already discussed and agreed to split the loot. They would split the treasures of this ancient rank 9 existence equally. He, the great Messiah, belonged to Ermin, and his heart. In other words, the wandering know-it-all in her body would belong to Medusa. I understand, but I won't agree with what they're doing. Suji replied. The people around them perked up their ears to eavesdrop, and they were even more devastated. He couldn't believe his ears. Bastard! They were heartbroken. You don't even want this? Those were two utmost beings. Beside him, Shira was also putting away the chopsticks and pretending to hold the bowl. She was so scared that she stuttered again. Wah! Oh my god! What did I just see? That was Medusa. The original demonic god Medusa. The primogenitor demon god who gave us all our power. Previously, Emperor Pihan had been beaten to death after saying that the purplish-blue flower wasn't red. Uncle Messiah actually. That's amazing. Shira covered her mouth with her little hand, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Uncle Messiah is this powerful. Not only is she a demon god, but she also has the underworld monarch. Albert asked the next question. Great Sovereign Messiah. Great demonic god, let me ask you one last question. Do you think? Can we win this battle? The surroundings became more and more deathly silent. There was no more sound. The mystery of Messiah had risen to a higher level. Two supreme ancient existences were actually asking for his opinion on this war. Everyone's eyes were burning as they waited for Great Sovereign Messiah's answer. According to the current situation, the gods of both sides were holding each other back and fighting. The land of potions had far more experts than the other side, so victory was inevitable. However, Great Emperor Messiah said, victory or defeat is between the two. This moment once again shocked everyone's minds. Does that mean the ancient barren world still has a trump card? Doesn't that mean that the front line could be attacked at any time? Many of the emperors to be had strange expressions. I must report this to the two supreme existences. Albert immediately moved as well with a grave expression on his face. He knew that since the two demon gods had sent him here to ask, it meant that the other party's words. It was credible. It was valuable as a reference. After all, this was a war that involved the world. I'll take my leave first. Albert disappeared from the bar. The surrounding emperor-to-be felt relieved and their bodies went soft. It was too terrifying to walk on the edge of life and death. At this moment, the long history had ended and the truth had been revealed. However, the true identity of Great Sovereign Messiah had not yet been revealed. He himself was a huge new mystery in the long history. In everyone's mind, it brought about an even greater unknown mysterious fog. Who was Great Sovereign Messiah? They were two supreme gods. Their hearts were completely manic. This was like a pit that had not been filled up, and new pits were dug out one after another. Even Lord Demonic God seemed to have some unclear and vague relationship. Great Sovereign Messiah, farewell. I'll also take my leave. The front line might be in trouble. I'll go take a look. In the end, they left because their little hearts couldn't take it anymore. Also, history had come to an end, and the bar was about to close. There was no need for them to stay here. The crowd in the bar disappeared without a trace. It's over. Suji got up calmly, looked at the empty bar, and slowly walked out the door. I've finished talking about the era of Great Sovereign Messiah, and it just so happens to be a perfect ending. I should get up and go somewhere else. Since I can't understand my heart, I'll stop for a while. It's time to get down to business. Uncle, where are you going? Hira's voice trembled as she quickly rolled up her bag and wanted to follow behind. Go to the front line, the Blood Realm, and read a piece of history. Suji said, if you're coming, you can come along. What history? Hera didn't understand. Suji laughed. To witness the present history. This is an end and a new beginning. The war between the two worlds was about to break out completely. It would be decided very soon. Was it a new life? Or destruction? Who won and who lost? Victory? How could he be so fast? They've been fighting for more than 10 years. Hira's body trembled. She remembered what Uncle Messiah had said. Was there really a problem at the front line? You must know that the other party is far weaker than us. In reality, what Suji said was right. The primordial world was at a great disadvantage, but they had a group of players. There was a forum outside that was posting wildly. They had been planning in secret for a long time and were stirring up trouble. Since the history lesson was over, it was time to go and take a look. The War of the Two Worlds was the real business. Chapter 318, skyrocketing to 90,000 li. In the desolate and dark night, the cold wind was biting. A black carriage with engravings on it sped forward. The interior of the carriage was made of thick and luxurious animal skin, and there were small and exquisite furniture on both sides. It seemed to have been transformed into a small room. Su Ji was eating his food leisurely in the carriage. Next to him, Hera sat quietly and helped peel fruits. She kept taking out fine wine and cups from her space ring and placed them on the table carefully. Uncle Messiah really knows how to enjoy life. Hera kept arranging the things seriously, thinking that he was indeed the great lord who was in charge of the garden and wine. While preparing, Hera could not help but ask, what happened? Su Ji took a bite of the fruit and said in a leisurely voice, there's another world, the primordial world. Earth-shattering changes are happening there. They were going to make a big move, and they had an earth-shattering plan. We've finished talking about our history in the bar. You can go to the blood realm and witness the current history. After talking about the past history, he would witness the present history? Hera's eyes widened and she shouted, we're going to the battlefield? Witness history? Ah! Are you saying that they can actually threaten us? Didn't they say that that world is very weak and that they have very few epic-level emperors? Su Ji said, no matter how difficult the situation is, it's possible to create an incredible miracle. There have been many miracles and twists in history, just like the history of the alchemy emperor's later years. Hera didn't react. However, the alchemy monarch's mysterious later years and his various heaven-defying rise were indeed admirable. Su Ji was eating the fruit, and the sweet juice overflowed from his taste buds. He continued, it's hard to explain. You'll know when you get there. Their world may seem weak, but it's not to be underestimated. They were still at their peak, advancing triumphantly, unlike the magic medicine era. Although they had developed for 1,000 years, they had also fallen into a bottleneck. This is also one of the reasons why the demon god Medusa wanted to start a war. She wanted to break through a pool of stagnant water. Hera was stunned. She really couldn't understand the world of the big shots. Must I kill him? Wasn't it good for both sides to be at peace? Su Ji cast a glance at her. The so-called slaughter, war, blood, death. This was not just the will of the demon god. It was the will of all the strong cultivators, including the demonic medicine monarch and the heavenly emperor of the ancient barren world. They're also indulging in all of this, longing for death, and understanding the meaning of their lives. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Hera shivered in disbelief. Did they agree to this disaster? Su Ji looked up at the dark sky outside the carriage and said, it's very cruel. This is reality. In the extraordinary world, only the people at the bottom and the middle are experiencing hardships. The people in power at the top, the monarchs, the great emperors, and the gods naturally benefit to varying degrees. No matter which expert it is, they all yearn for a hearty battle. They all have an invincible heart and believe that they are invincible in the face of adversity. They've already reached the peak of their cultivation, and what awaits them is merely aging, and being submerged in the long river of history, becoming a spattering snow-white spray that rises and then fuses with the river. They've been in deep sleep until now, waiting for this period of time. They're waiting for the day when the wind rises and they'll soar up to 90,000 li. To jump out of the rolling history, become a bird, forever embedded in the sky, become a god overlooking the entire history of the river, watching the rise and fall of each dynasty. Supreme, boundless power and a long and boundless lifespan, that's what they want. Su Ji said lightly. This is the truth of the world. Boom. Shira's mind seemed to have exploded, and she was shocked. She might not have been able to understand it before, but now that she had heard about the long history, she seemed to understand this pursuit. Don't think too highly of the strong. They're also mortals, like your father, Morhonki, who is pursuing the strength of the merchant group. He rules a few nearby cities and has many beautiful women. Their only goal is to be better. Su Ji's voice was extremely calm, but there was a certain charm to it. Immortality, power, eternity, level 8 mythical life. Hera seemed to understand and quickly asked, this is an opportunity. They are all sovereigns and emperors in history. They once suppressed an era and were unrivaled in an era. They have countless trump cards. They don't believe that they are going to die. They are going to transcend. But... Hera suddenly quieted down. She wailed, her body shaking uncontrollably. You don't believe that you'll die? No matter how strong they were. There are always people who have to die. They are unique in a certain period of history, but in the current history, they will not be the only ones. You've already seen through many things. This battle will depend on the people on both sides, Su Ji explained seriously. Who will be able to transcend and become a member of their supreme existence? Su Ji looked out of the carriage window. Or perhaps, this battle was too intense. The war between the two worlds would not only give birth to one god. Su Ji shook his head. How many? He wouldn't understand. However, it was definitely the greatest energy feedback in history. If they wanted someone to transcend, Su Ji would also receive a reward. In a sense, they had the same goal, so he only needed to ignore them and watch from the side. As for Daoxin, there was still a problem that he wanted to figure out and worry about. As for the ancient world, there were a few red-named players and a bunch of netizens. How could they just wait for death? They were already stirring up trouble in the dark. At this moment, Hera couldn't help but say, "Uncle, what's going on between you and Lord Demon God, and your secret, you? Who is it?" Her heart was really craving for it, like tens of thousands of ants crawling on the ground, scratching her heart. Su Ji was helpless. It was a misunderstanding. However, with Medusa's character, she naturally did not care about other people's misunderstandings and opinions. And who was he? According to Medusa and Ermin's explanation, it wasn't easy to explain. That's not something you should know right now, Su Ji replied. Oh, I understand. Shira nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She continued to serve tea as a servant. This group of guys is up to something again. You guys are really bold. After consoling Shira, he sat in the carriage and ate while projecting a translucent image in front of his eyes from his sub-brain. It was the Spore Evolution game forum, and posts were being sent out crazily. He turned the world upside down. With their personalities, how could they just sit back and wait for death? At this moment, a post was pinned to the top. It was a declaration of war post. Epic war, brothers, beat the war drum. Online crusade against Medusa, his old rival. Reverse the desperate situation. Su Ji smiled. It had indeed started. Let's go take a look. Just as he was about to read the thread and silently observe the enemy camp to investigate the player's every move, an unbelievable message was sent by the intelligent sub-brain. Someone is exploring the location of the Zerg Queen's Orchard. Chapter 319, The Boring Life of a European King. Who's messing with me now? Su Ji's expression gradually froze, and he was instantly stunned, feeling that it was strange. The intelligent sub-brain had blocked all the exploration methods that players could think of, and there was no way to locate the location of the orchard in reality. One should not underestimate the technological abilities of the high-tech Zergs. But how could he find the location? In fact, it was not as if there were no loopholes to exploit. After all, in order to break the shield and travel through worlds, Phoenix had created space travel. This special method of jumping over the shield and locating the position in front of him. Could it be the law of causality? In a luxurious room in the capital. The decorations were elegant. There was a large pink bed, a few dolls placed on the side, and a small cloakroom next to it. It was filled with branded bags, shoes, and all kinds of expensive luxury goods. Next to the cloakroom was a figurine wall, with all kinds of exquisite and out-of-print figurines, which added up to 1,000,000 yuan, not to mention the luxury cloakroom next to it. The life of the rich is so peaceful and boring. Since I was young, I've always had a smooth journey in everything I did. It's really vexing. Can't you just let society beat me up and torture me a little? The cute girl murmured. I really want to get beaten up. She suddenly shouted. She was wearing white pajamas with a cute bear pattern on it. She stretched lazily and sat in front of the computer, tapping on the keyboard. I didn't expect that my luck in real life would be brought into the game. As soon as he entered, he heard the Dao Lord who created the world preach on Dao. He became the green vine Mother Earth, then became the creation wood, protected all living beings, and took Daoist immortals as his disciples. It's simply an extremely strange journey. She was the only one who knew how lucky she was. She was born into an extremely wealthy family. She was beautiful and tall, and her external conditions were simply unparalleled. She was the dream of many people, and after she was born, her father's career advanced by leaps and bounds. When she was 8 years old, her father took her to see a fortune-telling master. He said that she was the kind of person who had a heaven-defying fortune and monstrous luck. From then on, her father doted on her. Her father had indeed saved her from all kinds of dangers along the way. Her father could not wait to treat her like a god of wealth, serve her with incense and fruits every day, and serve her well. I'm God's most pampered little kid. Meng Mei crossed her legs and said very seriously, I think I'm one of the luckiest people on earth. I have no more dreams in real life. Only this unknown, real-world game makes me interested. Alchemy Emperor, the racer of Mount Harana, Xiao Naoku Downhill, and the red-named players like Long Wuming. These famous players. He was indeed more powerful than her, entered the academy earlier than her, and was smarter than her. But none of them could outmatch him. This was luck. There were countless geniuses in history, but many of them had died. It was not enough to just have one's own talents. There was also luck. In the long history, which of the kings who could rise to power was not astonishingly lucky? For example, Liu Bang showed his emperor's appearance when he killed the snake, and he was the son of the Red Emperor. No matter whether the legend was true or false, his luck must be heaven-defying. He did have his own talent and wisdom, but without heaven-defying luck, how could he have all kinds of hidden geniuses and generals assisting him? From that poor background, he would not have been able to reach that step. One's luck was very important, even more important than one's talent. He was the kind of lucky person who could pick up a martial arts manual even if he fell off a cliff. Those African people, no matter how hard they work, they are nothing more than thunder hammers. Slimes are worth 10 rose coins. A person's luck is too important. How can they compete with me? Meng Mei mumbled to herself. Suddenly, she walked to the window with her hands behind her back and said arrogantly, especially after I established the dragon vein and gathered a fortune, my fortune seemed to have turned into a golden dragon, which made my luck even stronger. If I'm considered lucky, I'm now very lucky. I'm God's most beloved child. She's the girl that the God of creation loves the most. That's why I'm going to pursue my male god. The better her luck was, the more it was reflected in the game. In reality, it was also reflected invisibly. It was as if the draconic providence of the primordial world was added to his body in reality. It's as if our two worlds are in the same world. I can feel the great Zhou dynasty's blessing on my luck Dao. What an amazing game! Meng Mei looked at herself in the mirror. She was getting prettier and her body was getting better. She turned one round in front of the mirror and smiled. Also, I feel that the closer I get to the south, the more I can feel that mysterious pull. Should I drive there and follow the feeling? Meng Mei held her chin. Anyway, the local Mother Green Vine often goes out to watch movies and travel everywhere. Su Ji was speechless. This person had too much drama in his mind, and he was still doing crazy things. Could she really follow her feelings and find my orchard based on her luck? Luck, is there such a thing as metaphysics? He took a deep breath. Speaking of which, I've worked so hard for so long without comprehending my Dao heart, but this guy has comprehended his Dao heart the moment he came here? Su Ji had noticed this guy's luck a long time ago. At that time, she had thought that it was just a moment of luck. She did not expect that everything would be so smooth. Medusa had set a trap for her to jump into. In the end, under various coincidences, the danger had turned into safety. She was still carefree in the other party's world, being a fake saintess. Is there really such a thing as destiny in this world? No matter where you go, you can turn danger into safety. Sitting in the carriage, Su Ji felt a headache coming on, so he asked the intelligent sub-brain. The intelligent sub-brain said in a mechanical voice, on a life planet, the thoughts and prayers of countless living beings will gather and form the consciousness of all living beings. This is what you often call Earth's consciousness Gaia. It will inadvertently favor some living beings and become the sun of destiny. This is also what you call the chosen one of destiny. Earth's consciousness really existed? Su's Heining choked for a few seconds. She had not thought of this. Yes, it's only natural. The intelligent sub-brain replied, this is like the incense system of the current primordial world. It has converged into the heavenly Dao. If it can be achieved in the sandbox world, it can naturally be achieved on this planet as well. However, there are no transcendent beings on this ordinary planet. The consciousness of all living beings gathered on this planet is very ordinary and hazy. They are the lowest existence without self-consciousness. Su Ji naturally understood this. He had gone to the cinema to enjoy incense offerings, but he had ended up absorbing too little. The intelligent sub-brain continued explaining, some extraordinary planets have many powerful beings, so the consciousness of the planet will be stronger. Even more powerful ones will form a conscious life form and become a demon through some kind of opportunity. That is also a form of life. It is called an ionic life form, which is the heavenly Dao of a planet. Chapter 320, the Prologue. The consciousness of a planet is very powerful. Su Ji asked. The Earth is not a consciousness. It's impossible for a group of mortals to produce a heavenly Dao. The true heavenly Dao is very rare and powerful. In the entire universe, there are many life forms. 99% of them are carbon-based or silicon-based life forms. Many of them are rare unique life forms, ion-based life forms, karma-based life forms, and even some unknown forbidden life forms in the universe. They are so terrifying that they can instantly destroy any top-level 9 or 10 civilization. They are not to be trifled with. The intelligent sub-brain said, we, the Zerg, are merely the pinnacle of carbon-based life forms. We can simulate any physical life form with any structure, but we also have our limitations. Su Ji nodded. He had known for a long time that the talents of the Zergs were heaven-defying. They had unlimited potential for development, but they were not invincible. The previous Zerg's Queen Mother had gone wild and flew into a certain high-dimensional world, only to be blown up alive. Farming was the way to go. According to the classification, level 1 to level 7 were low-leveled civilizations. Those with level 8 existences were middle-tier civilizations, which meant that they could start to cross planets. The extent of the jump was a qualitative change. A civilization that had a level 9 existence was a level 9 civilization, and that was already a rare advanced civilization in the universe. After that, he didn't dare to figure it out. Su Ji did not mind. After all, he had been staying at home and growing his own crops. Back to the matter at hand. In other words, this is similar to the heavenly Dao of the primordial world, where the Joss flames of all living beings gather. However, over the hundreds of millions of years on Earth, the heavenly Dao that was formed by the consciousnesses of countless living beings was too weak and dispensable. The truly powerful ones are the native heavenly Daos of the transcendent planets, which are some form of life. Su Ji felt that perhaps those extraordinary planets in the universe really had a saying that they were heaven-defying. So Menmei is indeed quite lucky. The reason why she could have such smooth journey in the sandbox world is because of this sandbox. It's also on Earth, a part of Earth. Originally, on this ordinary Earth, her luck wasn't that good. At most, she would be rich and reach the peak of her life. She wouldn't become the son of heaven's mandate or become a god or an immortal. However, she had created an extraordinary sandbox world herself, and she instantly showed her power. After figuring all this out, Su Ji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He also completely understood many of the rules. It really did have Earth's consciousness. She's not the only one. There are dozens of people on the entire planet who have been blessed. The destiny that she has been blessed with is only average. The intelligent sub-brain replied, however, she has superimposed the incense of the ancient primordial world on her. The power of a country has formed a dragon vein, and she has superimposed the great fortune of the ancient primordial world on it. Naturally, the fortune has been strengthened. This person is getting more and more. But you don't have to worry about it. Su Ji thought for a moment and said, a person's luck is also a kind of talent, just like talent. So what if Menmei becomes a saint? It's equivalent to becoming one of my people and indirectly using and controlling Earth's consciousness. The stronger she is, the more likely she'll be able to absorb the favor of the fate energy. Although it was weak, it was still a planet with life. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. After all, this was an existence similar to the heavenly Dao of Daoist Changsheng, just that it was much weaker than Daoist Changsheng. However, it couldn't bear the fact that it was huge, an entire planet, not a small heavenly Dao of a small orchard. He might have to pay attention to this player, Menmei, and get some luck from her. Earth's heavenly Dao. Su Ji thought about it for a moment. He had built a small sandbox for himself, a supernatural world. Perhaps knowing this would be very helpful to him. In the room, Meng Mei didn't know that the game's operator had his eyes on her, and thought that her real identity was very confidential. She crossed her legs and happily posted in front of the computer. Epic War, brothers, beat the war drum. Online crusade against Medusa, his old rival. Reverse the desperate situation. At that moment, the entire forum was extremely lively. By our reporter, Meng Mei's dragon evolution, recently, due to the harsh environment of our neighbor, the sorcerer world, with all kinds of sewage discharge and garbage not sorted, has caused the atmosphere to be weak and the entire world to become cold. They have invaded our world. I, Green Vine Mother, once again declare that the territory of our ancient primordial world is sacred and inviolable. To be honest, the difference in combat power between the two sides is huge, but the big shots of the red name players and I are not to be trifled with. Clenched teeth. Back when he was the evil god of Thulhu, he had set a trap and beat Medusa up, bringing her back from death. Now, he can naturally beat her up again. The cute girl's words were very arrogant. No matter what, morale could not be lost. Even if she had to boast, she had to do it. The surrounding people were still discussing. How do we fight? The difference in military strength was huge. Confused. That's right. There are too many monarchs and emperors on the other side, and we have too few heavenly emperors. Although each of us is powerful, we can't handle a group of gay men. Funny face. Furthermore, aren't the hidden cards left behind by the Podiwanners back then useless? 1,000 years of development has completely completed the potion system, and they can't even understand the current Thulhu evil god. Medusa isn't stupid. After occupying Thulhu's body, she will definitely take it for herself without leaving any flaws and let others snatch it away. The discussion was huge. They were familiar with the system of the potion era, and it had even been developed by the players. However, after 1,000 years, it had transformed into something they didn't recognize. There were hundreds of classes alone, and it was an extremely mature system. It's fine. We already have a plan to learn how to save the other world. Meng Mei posted. Learn how to save the world. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant. This again? Is there anything that can't be solved by studying? If there was, she would learn twice as much. However, the other party had already come knocking on their door. What was the point of learning now? How could he turn the tables by relying on excellent knowledge, pioneering peerless divine arts, similar to the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art? You guys are too young. You definitely can't think of what we're going to do. If you can think of it, doesn't that mean Medusa can think of it too? In order to stop the enemy, even if we have to pay with our lives, we will not hesitate. After all, we're already too old. We've lived for more than 900 years and are reaching the end of our lifespans. We don't have many years left. Since we're going to die of old age, we'll make the last contribution to the land we once lived on. We'll protect this pure land at the cost of our lives. The cute girl said affectionately, we are players. We're not afraid of death. We also love this land deeply, we laughed for it, and we also shed tears for it. What happened in the Western era is very touching. Everyone, please witness our deaths. There was a moment of silence. Counting the time, Meng Mei and the others had already gone in for 9 days. Don't worry, you'll see the screenshot soon. I'm going to start a live broadcast now. Screenshots. A picture was quickly posted. The war has begun. Come and witness our death. Chapter 321, Reversal. Blood Realm. The ground was soaked in blood, and the soil was blood red. Heavenly Emperor Duzan stood quietly on the soil, and his overwhelming aura rushed over, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. He was a celestial emperor who was extremely powerful. He had always been in charge of the azure heaven of the 9 heavens. The origin of the Duzan Emperor was very ancient. He could be traced back to the time when the world was created. He was the most primitive ancestor of the ancestors of sorcery and the teacher of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. He was also once known as the god of battle. His combat power was unparalleled, but at this time, he was guarding the immortal world and the common people of the mortal world. As long as I'm here, I won't allow you to take even half a step in. Tian Tu's body was covered in blood. He roared in anger and unwillingness. His voice spread to the heavens, causing the entire earth to shake. Hehe, you're indeed very strong and extraordinary in the battle Emperor Heavenly Diagram. I have to admit this, but so what? You've already been killed by us, how many of us can you stop? You're too old. You've lived from the time when your world was created until today. You're already on the verge of death, so what can you do? A monarch from the ancient magic potion era had a cold look in his eyes. So what if you're the only one who has successfully cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art other than the heavenly Dao? We've already made preparations. We can't find your acupuncture points, but we can test them one by one. Another monarch said in a cold voice. Even if I die of old age, I will drag you down with me. Emperor Tiantu made his move. Kill. This was practically the last battle of the sky map. He was fighting 13 demon emperors by himself. His 8-armed true form was frantically bombarding them. It was as if the sky was collapsing, the earth was cracking, and the entire world was shaking. The battle emperor's combat techniques were unparalleled. His 8 arms were killing non-stop, and his leg techniques were amazing. He had opened up the 9 great battle formula, and he used all his strength to fight against the 13 ancient demon medicine heavenly emperors alone. You're exhausted, but you didn't carry all living beings in your inner world. Are you afraid of being crushed and the lives you'll bring with you dying? A cold laugh rang out. What a joke! Before you die, you're still worried about those mortals. Mortals are just ants. No matter how many of them there are, it's useless. This way, you, who don't have energy, can kill them easily. The monarchs and great emperors all spoke coldly. They were still naturally on guard and silent. The other party's system of combat strength cultivation was difficult, but the upper limit was very high. His combat strength was 3 to 4 times that of their own at the same level. Their own combat strength at the same level was already very terrifying, but the other party could actually fight all 13 of them at the same time. It was simply outrageous. They had also heard of the other party's history. Tiantu and the emperor fought for God, but the emperor lost his head and was buried under Mount Changyang. He was one of the most ancient heavenly emperors. Boom! All of a sudden, Heavenly Emperor Duzan swung his fist. Chaotic light surrounded his palm. A great emperor monarch screamed and exploded into a mist of blood. However, he was also severely injured. He only killed one of us. If we continue to kill him, he won't be able to hold on for long. The demonic medicine sovereign and the other great emperors didn't seem to be afraid at all. They didn't have the mood to mourn the death of their kind and continued to speak calmly. On the battlefield, the other heavenly emperors were enraged by this scene. They wanted to help, but they were stopped by the demonic medicine emperors. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. This heavenly emperor, one of the most powerful beings, is dead. You don't have much time left. This was an ambush. They had paid a great price to stop the other heavenly emperors, and many of them were either dead or injured. However, this price was worth it. They wanted to kill the heavenly map battle god where he stood. Boom! There was a violent collision, and terrifying light spread out. The heavenly map war god's true body of the ancestor of sorcery kept shattering. Death and rebirth alternated. No matter how strong his recovery ability was, it was also destroyed in the battle. Another 2 demon medicine sovereigns had died. The heavenly map war god was on the verge of death as well. He was not a Dao immortal after all, and he did not bring many living beings with him. I'm not willing to accept this. The sky-painting emperor roared, his hair disheveled. His eyes were clear and hot-blooded. This expression made countless people sad and moved. I've lived for nearly 1,000 years. Am I going to die today? He was already on the verge of death. With a final roar, his blood splattered all over the ground. Before he died, he once again killed a potion's emperor. With a strong sense of unwillingness, he said, if it wasn't for my old age and abundant physical strength, I might not be your match. Voila! His blood fell. His body was broken, and he had completely lost his vitality. The war god he. Countless people on the ground cried out in grief and kneeled on the ground, their wails shaking the world. This ancestor of sorcery was dead. He was an unrivaled hero in ancient times, but unfortunately, time had taken away his youth today. This ancient celestial emperor who guarded the celestial heavens had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, but he still chose to attack. He dragged his old body and stood in front of the entire world at the most desperate moment, fighting for all living beings. He could have escaped, but some people were choked with tears. Since the creation of the world, sky-painting great emperor was one of the most ancient existences. He was honored with the title of ancestor of sorcery. His achievements could shake the world. He founded the ancestor of sorcery, overthrew the era of innate ancient gods, and built the prosperous ancestor of sorcery celestial court. But his achievements were stolen. The Danshan cultivation method he opened up was body cultivation, another system that Renziu had created many years ago, known as the Two Mother Scriptures. It laid the foundation for the later generations. Many celestial emperors followed his path. It could be said that without him, there would not be a body cultivation path in the entire world. Demons, monsters, demons, Buddhas, immortals, and gods, destroy the character wooed to become a human. Witchcraft, speak of the word defying. At this moment, some of the sorcerer tribe's old men were shouting, screaming, and crying. This was the end of an era, and many people were crying. If Tian Tu didn't fight with the emperor for God and cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace, he wouldn't have been suppressed under the Changyang mountain for 500 years. There's an ancient rumor that the heavenly painting emperor is one of the ancient primordial treasures that created the heavens and earth. A stone in the victorious East immortal continent is psychic, and every time it receives the beauty of the heavens and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, it will feel it for a long time, and thus gain spiritual connection. The inner immortal fetus will turn into a stone man. If it wasn't for the god of war, who lost his precious golden cudgel and relied on the 9 revolutions' mysterious art's inextinguishable golden body, how could he have fought so hard? An old man of the sorcerer tribe burst into tears. That's right. This ancient existence went through 81 difficulties before he cultivated into the battle god. In their grief, the atmosphere gradually changed. Whoosh! Su Ji and Hera stopped their carriage on the bright red ground and watched the scene from afar. Hera covered her mouth and shouted in shock, that god of war is a heroic and selfless celestial emperor who protects all the living beings on the earth. He's not afraid of death, but he still wants to drag his old body to block the invaders. Hera started to feel sad. Yet, he's unarmed. If he didn't lose his weapon, the Jingwa staff. Su Ji laughed and did not deny it. That's selling his character. Character setting. What is it? Hera didn't understand. Su Ji did not answer. He knew very well what kind of people red names were. They were all cunning old foxes. Their current behavior was probably like those celebrities who, in order to gain more fans, sold their public persona like crazy. They had a studio operating behind them to attract the worship of fans. Su Ji's teeth immediately ached. He took out a personal biography. Legend of the God of War, which was now extremely popular in the primordial world. He flipped through it continuously, reading 10 lines at a glance. It was a sad story of one's growth. If you add a hero character to yourself without permission, the background story will blossom. View. Heavenly Emperor Tiantu has slipped away. In the entire primordial world, in the mortal world, there were old people and children holding the legend of the God of War as they walked out. They were crying hysterically. Their sorrowful cries and beliefs gradually turned into invisible threads that flew into the sky. In the heaven realm, ancient existences wailed sorrowfully as their thoughts turned into clouds and mist. Gradually, the dragon veins of the great Zhou dynasty gathered and trembled. They transformed into a golden dragon that soared into the sky. It was shining, and billions of strands of immortal light were dazzling, illuminating the entire dynasty. Boom! Countless thoughts gathered and condensed into a figure of order. It gradually solidified and turned into a living being of flesh and blood. This was an unparalleled and majestic figure. His black hair was dancing in the wind, and he was wearing a golden battle god armor and a purple gold crown. He was wearing cloud-walking shoes and holding a golden staff that contained endless light and fire. It was as if the entire world would be pierced open with a slight movement. It's the war god. He has returned. Many people were in tears. The faces of the other great emperors were filled with shock. Impossible. Only the great Zhou dynasties Hu Renan can be reborn, undying, and imperishable. His achievements will be engraved in the hearts of all living beings. This is impossible. This was absolutely impossible. The amount of energy needed to become a heavenly emperor was too much. The incense and thoughts of the countless ministers, experts, Confucians, and living beings of the great Zhou dynasty can only be provided to one celestial emperor, Hu Reneng. There is no way they can provide a second celestial emperor. The heavenly map war god only smiled slightly and touched this peerless divine weapon, secretly adding, "Character setting, you're really good. Is it the power of will from the faith of all living beings, a divine weapon of virtue condensed from it? I'm alive again." He leaped up and waved his rod in a domineering and fierce manner. "We were born free. Who dares to be high and mighty? Who dares to fight me? I think, so I'm here." The moment this war god rose into the air, his eyes exploded with brilliance. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across and illuminated his figure. It was as if the domineering air of the divine map and the emperor fighting for God had once again been imprinted in the eternal 1,000 years of history. "I'm reborn." His heart stirred, and he could not help but. A screenshot. Chapter 322, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes? The great emperors of the magic medicine era in the distance looked at this scene in shock. The war god was the most ancient heavenly emperor existence. It was unexpected that he could be reborn. This was almost impossible. Not to mention that this great emperor god of war did not cultivate the way of incense, it was also very difficult to achieve a great achievement in the hearts of all living beings in a short period of time. That was a supreme glory that almost no one could achieve. This is impossible. It was impossible. Even if it is done, the great Zhou dynasty can only accommodate one heavenly emperor. How can we resurrect a second heavenly emperor now? A great emperor had sneaked into the great Zhou dynasty and killed many people who worshipped the incense. He knew how the great Zhou dynasty worked, so he could not believe what he saw. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible, but he had done it. The ancient barren world has too many terrifying trump cards. Perhaps this is just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, the demon medicine monarchs and great emperors finally panicked. The battle god who had come back to life was obviously different from before. He looked much stronger, and his old body was restored to its peak condition by the wish power of the masses. "God of war, you've been revived from death. Is this a setup that you've already prepared? You want to defy the heavens?" A skeleton undead emperor spoke, loudly rebuking in anger. They were already beginning to feel afraid. At this moment, Meng Mei was live streaming on the forum. Screenshots were quickly sent out. It even formed into a slideshow, turning into a continuous scene like a movie theater. This was a special function that had recently been added to the Spore Evolution forum, which provided a continuous display of screenshots. The consecutive images made it seem as if they were watching a live Xiangxia movie that was broadcasting the war between the two worlds. When the netizens saw that Heavenly Emperor Duzan and Heavenly Emperor Tiantu had fallen into a trap and were surrounded, they became nervous and their hearts tightened. The unyielding will of Heavenly Emperor Tiantu had touched their hearts. What the heck? Was he really going to die? Confused. AI. It has been 900 years since then. Although it has only been a week, I can still remember the red name player Bale clearly. I didn't expect him to be able to achieve this. Although his life was coming to an end, he could have retreated, but in order to protect the land, he stood up, emotional. There's also a fair side to red names, and they've changed. They had turned over a new leaf. Tears. Everyone in front of their computers saw this scene. A bloodied celestial emperor ancestor of sorcery laughed as he fought. His eyes were clear and filled with passion. It was a moving sight. They felt. He couldn't pretend to look like he was trying to save everyone. The scene changed quickly. Soon, the Duzan emperor was getting more and more severely injured. Before he died, he killed a few great emperors of demonic medicine monarch. His broken body quickly fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Woo. Many emotional people started to cry. They took white tissues in front of their computers and silently wiped their tears. He's changed. He's a good person. Woo, I've never given you a good person card in my life. You're the first one I gave you. Crying. AI. I always thought that the players were all idiots, their minds full of coquettish ideas. I didn't expect such a heroic scene. As expected, we were still very courageous at the critical moment. This is a hymn for humans. Many people felt that the red names had already been cleared. Thinking about his achievements, his life was full of ups and downs. He was always on the path of being beaten up, but he did bring benefits to the entire ancient barren world. He created the ancestral sorcerer lineage, overthrew the later ancestral sorcerer heavenly court, and defeated Emperor Qi. He played a part in all these, and that was why the Eastern era was prosperous. Someone even consoled. Don't be sad, everyone. This is a very satisfactory ending. Yes, yes, yes. This player's second life was very exciting and he died a glorious death. However, just as everyone was reminiscing and sighing with emotion, the atmosphere suddenly changed. In the forum post, a screenshot was posted. A god of war in golden armor was resurrected. He held the Jinggu staff and laughed wildly. There was even a screenshot of his own first-person account that was posted with the following words. You can't imagine the joy of rebirth. I've lived a second life. The players were speechless. Pfft. They all spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces darkened on the spot and they fell into a brief silence. This was a screenshot from when he was alive? For us to reminisce? But could this be a conspiracy? Why did it feel like something was wrong? They subconsciously looked down, and sure enough, the following screenshots were quickly sent out. The battle god had returned to his youth. He was radiant and bursting with a strong fighting spirit. He was madly fighting against the celestial emperors of the magic potion era, looking extremely mighty. They finally came to their senses. It's probably so sad because it's absorbing the incense. You're poisonous. What an animal. Scum. Her character has collapsed. They were completely furious. The evidence was already conclusive. There was someone here who would cheat them of their tears without saying a word. This actor's acting was superb. He was definitely a super movie king. Not only did he deceive the natives, but he also deceived them. If there were incense in front of the computer, they would also contribute it. They wailed in grief and resentment. I'm so angry. My mom asked me why I flipped the table. I don't trust you idiots anymore. Clenched teeth. I'm also stupid. I'm too young. I've suffered losses in the past, and now I'm still being deceived by you. Crying. The screen instantly exploded with comments. Countless people were sitting in front of their computers, grumbling. They were so angry. However, what was going on? How could he have survived? Just like the monarchs and emperors, they knew that it was impossible for a second heavenly monarch to be reborn. Menmei evolved into a dragon and said, ha 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 ha. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Countless people were having a headache. Mengmei typed, this is my learning to save the other world. Next, our reporter, Mengmei, will give a detailed explanation of the war strategy for this world war. Right, I forgot to tell you. This plan is planned by me behind the scenes. If Medusa is the commander of the demonic realm, I am the commander of the entire immortal realm. We will each lead a world and play chess on the same level. What was the meaning of this? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't Menmei a salted fish? How did he get to this height? Mengmei sat in front of the computer and smiled. She typed on the keyboard and said in high spirits, it means what it means literally. I'm in charge of giving out orders. Tiandeo, several red-named players, and ancient lords of heaven, as my underlings, are in charge of carrying out the orders. Accept the battle. Chapter 323, The Origin. Everyone's mind went blank. Menmei was the commander of this war? This was an even greater shock than the resurrection of the red-name player Belle. The previous cute girl was very lazy. In the Daoist Changsheng plan, a few red-named players were the main ones. She was the one who carried it out and personally went to teach her disciples, Daoist Changsheng. She had always been a bystander at the edge. But this plan was planned and led by her? How did she do it? Why would a few red-named players listen to her obediently? Did she have the ability to do so? Perhaps there was. And the resurrection plan of this heavenly Emperor Tian Tu in front of him, was she the one who was secretly leading it? The cute girl crossed her legs and continued to type, I am the mother of the earth's dragon vein and the founder of the entire incense system. I enlightened my disciple, Hu Reneng, and established the great Zhou dynasty. I'm the dragon vein of the dynasty, and I've long understood the secrets of the incense, otherwise, how could Baal have been resurrected? For hundreds of years, he had traveled the entire land, haha. Do you really think I'm on vacation? Everyone was shocked, and an unbelievable thought appeared in their minds. This person was pretending to be a salted fish? Could it be that he was thinking about the dark red name players again? Previously, she had caused the red name players to suffer a huge loss, perishing together with her and being imprisoned as various treasures. No one had forgotten how cunning and sinister she was. She was simply the true successor of the idiotic netizens. Things were getting complicated. The current red name player, Bell, has indeed fallen into a trap. Yup. Although Bell took the opportunity to reincarnate for a second time and shed his old age, he's still a god-level heavenly emperor who's worshipped by the people. He can only act according to others' wishes in the future. Otherwise, the incense offerings will be cut off at any time. This is an open conspiracy. Bale doesn't want to die. He knows this, but he can only do this. Countless people analyzed the scene they had just seen. They were not stupid, there were many smart people in the world, but they were itching to know the truth. Cute girl, you guys are too much of a conspiracy theory. What do you mean by pretending? He was indeed a salted fish. As a farmer and a leisure player, I traveled around the mountains and rivers. Although my combat power is not as good as those red-named players, I have already become a geologist. I have been constantly modifying the terrain and spending hundreds of years. I had my disciple bring me around the mountains and rivers to study the Earth's dragon veins and advanced the dragon veins to version 3.0. Screenshots. A screenshot was sent. In the picture, there were dense lines of dragon veins, forming an exquisite pattern that looked ancient and experienced. Menmei said, "You guys probably don't understand this thing, right? This is a netherworld formation." The crowd gasped. Was this the spell formation that had gathered the souls of the entire Magus world and allowed Ermin to become a god? The cute girl continued to explain, "This is the map of the dragon vein of the Bio-Divine region. It's too big, too big. As for conspiracy theories, get lost. I never thought of using the netherworld to create a formation and blood sacrifice all the living beings in the land to become a god. Although I can do it at any time now, I don't want to kill people to become a god. It was just a simple scheme. A few hundred years ago, I secretly contacted the racer of Mount Harana and asked him for the top secret information of that time, the formation of the netherworld as a reference for the construction of the dragon vein. The secret of creating a formation in the netherworld was an alchemy secret that even the Thulhu evil god of that time didn't know about. I also discussed it with the alchemy emperor and continuously improved it, forming the current structure of the dragon vein. It doesn't absorb souls, but it can more efficiently absorb the Joss flames of all living beings. The thoughts of the living beings on the surface will follow my roots and enter the underground, gathering in the dragon vein. This was the embryonic form of the dragon vein. The construction of the dragon vein is not as simple as you think. You can just bury my vines. To be able to do this, I'm definitely superior to everyone else in the field of arrays. Even the alchemy monarch of the past could not keep up with the current era. There's just one thing. When I was touring around and modifying the dragon's vein, that bastard wandering know-it-all took the opportunity to steal a lot of the alchemy array research results in this area, angry. After all, after overthrowing Emperor Qi, I was thinking that I should ambush a group of red-named players to prevent them from messing around. They had to have a way to contain them, or even deal with them. The two bosses outside also agreed to secretly help. This is the reason. Dragon Vein 3.0? Everyone was speechless. You've been busy with this in secret? He didn't care about anything, but he was very enthusiastic about getting kickbacks. Come to think of it, the racer of Mount Harana and the cute girl must have been contacting each other in secret for a long time. The racer of Mount Harana was also researching the alchemy life form domain in the ancient tree world, so he was not doing much. As for Cutie Pie, she had been studying alchemy arrays since the primordial world. Everyone's alchemy specialization was different. Detestable. These big shots are secretly communicating with each other, and we outsiders have no idea. This is too wretched. View. When can I be as outstanding as them, stand at the same height, and have a group of big shots secretly planning together? Secretly causing trouble? Thinking about defying the heavens all day? To defeat the god of creation? Looking forward to it. Many people were not stupid and had already thought of many things. Meng Mei continued, the current system is based on the body of the primordial humans, which can open up the inner world. There are two major systems. The inner world was opened in the upper dantian and the mind. For Dao cultivators, they collected Joss flames from all living beings to cultivate. The inner world was opened in the lower dantian and lower abdomen. It was body cultivation, which was to hammer and forge the dantian and cultivate in the furnace. The system of body cultivation, the dantian meridian technique of the lower abdomen, was created by several red-named players. After that, it was further deduced to the peak with the help of Daoist immortality, and the body cultivation was mastered. The 9 revolutions mysterious art. Then the Joss flame system of the upper dantian and sea of consciousness was created by me. Everyone was speechless. Meng Mei explained very seriously, I had thought about the consciousness sea system in the past. Later, I guided Ren Zhiusu to open up the consciousness sea and gather the way of incense to create the first incense era using the gods as incense to cultivate. He also gave me great inspiration and I secretly discussed it with him. Later, an ancient era ended. As the mastermind behind it, I guided Hu Renan to start a second incense era using the living as incense to cultivate. The highest level of physical cultivation was the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and the highest level of Dao cultivation was the dragon vein. I personally think that even though their individual combat strength is far inferior to the 9 revolutions mysterious art, their overall strength and potential won't be any weaker than the 9 revolutions mysterious art. It's another form of immortality. Everyone was sweating. A conspirator. Menmei was the real mastermind. She had been calculating for hundreds of years, trying to push the path of the incense system to the peak and create a cultivation method that was not weaker than the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the incense dragon vein technique. He knew that none of these players were simple. Countless people were heartbroken. Meng Mei continued, don't think of me as too wretched. I'm just a salted fish. As you can see, I don't have any combat power, but I'm a basic dragon vein. As long as I, Green Vine Mother Earth, die, the entire incense system, the Great Zhou dynasty, and even the current immortal world will no longer exist. Because the dragon vein has also been established in the immortal world to cultivate Daoist techniques, they are basically living on the body of my creation wood world. My creation wood has changed from its indomitable form in the Western era to another form. It is hidden in the earth and has formed the real Green Vine Mother Earth. The red-named players have long been eliminated by the era and can only follow me. Eat my ass. Stupid humans, science and technology are the primary productive forces. You can't just fight. I have the core technology and the patent is with me. As long as you use my dragon vein patent, you have to give me a commission. He really didn't know what to say. Did Menmei use her IQ in the right place? Or did he use it in the wrong place? Did this salted fish work hard just to become a completely lying salted fish? However, another screenshot was quickly sent. It was a young girl in a white dress. She opened her arms and was bathed in countless rays of light behind her. She was like a god in the world. A few large words were written on it, the European king was still alive. The cute girl replied, I'm lucky. He was also smart. What right do they have to fight me? Countless people were speechless. This person, she was so shameless. Previously, the racer of Mount Harana had sent a screenshot of the Sun Girl's Corium goddess, and countless people had worshipped her. Corium has made me stronger now. The cute girl had followed suit and sent a screenshot of the lucky girl's goddess of luck. However, even more people laid down and started typing on their keyboards in front of their computers. Detestable. This kind of talented young girl who could beat people up was simply against the rules. Licking. I've decided that in the future, I'll pay tribute to Menmei's ranking for every exam in the dormitory. I won't fail any subject. Manual Doghead. Believe in Menmei and get eternal life. Believe in cute little sister. Resurrect on the spot. It seemed to be true. Look at Bale, he's already resurrected. In an instant, the scene became lively, and the cute girl would probably become the hottest picture for a while. Chapter 324, Plan. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. Believers resurrected on the spot. Many people had already thought that the goddess of luck, Cutie, and Mother Earth would probably be made into brands and posters in the future. Meng Mei, on the other hand, sat in front of the computer and typed on the keyboard calmly. It's just that I've lost a lot after getting this power. The world is fair, it's an equivalent exchange, just like the truth that Magi pursue. Only I know what kind of sacrifice I'm making now. She muttered to herself, I'm not pure anymore. There were so many people on her. This time, he's really become a burly man. On the forum, countless people were still licking her boots and praising her in all kinds of ways. Meng Mei was relieved and continued, you guys are very sensible. The one who is the best at sucking up will be put in an important position by this empress if he comes in the future. The goddess of luck will take care of him. Everyone was speechless. They were a little shocked on the spot. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it before, but now that he had said it, they didn't dare to say anything. If they continued to boast, they would really become bootlickers. I've been hammered by a stone, all right. This was very awkward. Just as they were hesitating, Meng Mei continued, cough, cough, you guys can lick later. Now, let's get back to the main topic. As the war commander of the primordial world, I will naturally be the one in charge because I understand the incense system the best. After all, I was the one who led Hu Reneng to open up the Earth's dragon vein. I have long since made plans to counterattack, and that is what you are seeing now. First of all, we've fallen into the wrong perspective. We think that the ancient barren world's development can't compare to the magic potion era. It was also very difficult to become strong in a short period of time. This was a mistake. Have you all forgotten what the system of the Great Zhou dynasty is? It was incense. Incense was the foundation, and all experts stood on it. But where did incense come from? Li people's life. Many people had neglected the essence. The Great Zhou dynasty's system was a system of living beings. The more people there were, the stronger they were. In the past, the Great Zhou dynasty had a population of tens of millions. Because of the prevailing culture of literature, most of the scholars reached the level of a first-tier Confucian scholar when they reached adulthood and opened up their inner world. This way, tens of millions of people were a huge number, but they could only provide a deity position of a heavenly emperor. 100 million? 1 billion? 6 billion? A population that surpasses Earth's. Everyone's mind quivered. He actually had such a move? Yes, the essence was the incense system, and quantity could make up for quality. The enemy has a lot of monarchs and emperors. We can't make up for it with our number, but we can make up for it with the number of mortals. As long as we can accumulate enough, we can resist the gap. It formed a terrifying incense logistics. I, the commander of the heavenly court, have secretly given my disciple, Hu Reneng, the current prime minister, the opportunity to initiate the Great Zhou dynasty's policy, the plan of reincarnation. Our policy encourages the second, third, and fourth child. You don't even have to work. You just have to be responsible for giving birth and you'll get subsidies. However, once the population increased, it would cause many problems, such as famine, employment, education, money expenses. But that's not a big deal. If you give birth, our imperial court will be responsible for subsidies. When faced with famine, the imperial court would help the peasants farm, the imperial astronomer would be in charge of praying for rain, and the Ministry of Agriculture would be in charge of farming, casting spells, and making clouds and rain. Furthermore, the red-named players came from the sorcerer world. They used a microscope to study plants and imitated hybrid rice, creating rice crops with extremely high yield. The entire dynasty has new babies being born every day, and they're getting stronger by the day. After everyone heard this, they wondered, is this the farming game? A good Great Zhou dynasty was being madly farmed by a weak and cute girl like you who can't fight to give birth to children? It had been 50 to 60 years since Medusa's arrival, her acquaintance with wandering know-it-all, and the outbreak of the war. The population had multiplied for 2 to 3 generations, and each generation had multiplied several times. Cute girl, cough, cough, cough. Actually, this is a very simple plan. It's just a national policy of reincarnation. Now, not only the mortal world, but the immortal court is also full of mortals. Everyone, take a look at the current population statistics report. Screenshot, Urban and Rural Population Ratio Statistics Table. Everyone looked down and was stunned. There were actually 300 million people in the primordial world. The 9 heavens realm, all the blessed paradises, and all the places in the mortal world were packed to the brim. The most efficient environmental survival plan had been realized. Screenshots. 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 The screenshots were quickly sent out. It was a classroom in the village. There were many 4 to 5-year-old children reading and studying. They were speaking in a clear voice, and there were grey-robed scholars giving lessons. The screenshots were stacked on top of each other, and he could understand the children's words from their mouth shapes. Oddities don't always change. Look at the octants for the symbols. The sound of the book seemed to drift out of the window of the classroom and into the distance. Menmei asked, "Do you understand? This is the learning to save the other world plan. It's not enough to just give birth like crazy. Only scholars and Confucians who can sense the world and read enough books can have stronger incense offerings. Thus, in order to have more powerful mortals and lower-class masses, there's a theory in our national policy that the country will be strong if the youth is strong. Now, in the Great Zhou dynasty, people are taught how to read at the age of 3 and go to primary school at the age of 5 or 6, memorizing the text." The cute girl typed. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the way of Confucianism is to establish a heart for the heavens and earth. For the sake of the people. In order to inherit the secret art. Bring peace to the world. I hope that everyone in the world will be like a dragon. I hope that everyone in the world can live as long as Dao. Everyone was speechless. One by one, they became heartless learning machines. These cute children had gone bald at such a young age? Everyone held it in for a long time, feeling bitter and hateful. What a sin! You're a demon! So this is the true meaning of reading to save the world. Shocked. This game is indeed a cross-era game that constantly advocates that we love to learn. Every time we solve a problem, it's enough to be learning-loving. From the rise of the alchemy emperor in his later years, Ermin defeating the evil god of Thulhu, to Daoist Changsheng defeating Diqi. One thing after another, he said it was a coincidence. I don't believe it. The evidence is irrefutable. Game producers, get out here and get beaten up. Cutie, Medusa, I can't beat you, but I'll farm you to death. Everyone was to study. All of them were bald-headed strong. One Punch Man. Medusa has been kicked out of the group chat by the administrator due to excessive language. Animal. Cute girls are indeed awesome. He has brought the pain of studying, the strengthened version of 9 years of compulsory education, to the other world. Sound breaking. What if the brat makes a scene, fights, and kicks the blanket away? It must be because he had too little homework. I'll just open a few more courses on calculus, from introduction to burial. Everyone felt that it was great and instantly understood. In the current Great Zhou dynasty, the establishment of the dragon's vein and the formation of incense was a system of worshipping the divine tablets. The strong celestial thearch was worshipped by all living beings and mourned. He would be immortal and walk towards the end of this system. I exist without thinking. Of course, he was not immortal. His weakness was the people of the Great Zhou dynasty behind him. In short, as long as the dynasty was not destroyed, the people would not die. Chapter 325, Incense is Poisonous. Someone hurriedly said, the Great Zhou dynasty is a perfect golden age, a dream utopia. Cultivators wander between the cities and the countryside for the daily use of the people. There are no tyrants or corrupt officials. Happiness is abundant, and we coexist. It is a perfect ideal country. Yup. This imperial court's system of incense and dragon veins was very perfect, and this system would not give birth to tyrants and treacherous officials. It was too terrifying. It's not any weaker than the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Medusa, it's really too difficult for me. I didn't expect that the salted fish who has been staying with me and touring the world with me is actually the commander of the celestial world. She taught a bunch of children who love to learn. If I had killed her back then, nothing would have happened. The cute girl evolved into a dragon and said, "Pfft. I'm afraid of death. How could I not have a backup plan when there was a dangerous and abnormal battle maniac beside me? I had guaranteed my own safety at that time." Proud. Everyone came back to their senses again. That's right. Thinking back to the situation at that time, how could a cute girl who was so afraid of death not run? This was a bizarre thing to begin with, and it was not like she could not escape. Medusa was going to sleep, so she could take the opportunity to escape at any time. This was a mystery. Moreover, she was now alone in the demonic realm. With her personality of being a salted fish that was afraid of death, she was not so bold, okay? Was this some sort of plan? You're so bold. You dare to wander around in front of Medusa. What's the secret? Xiao Nehu asked. Menmei coughed. It's very simple, because I can't kill him either. Everyone was stunned, but they instantly understood what he meant. The cute girl was Green Vine, the Mother Earth. She was the master of the heavenly Dao, the person with the greatest merit in the entire primordial world. She was the creator of the Earth's dragon veins and the founder of the great Zhou dynasty. Her prestige was no less than Hu Reneng's. To be able to gather the wish power of all living beings and resurrect was a matter of course, no wonder he was fearless. Someone couldn't help but ask, but, is the resurrected self that was gathered by the wishes of the people really me? And not another person with his own memories and wisdom? The cute girl replied with smile, after few versions, it's already Dragon Vein version 3.0. There are many improvements. I can already imprint the soul in the depths of my Dragon Vein luck. With the power of the people's prayers, the one who resurrected is naturally the person himself. Everyone was completely shocked. If Menmei was really crazily studying the Dragon Vein and was already ready to take advantage of the situation to perfect the system, would she really be immortal? Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? An existence that could rise from the ashes like a phoenix? Menmei started explaining again, it's not that exaggerated. You will still die because Joss flames are poisonous. The incense was poisonous? It was a difficult word to understand. The cute girl was helpless. She looked at the computer screen and typed on the keyboard. It's like this. After all, it's already a deity position worshipped by all living beings, a god that gathers Joss flames. The power of wishes of all living beings and the gathered Joss flames will gradually erode a person's consciousness and lead them to the will of all living beings, turning them into perfect existences as they imagine them to be, becoming the people in their impression, and living on that. The greater the gap between the impression of the masses and the image of oneself, the faster the process of assimilation. For example, our heavenly painting emperor wrote his life biography The Legend of the God of War and added settings without permission. Sooner or later, he will become the god of war in the book and gradually lose himself. I estimate that he is only 200 years away from being completely assimilated. By then, it will be no different from real death. In other words, Baal would soon become the image in the book and not himself. He would only have 200 years left to live? That's no longer my true self. Instead, I'm a fake self in the eyes of the masses. Many netizens who were good at philosophy speculated. One day, I'll be smoothed out by the world and live on in other people's impression? He was a true god of all life, a puppet that protected all life. The people of Dawn had entrusted their will and hope to him, and he had become a hero, similar to the heavenly Dao. After Menmei said this, everyone understood the disadvantage. That Baal, wasn't he just courting death? She had even added so many settings to herself, and she was rapidly becoming another person. No matter how selfish he was now, he would eventually become the selfless god of war in everyone's imagination, the existence that jumped out of a stone with the golden hooped rod in hand. Menmei continued, also, don't die so easily. Joss flames are poisonous. Every time you die, the power of will of all living beings will gather and be reborn. The faster you lose yourself. To escape from this situation, according to my conjectures, there is only one method to become a god. Once you become a level 8 god, you'll transcend and leave the system of incense worshipped by all living beings to become an independent existence. Baal was so reckless because he wanted to use these 200 years to take a gamble and become a god directly. Everyone immediately understood their current plan. But Menmei was different. She occupied the dragon's vein, so there was a high chance that she would become a god. In other words, she was not afraid of death, so she was very wild now. Everyone's teeth ached. This commander was a salted fish. He was acting all high and mighty with the netizens outside, slacking off, and even going to the other party's world to have fun, leaving the red name players who could fight and the various lords of heaven to fight and kill. Menmei was speechless. You're asking me why I'm going to the devil world? It was because he wanted to build a dragon vein. It was a trip. I'm going to be Mother Earth there. I told you when I asked the little brain for the Bible, I didn't lie to you. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. It seemed like Menmei had not lied to them from the beginning to the end. She was really a salted fish. What she was doing now was really just building the dragon vein and then going around freely. Then you're not afraid of death, but what if you bring wandering know-it-all and your disciple over, what if they're really caught, someone asked. It is necessary to build the dragon's vein. I bet Medusa will let me build the dragon's vein in the sorcerer world. She is also envious of the energy accumulated by the incense. At most, she will send a large number of great sovereigns to capture me and threaten my life to force me to build the dragon's vein for her use. Was that why he walked into the trap? Everyone seemed to have understood something. Meng Mei became a little confused, but she's not coming to catch me? I'm already prepared to be beaten up. It's so difficult for me. However, I'm still building the dragon vein and continuing to be my farming party. Su Ji was speechless. It turns out that we all want to be beaten up by society. It was a bit strange that he wasn't beaten up even under such a coincidence. The cute girl continued to explain, my ultimate plan is to build a dragon vein in the sorcerer world and become the Mother Earth of the two worlds to stop the war. It was a win-win situation. After all, we were very emotional about the sorcerer world. We had witnessed its growth with our own eyes. Both worlds were our homes. Why don't we work together and invade the other worlds? Wasn't it wonderful? Anyway, there are so many worlds in the universe, 129,600 of them. Wouldn't it be better to go to other worlds? The ultimate plan? Was he going to build a dragon's vein in the sorcerer world? Everyone was puzzled, but Meng Mei did not intend to continue talking. Instead, she let everyone watch quietly. Chapter 326, Devil Disaster. Screenshots. 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 Our reporter, Meng Mei, has evolved into a dragon and is reporting for everyone. She continued to broadcast the battle live on the forum. In a sense, this could be considered a big battle for the players in the game. A new era had taken place. Perhaps it could be called the new game version information film The Expedition to the Demonic World. An epic battle had begun. What would the fate of Medusa, Ermin, Deist Changsheng, Hu Reneng, Lu Wenjian, and all the major players be? A dispute between two worlds? In what form would it end? Meng Mei didn't say anything more, but she left one last sentence. The world of incense is a world of keyboards, a world of dancing and ink. As long as there is a keyboard, public opinion will be directed, and the will of all living beings will be enough to gather infinite power and infinite possibilities. If the heavens don't give birth to keyboard man, the path of typing will be like the long night. The Great Zhou Dynasty, year 404. The demonic world had completely invaded, and the world was in chaos. The people were in deep waters. The opening of the immortal world caused immortals to descend one after another. The governors of various states and counties rose to resist. The sword immortal of Mount Shu appeared and suppressed the chaos. The martial arts sects and families worked together to strike. The Nanzhao state of the Wu tribe had sent out countless magus priests and warriors wearing the barbarian clothes of the Miao territory with golden rings to fight. In the Yunshan Lake, demons that had once eaten humans were born one after another. These ancient tribes left behind by the innate ancient gods were also bathed in blood. Outside the Great Zhou's Pingyang city, the city was in complete chaos. The screams inside the city were endless. The elderly and children showed despair. Outside, there were demonic creatures gradually surrounding the city. Some monsters with pitch-black scales slowly moved around the city. It was a dark mass. Chi. Black blood splattered. In the sky, a sword immortal descended from the sky and cut a bull-headed demon in half. Be careful, the eldest disciple of Mount Shu raised his head slightly and looked at the other sword immortal with a serious expression. The Pingyang County Governor, Shangguan Zhukan, is still not awake? Difficult. A Mount Shu disciple beside him revealed a bitter expression and quickly descended. The local governor was attacked by the powerful demon during the demon disaster. His body was invaded by the demon Qi. The demon's auras were violent and chaotic. There was a kind of pressure that they had inherited part of the characteristics of their origin demon god. Without the Shangguan County governor guiding the dragon vein, it would be difficult to activate the grand formation of Pingyang City. Only the famous Confucians of the local Confucian sect and the Confucians of the Shangguan family were left to help. Puchi. As the two of them spoke, their swords glowed with a cold light as they quickly killed demons one after another. At the front line of the bloody realm, the top heavenly emperors from both sides were fighting each other. They were guarding their own realms to prevent each other from invading their own worlds. Otherwise, when a heavenly emperor descended, it would be a brutal massacre. They were all trying to stop this. However, even though they were restraining each other's experts, they were unable to stop the invasion of the other's lower and middle tier experts. One after another, Tier 6 epic experts rapidly surged over with the goal of invading and killing. The Devil World clearly understood that the weakness of the Great Zhou dynasty was the people at the rear. As long as they destroyed the Great Zhou dynasty and cut off the dragon vein, the resistance at the front line would collapse on its own. I hope sect leader can win. The eldest disciple of Mount Shu stood on the city wall and looked down at the dark mass below. His face sank. Pingyang City is the main node of the Great Zhou dynasty's northern continent's dragon vein. It must not be breached. We must defend Pingyang to the death. Blood stained the ground outside the city. The capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. The East Province is in danger? Is it about to fall? The atmosphere in the imperial court was heavy. The current emperor of the Great Zhou, Zhou Chang'an, was wearing a golden robe with dragon patterns and a dragon crown on his head. He sat on a dragon throne. The fate of our Great Zhou. It's constantly weakening. Zhou Chang'an closed his eyes. In the Great Zhou dynasty, we are worshipped by the incense. Negative emotions spread, and there are sighs of fear everywhere. Naturally, the incense offerings are greatly reduced. Zhou Chang'an hesitated for some time and suddenly said calmly, I absorbed the dragon vein to cultivate. Although I'm only at the 6th heavenly passage realm, with the dragon's blessing, my battle prowess is close to a heavenly emperor Dongxiu. I want you to personally lead the troops. You can't. Your Majesty, you can't do this. The ministers around him tried to stop him. The demon world is obviously waiting for the emperor to take action personally. They will then take the opportunity to kill the emperor. Indeed. This was a conspiracy. If the emperor is assassinated, the people of the dynasty will become even more depressed and depressed. Without any incense, our Great Zhou will be doomed. Could it be that Yi Kong has unparalleled martial power and he really wants to see the people and subjects live in pain? Zhou Chang'an slowly leaned back on the dragon throne, showing signs of struggle. His gaze slowly passed through the anxious and worried officials. It was as if he had once been the first prince, close friends with the Hu Reneng, and they had discussed the future of the court. At that time, the two of them were still thinking about how to suppress the Jianghu swordsmen. Unknowingly, they had helped each other and had reached this point. What is a king? He asked in the study. In the study, Hu Reneng was reading while thinking. His calm voice rang out, the king is the leader of the people, and without the people, there will be no king. He was slightly stunned, and then he understood. Let's go. He looked down at the great Confucians dissuading him and suddenly stood up, revealing a shocking determination. The emperor guards the gate of the country, and the sovereign dies. Nanzhao. On the street, a couple was walking hand in hand. The handsome face of the Mount Shu disciple, Xiao Yao, flashed with gentleness as he looked at the girl in front of him. I worked so hard to escort you back to Nanzhao. Do I really have to do this? A trace of uneasiness reverberated in his heart. My mother's path is also my path. Don't stop me, he said. The young girl gently held the young man's arm. The Mount Shu disciple forced a smile, but he could not help but feel bitter in his heart. The days I spent with you were the best times of my life. We are a small country of the sorcerer tribe. We can't resist like the Great Zhou dynasty. I can only merge with the dragon's vein. This is the only way to save the countless people of Nanzhao. Soon, the woman in white was deep underground. She looked at the earth dragon vein in front of her and slowly walked in. She was surrounded by dark green vines. Boom! A woman with dragon vines wrapped around her legs and a snake's tail slowly walked out. She held an exquisite cane in her hand, and the roots of the vines quickly dragged her to a high altitude. She looked at the man in the shadow in front of her. Expert from the Devil Realm, tell me your name. It was a handsome man with red hair and a black robe. His eyes were wine red, and his body was surrounded by a faint blue mist. I'm a teacher in the Royal Academy of the Feed-Rich Human Kingdom. I'm Yug, the Rockfire Man. Just as Su Ji was leisurely riding the carriage towards the Blood Realm, the emperors to be in the bar had already set out for battle. Yug's expression was calm as he looked at the woman in front of him. You're all very powerful. I've brought a group of elite disciples here, but I'm the only one left after only a week. I can see your determination. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of history, and it also applies to you. Why don't we attack the great Zhou dynasty? She asked. The emperor of the great Zhou, Zhou Chang'an, has already sent a group of men of sacrifice over. They are as powerful as I am. Yuk smiled and bowed slightly in a gentlemanly manner. Come on, mighty one of the ancient barren world. I want to fight you. Boom! A huge flame burst out, and his entire body was enveloped in flames. All of Nanzhao's citizens quickly fled, as if a natural disaster had descended. Heavens! That's the fire demon beast. Chapter 327, Novels Create Heroes. The entire ancient barrens. The dark sky was filled with staircases of red clouds, and a golden cudgel that stirred the sky was pointed at the sky, as if it was tearing the whole world apart. Kill! A god of war roared, his muscles bulging as he charged forward. The sky was stirred into a vortex, and countless electric nets converged and twisted, quickly surging toward the other monarchs and great emperors in the world. He's really alive! Countless people saw that the god of war had been reborn, and they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Many people began to cry, and countless sounds interweaved together. They knew what this meant. If the front line collapsed, it would quickly form a chain reaction, and the entire land behind that was resisting the demon disaster would be completely annihilated. The primordial world would be destroyed. They clutched the legend of the god of war tightly in their hands, squeezing so hard that they wrinkled, as if they were trying to grasp all the tension in their palms. Battle God! They finally couldn't help but cry. They knelt on the ground and cried out loud. They were touched by the life inside and felt that it was both a song and a tear. There was a plot in the story. After he overthrew the rule of the innate ancient gods, the achievements of the ancestral sorcerer Immortal Court were stolen, and the description was the most touching. When 500 years is just a lie, and the fruits of victory are growing in someone else's garden. How will we face despair when we have to carry the burden of hardship? After overthrowing the imperial court of the innate ancient gods, he was still suppressed at the foot of Mount Changyang and his 12 disciples still betrayed him. However, he still pulled himself together. The word witchcraft could shatter the sky, crush the earth, and destroy the world tree. Only then could one be considered a human. We were born free, who would dare to be high above us? He was suppressed at the foot of the mountain and roared again. I want that day to not be able to cover my eyes. I want that land to never be able to bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand the will of shamans. I want the creation wood to disappear. This passage in the legend of the god of war was refined and domineering, full of an indomitable momentum. In the end, he stood up, united with the ancient gods, taught Dao Changsheng, and once again attacked the heavenly palace. From the moment this battle god biography was serialized, countless people couldn't sleep at night and followed the updates every day. It was so good. There was a resonance that resonated from the bones, mixed with too much sadness, joy, and tears. Those classic sentences were unforgettable. They laughed and cried because of it, and were immersed in emotions. This is called a hero? To resist, to break everything that was binding you, that was a true warrior. Countless people cried out in grief. When had they ever read such a refreshing article? The biography was a web novel with more than 10,000 chapters. It was about the rise of the useless, treasure hunting, face slapping, and acting tough. It was about the suppression of the dark forbidden zone, and the catastrophe of heaven and earth. They simply couldn't stop and followed the updates every day. This battle god's character image and experience had been shaped very well, and the wish power of all living beings was more and more concentrated, which was why it was so much that it was frightening. Tai. It's so touching. Hera was also flabbergasted. She held the legend of the god of war that Su Ji had handed over. She was instantly addicted to reading the first chapter. She was now a third-grade professional and could read 10 lines at a glance. Modern online novels were invading the world of the indigenous experts through the players' channels. Even people like Su Wei and the Burning Sword Heavenly Emperor were chasing after them every day. What a sorrowful life! So this is the kind of person who has the heavenly battle god diagram. Hera was so touched that she kept reading the books. It turns out that it's not only our history that's wonderful. Theirs is wonderful too. Su Ji held his breath and suddenly laughed. Those are all artistic embellishments and beautifications, but they are indeed roughly the same. There aren't many changes. These people were really poisonous. In order to achieve his goal, he had to use all kinds of tricks. He had finally corrected the sorcerer world's history and replied to the text of the history, but they were distorting the history of the other side of the primordial world. Artistic embellishments. 666. I can become stronger by writing web novels. He's a plagiarist. The netizens outside were probably going crazy. He was so excited. However, Su Ji only watched indifferently from a distance. Is the situation going to be reversed? Hera suddenly asked. Su Ji shook his head. It's not that simple. Although more than 200 great sovereigns have been born in the 1,000 years since the magic potion era, there are also some heaven-defying monsters. Their combat power is not inferior to that of the ancient celestial emperors such as the god of war, Su Wei, and the heavenly thunder emperor. It's just that they have not made a move. Because the advantage is too great, they have been waiting and watching. But now, they should be unable to sit still. As expected, in the next second. Battle God. I admire your life biography, a gentle male voice suddenly reverberated in the air. The air suddenly turned a faint red. A man's figure seemed to have transcended some kind of space-time restriction. He took a step forward and slowly approached. Who is it? Belle asked in surprise. A man covered in blood appeared. All the sovereigns and emperors of the magic medicine era were so scared that they almost lost their voices. It's the Blood Emperor. He's actually still alive? The Blood Emperor was a taboo existence in the entire land. He was an arrogant emperor who had once dared to challenge the original demon god Medusa. Everyone thought that he was dead and had been blown up alive. They didn't expect that he had once survived under the hands of a demon god, escaped with serious injuries, and hid until today. Finally, someone who can fight has appeared. Belle's face was filled with fear, but he suddenly laughed arrogantly. He was very unhappy. We're all players and we've been getting along well. Only men may thinks about setting us up all day. She doesn't do anything but take our kickbacks. It's a good time to vent her anger. Let these bastards have a taste of my big stick. If you like to fight, how about adding me in? However, in the next second, the heavenly map battle god's expression gradually froze, because another terrifying ancient existence had appeared. And I, Brahm, am included. This was a half-orc emperor who was 8 meters tall. He was emitting a murderous aura and was known as the most powerful man in the history of half-orcs. Not only that, a third great emperor monarch also walked out. He was a vampire-like man with a green face and sharp fangs. He was the only hidden profession and the ancestor of vampires. He had once established a short-lived vampire dynasty, and even after countless years, his ancient legends were still there. 3. Bale's expression gradually froze. He deeply understood how terrifying it was for an existence in their potions system to have combat strength on par with him. After all, he had cultivated the heaven-defying 9 revolutions mysterious art. Were their combat powers on par with his? If the 3 of them had grown up in the primordial world and cultivated their systems, they would not have been inferior to Dao Changsheng. This was the restriction of the potions system. Although it was easy to break through, resulting in many powerhouses, the ceiling of combat strength was too low. All 3 of them had broken through the limit of their potions and were independent existences who had broken through the ceiling of their combat power. He realized that he had underestimated the powerhouses of the magic medicine era. The waters ran deep. Blood Emperor, you hold this god of war back. Let's not kill him if he can resurrect, the half-orc said coldly and moved quickly. Now that the other Sky Kings are being held back, let's go to the other side of the battlefield and kill the other Sky Kings who are being held back. Kill those who can't resurrect. Yes, I'm going to kill some of the less famous ancient celestial emperors. It shouldn't have been remembered by all living beings. As long as it's killed, it'll be completely dead. The vampire's eyes were cold as he joined the battlefield. The mortal heavenly emperor, Hu Reneng, these current heavenly emperors are not easy to kill. Go kill Su Wei, Fen Teng, these ancient heavenly emperors. They're already very old, and their blood chi has already weakened. Let them die in this era. The Blood Emperor's face was calm. We have observed for a while. The people of Daybreak do not have an unlimited number of incense offerings. It takes too much to resurrect them once. The massive power of will of tens of millions of people can only resurrect once. They can't resurrect continuously and need to accumulate power of will. For now. 1 or 2 times is still sufficient and can be squeezed out. But gradually, the time for resurrection will become longer and longer. 1 month. 1 year. 10 years. Baal's expression became serious as if he was facing a great enemy. He looked at the 3 of them, who had the same combat power as him, and observed them in the dark. These people are in trouble. In the distance, the other heavenly emperors who were fighting revealed shocked expressions. Yes. He had a trump card, so how could the other party be so silly as to reveal it all? Many experts of the primordial world and grotto heaven realm monsters stood in silence at the distant entrance. They didn't know what to say, and their faces gradually turned pale. Chapter 328, The Long River of Time. Every red name player was a good fighter. His battle power was the same as Long Wuming. They were the 2 top red names. However, Long Wuming, One Sword and Turtle Breath, and the others were also tied down. None of them could escape. The Devil World also has too many trump cards. After 1,000 years of accumulation, 3 terrifying monsters had appeared. He didn't make a move before. The situation in the Blood Realm at the front line was reversed. The other side also had many backup plans and suppressed everyone almost instantly. Ah! Many people wailed in despair. This was almost. It was a dead end. So what if he had secretly prepared a few celestial emperors that could be resurrected? They only need to hold you back and kill the other celestial emperors who can't be resurrected. Then, the situation of the battle will be reversed in an instant. As for who could be resurrected or not, it was naturally up to those with low reputations to kill. This was a terrifying impasse. In the end, the time was too short, and their foundations were very weak. If they were given another 1 or 200 years, they might not necessarily lose to the other party. I really can't ask the heavens to lend me another 500 years. If it wasn't for the fact that our era hasn't recovered from the West era. Back then, we also had 13 innate ancient gods. During the era of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, there were many powerful celestial emperors, but they were in decline. Time, if only we had more time. Countless lives were begging and wailing together. They were filled with suffering and sorrow, and it was a moving sight. Hera also looked miserable. Standing in the distance, she sighed. They are too short on time, and their people are very sorrowful. They are united and have the will to rather die than submit. Su Ji's expression turned strange and he said softly, that's because there's a group of hired internet water army inside who's secretly setting the pace. They cry very miserably and shout with all their might. They've been specially trained, and there's no lack of grotto heaven realm old monsters among them. Tears are flowing down their old faces. Internet water army. Hera was stunned and didn't understand. She realized that she had heard many strange words in the blood realm, selling character designs, hiring internet water army, leading the way. It seemed to be some kind of professional and mature industry chain. What was this? Could it be some kind of special conspiracy? At this moment, on the other side of the blood realm, all the living beings were wailing. They did not have enough time and wanted to borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Their thoughts gradually gathered into a mournful emotion that shook the heaven and earth. It was as if they had traveled through time and produced an amazing power. The next second, the sky of the entire blood realm trembled. A vast and distant snow-white river of time appeared in front of them. There were ancient existences that seemed to walk from the past to the future. The body turns into a root and the heart into a flower, a lotus in the blue sky for all eternity. Boom! A green-robed man appeared on the spot. He was handsome and had long black hair that draped over his shoulders. He was ethereal and carried the peerless demeanor of the most powerful demon thearch since ancient times. He gave off an extremely terrifying aura. Who is this? Impossible. There has never been any news of this heavenly monarch. The Blood Emperor's expression changed. He had not expected such an unknown situation to occur. He looked at the man who had appeared in front of him. That green lotus had intertwined Taoist connotation, giving off an indescribable sense of horror. It was extraordinary. It was as if he was not the celestial emperor of this era, but had followed the end of the long river of history and arrived at the lower reaches of time, descending into this future era. In the next second, the river of time in the sky surged again, and a strong voice of obsession resounded through the sky, gushing down like a spring. Boom! I'm the one who makes the decision, and I'll make the decision for all eternity. Sever the past and the future. At this moment, an even more stunning person appeared. It was a scholarly heavenly emperor. His back was facing the masses, and his entire body was filled with Deo patterns that emitted a resplendent golden light. The expressions of the Blood Emperor and the others changed again. They were silent and shocked beyond belief. These people had terrifying auras and were the heroes of their era. They were destined to be the protagonists of their era. Why would they appear here? Each of them was stronger than the last, more extraordinary than the last, dazzling and resplendent. How did they come to this era? From the long river of time to this era to help. Their faces turned ugly. No one could imagine what kind of bizarre method the great Zhou dynasty had used to achieve this. The body turned into the root and the heart into a flower, a lotus in the blue sky for all eternity. I'm the one who makes the decision, I'll make the decision for all eternity. Cutting off the past and the future. Ah! Everyone in the primordial world shouted and instantly became excited. The mountain peaks in the distant boundary region were cheering. They were the Qing Emperor and the Broken Heaven Emperor. They were the two most talented heavenly emperors in the ancient Western era. In their era, they had been suppressed by Daoist Changsheng, so they were not famous. In fact, they were already the most powerful heavenly emperors of that era, far beyond the current heavenly map war god, Thunder Heavenly Emperor, and others. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to converge the Dao at that time. We pay our respects to the Cyan Emperor. Greetings, Emperor Duan. A few Grotto Heaven Realm elders wailed and knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes. The Blood Emperor and the others held their breaths, and their expressions became strange. What had happened? Why do I feel like someone is secretly plotting against me? The crowd in the distant Bloodfield realm felt that there were a few experts who were crying especially fake. They were all shocked. The two people in front of him were not weaker than him. However, in the next second, another ancient heavenly emperor appeared. It was a young man in white, and his body was emitting mixed yuan qi. His eyes had a wild temperament, as if a pair of deep black eyes were slowly opening, seeing through the heaven and earth and the secrets of the world, making people feel palpitations. He slowly said, "The heroic heavenly emperors will eventually fall under my body." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. Just how powerful was this person? Just by appearing there, he was already emitting a terrifying aura that made the other three feel terrified. This is the mastermind behind the dark forbidden zone of the ancient Western era, the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, Long Hong, Emperor Di Qi. Someone screamed in fear, his mind filled with disbelief. He has monopolized each era. Today, he's helping us? Everyone looked at the scene in shock. They could not imagine what had happened. What is that river of time in the sky? The ancient celestial emperors have come from the past to the present, to this time and space, to fight for our Eastern era? It was an unimaginable scene, as if an ancient legend had reappeared in the world. The heaviness of the legendary years was unimaginable. It's a setup, a world-shaking setup. Ha 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 ha. Our primordial world is saved. We're going to return to our former glory. The heavens have blessed our primordial world. Many people shed hot tears. They were extremely shocked and would never forget this scene. Kill. At this moment, the three ancient celestial emperors descended from the river of time. Dao patterns bloomed on their bodies as they instantly disappeared. Boom! A great battle instantly broke out. Hera's face was filled with shock, and her mind went blank. A miracle was created in the primordial world just like that? What had happened? Selling character designs, hiring internet water army, leading the way. Could it be that these three incredible ultimate divine arts have created the miracle before us? Hera was flabbergasted and found it unbelievable. That's the river of time, the heavenly river of the celestial heavens. It has the power to trace back to the past. At this time, a luxurious and exquisite carriage stopped. It belonged to the Church of Light. The Saint of Light slowly pulled open the curtain and got off the carriage. Messiah, who are you? Chapter 329, The Established Stage. I'm the game's GM, which means I'm the one silently observing this war between the two extraordinary worlds. Can you say that? Of course, he couldn't answer that way. Su Ji only looked at the cute girl in front of him. She was dressed in a gorgeous, light white, luxurious, and exquisite robe. She held a light staff in her hand, which was inlaid with beautiful blue gems. She had clearly taken control of the Church of Light's initiative. He had never doubted her ability. For Cutie Pie, it was only natural that she had managed to get to this point after obtaining the Holy Book of Light's token, coupled with her ability to shoot her mouth off like a charlatan, her golden words, and her terrifying 7th rank aura. The Church of Light would even be very happy because the ancient monarchs and emperors had awakened. With the war imminent, they had an ancient holy maiden of light who had awakened from history, which was a great blessing. "Who are you?" Meng Mei asked again, her voice becoming very calm. She brought Little Fox, who was dressed as a holy maid, along. "Arg! You're the holy maiden." Hera hid behind Su Ji and called out carefully. Su Ji smiled and pointed at the battle in the distant Blood Realm. The 3 celestial emperors who had descended from the past to the future asked, "The long river of time?" "Yes, it's the river of time." Meng Mei replied with a smile, "That's a special rule of the heavenly court in the ancient barren world. They not only have the heavenly Dao and Tian He. It was a world-class scenery, flowing through the 9 heavens of the heavenly realm, flowing down through the 9 heavens. It was a vast stream of white water with speckles of stars, flowing since ancient times, passing through the past and present. That terrifying phenomenon involves the laws of time and connects the past and the future. It's extremely terrifying. The Great Zhou Dynasty, the immortal world, is a terrifying extraordinary world with terrifying potential. Given time, they'll definitely surpass our fiend herb world. We must quickly eliminate them." Hera looked at the Saintess with admiration. The Saintess was indeed the Saintess, her vision was very far. As expected of one of the greatest forces in our potions world. "Isn't that the so-called Sky River of the primordial world you're talking about?" Su Ji said. "You?" Meng Mei's face revealed a shock that was difficult to suppress. This sentence contained too many meanings. The first was that he already knew his identity, which was Green Vine, Mother Earth. Second, he knew the true secret of his long river of time. The heavenly river was not the true river of time. It could not summon the ancient emperors to help in this era. The heavenly river was actually her dragon vein, which was the main river where the power of all living beings gathered, the river of incense. It seemed that they had come from ancient times to the present, but in reality, they were just like the god of war, writing personal biographies for the 3 ancient emperors. They were created by the power of will. It wasn't him. It was just a combat spirit in a shell. After all, the combat power gathered by the power of will had nothing to do with one's identity. The stronger one's combat power was, the more people would know about it, and the stronger the heavenly emperor would be. Of course, it didn't mean that it was heaven-defying just because it was written. It was related to the amount of power of faith gathered. The stronger a great sovereign was, the more faith he could gather. In order to gather a true emperor chi, the amount of energy consumed was immeasurable. In fact, it was impossible. Up to this day, the primordial world had a population of over 300 million, yet only 6 god thrones could be born. The faith of 50 million living beings was condensed into one god throne. Dichi, Hu Renong, Tian Tu, Qing Emperor, Duan Tian Emperor, and the last spot was reserved for her. This was the current strategy. Instead of resurrecting the other current heavenly emperors, the number would not increase. It was better to use the deity positions to create the illusion that 3 heavenly emperors would join the battle and use the long river of time to attack the morale of the other party. Even so, there was no possibility of resurrection for the others. Su Ji said. "Are they the real ancient great emperors, or are they just war spirits who protect the immortal world in their outer shells?" The cute girl was shocked and raised her head abruptly. She looked at the mysterious black-haired and black-eyed young man who was smiling at her. She was still very thick-skinned and quickly laughed. "I think, so I'm here. They're the existences that everyone has entrusted their thoughts to. If you think it's real, he's real. If you think it's fake, then they're fake. The reason I built the Sky River is to build a historical gravestone for people to remember the heroes of ancient times. It's a historical grave to honor all the ancient heroes and offer incense. Not only can it collect incense for the second time, but when it encounters danger, it can also call upon the heroic spirits of history to protect all living beings. That will be the ancient gods. They're selfless, brave, hot-blooded, and not real living beings. They'll decay like the ancestors of sorcery. Mother Earth Green Vine spoke indifferently, even if the current heavenly map war god has selfish motives, so what? He will be assimilated sooner or later and become a guardian god in the future. People will only remember the glory of the god of war. What do you think of this Tian He? The first great lord of potions in ancient times, Messiah. Mother Earth's Green Vine glanced at Su Ji and said calmly. Or rather, Bai Xiaosheng? Or should I call you, the supreme god of the Church of Light, the ancient existence that countless believers of light believe in the god of wisdom, Hermes. Bai Xiaosheng? Mercury? Hera's body trembled violently. Her eyes were so fierce that she turned her head to look at Uncle Messiah. Oh my god! Could Uncle be Mercury, the god of wisdom? The supreme god worshipped by the Church of Light Mercury? And now, the Saint of the Light had recognized him as the supreme god? A god had descended? Her mind was struck by disbelief. Her uncle had always been very mysterious, but she didn't expect his real body to be so terrifying. Su Ji looked at the cute girl quietly, and his brain was a little tangled with Hera's. This person? This person? Was her brain poisoned too? Gods don't descend to the mortal world. They will only descend when they die. However, the cute girl said calmly, you know a lot of history, and Medusa did not lay a hand on you. She did not even snatch the wandering know-it-all. With her battle maniac and possessiveness, her mouth was full of me. She had completely changed. Then, the only person she fears, I've thought about it for a long time, and after thinking about it, only the god of wisdom can do it. Also, there are many similarities between wandering know-it-all and the god of wisdom. According to the ancient history of the sorcerer world, there was a great disaster in the land of gods, and the god of wisdom might have died. She was also constantly analyzing, her eyes fixed on the young man in front of her. Just like Medusa, he had analyzed that after the death of the god of wisdom, the remnant soul had split, and Messiah was a new life born. Su Ji was speechless. Was this the legendary saying 3 men make a tiger? I'm here without thinking. When more people believe in it, it will become true. Meng Mei became more and more certain. Can you tell me what kind of terrifying enemy Mercury, the god of wisdom, has encountered? Su Ji was silent. Meng Mei laughed, her eyes burning as she looked at Su Ji. So, are you really omniscient? Do you know who I am? Meng Mei, on the other hand, was very nervous. It can't be exaggerated to this extent, right? Could the god of wisdom, Hermes, such a high-level and terrifying ancient existence, understand the definition of a player? Do you know where we came from? You're the Green Vine Mother, Su Ji replied. You're the Green Vine Mother. Green Vine Mother Earth. Hera was completely excited. The Saintess of the Church of Light was the Green Vine Mother of the ancient barren world? The identities of both parties were too terrifying. Meng Mei heaved a sigh of relief. He did not know. These days, he had gradually understood the horror of this game. It might be a game created by the great god of creation who really exists in reality for Earth and to open up the universe for us. Even the powerful god of wisdom did not know about it. It seemed that this was indeed a game created by the god of creation to hide their identities. Mother Earth's expression was very serious. I've set the stage. I wonder if Great Sovereign Messiah is interested in participating? Su Ji was stunned. Could he say that he did not know? Do you really think I'm omniscient and omnipotent? However, he was still very calm and his expression did not change. I hope that you can help me, Mother Earth continued. The god of wisdom has once guided the mortals of the earth. You don't want to see the suffering of all living beings in the 2 worlds, do you? I want to stop this disaster. I hope that you can agree to my request and give Bai Xiaosheng to me, I will make him the true god of wisdom, Hermes. Chapter 330, The disaster will no longer belong to the mortals. Su Ji smiled and looked at her. Meng Mei had been sneaky for so long. What was she up to? She had been doing things behind people's backs and had many, many little tricks up her sleeve. You want to let the all-knowing scholar become the god of wisdom, Hermes. It seemed to have become a little interesting. Su Ji even thought that he could listen to her plan. He had wanted to get beaten up by society before, but he had not in the end. Perhaps, the opportunity was in the cute girl's hands. She wanted to become a know-it-all and become Hermes? Was this an opportunity? He had a vague premonition. Meng Mei pursed her lips and continued, you are a new life. You are no longer the god of wisdom of the past. You should not miss the past. Instead, you should become an independent individual. You can hand over the all-knowing wisdom that once belonged to the god of wisdom to me. He has the ability to save the entire world. I can give it to you. Su Ji interrupted her. With that, Su Ji opened up his inner dungeon and sea of consciousness, and a hazy figure appeared in front of him. It was the all-knowing scholar who had been reading all this time. You're indeed a dumb scholar. The little fox, Hu Hai Han, shouted. Her little face was full of joy. During this period of time, she had lost the dull scholar, and she had always felt empty in her heart, as if something was missing. You. Meng Mei also looked at him in shock. That was the all-knowing scholar, a person with endless wisdom. Even Medusa would risk her life to get her hands on him. The reason why the war between the two worlds had been brought forward was because of him. So simple, and he's handing it to me? Great Sovereign Messiah, thank you. I thank you for all the living beings in the world. However, she quickly became calm and steady. She immediately brought Bai Xiaosheng and her disciple to get into the carriage and left. Gilu. The carriage rolled quickly and left the Blood Realm. Behind it, the Celestial Emperors were still fighting. As expected, I don't need to explain. He already knows about my plan. The cute girl was shocked. She turned around and saw that the young man with black hair and eyes was still watching the battlefield with Hera. Su Ji watched her leave. In reality, Meng Mei was thinking too much, and he was not clear about her plan. The intelligent sub-brain was not omnipotent. It couldn't peep or read the thoughts of every living being, nor could it control their actions. Even the surveillance could only be done selectively. For example, people like Ermin, Medusa, and Dichi were usually chosen to be monitored. Now, he was naturally monitoring Cutie Pie. However, Cutie Pie was very calm in the monitoring. She was just farming, developing the Church of Light, and full of golden words. It was a very simple and ordinary action. It was hard to know what she was thinking. It seems that things have become a little more interesting. She wants the all-knowing scholar, so I'll just hand him over to her. In any case, the all-knowing scholar is in her hands. I can immediately know what she wants to do and can take it back at any time. Su Ji was very indifferent. The sky was covered in a faint blood-red color. The blood realm gradually moved further away, and lush forests and trees appeared. Master, are we not going to watch the battle? Hu Haihan was worried. There's no need to look. Their strength is equal, so they must be in a stalemate. After all, that wasn't the real Emperor Qi. The people that the wish power of all living beings can gather is very limited, they aren't real living beings. The cute girl closed her eyes slightly. She looked at Bai Xiaosheng who had returned to her side. Even she did not think that it would be so simple. I should be able to succeed. She kept muttering to boost her confidence. The reason I traveled the earth and established the Dragon Vein incense system was to protect the people at the bottom. The experts at the top can kill each other, but they can't kill the innocent people of Dawn. But the civilians of Dawn are the targets of the powerhouses. Hu Haihan couldn't help but say, it's an era where everyone cultivates. Although most of them are only at level 1, there are too many of them. When they accumulate, they can break through to become gods. Every time a major extinction occurred, the ones who died the most were the mortals. Usually, 70% to 80% of the mortals would die. Because they were the weakest, the energy they brought was enough. The death of an entire world's mortals, in addition to a few celestial emperors, could basically make a person become a god. That's why I want to establish an incense system to protect the mortals. Meng Mei smiled and said, look at the primordial world now. The powerful ones are all trying their best to protect the mortals and the people. If this was the Western era, will the celestial emperors protect mortals? Hu Haihan gave it some serious thought. I won't. This was a very realistic answer. There were too many mortals. They were like weeds with strong reproductive abilities. After one batch was harvested, another batch would grow. This was Dichi's philosophy, and many experts also had the same thought. At their level, the life and death of mortals were already very light. Meng Mei said, back then, it was my silly disciple, Dao Changsheng, who was like this. Even the broken Sky Emperor did not protect the people. The reason why he stopped the ancient Sky Emperor was because he wanted to protect the future of the strong. The strong could only fight for the past. He did not do it for the sake of the ant-like mortals. The little fox was silent. Meng Mei said faintly, "If I'm not wrong, the magical herb land is going through a great calamity. The great sovereigns and emperors are being stopped by us. After a few times, some of them will turn around and kill all the living beings in the land of potions. They want to suck all the mortals in the world and become gods." The little fox's hair stood on end. She knew that her teacher's reasoning was inevitable. It was just like how the 12 old ancestors of sorcery left Dalashan and were ready to slaughter all living beings. The old heavenly emperors were so afraid of death that they could disregard everything else. The lives of mere mortals. Had his teacher already thought of this? So, teacher wants to create an era for mortals in the Eastern era? A perfect transcendent world? Hu Haihan asked. In our world, no one will kill all living beings in order to become a god. Hu Haihan continued, in the magic medicine era, the people will be massacred, and they will be caught up in internal strife. A catastrophe will befall their world, and we will have nothing. Hu Haihan was excited. Teacher, you're like a hero. If we want to cut off the past and the future, we'll cut off the great tribulations of heaven and earth in the past, just like Emperor Duan Tian, so that the people will no longer be affected and die one by one in the catastrophe. We'll definitely win. I'm not that great. I just want to do something. The cute girl touched her disciple's hair. Also, do you know why I managed to convince Great Sovereign Messiah? Hu Haihan was confused. NNBSP, yet. No matter what, the other party would not be convinced. They had actually given the most precious treasure, the wandering know-it-all, to the enemy commander. Because he knows everything in my plan, so he gave it to me. Meng Mei said, my plan is to build a dragon's vein in the land of magical herbs so that the strong people here won't die. They could absorb Joss flames, and even fight among themselves for the position of immortal god, fighting for believers and faith. This way, the higher-ups of that world will fight and kill each other, but the lower-class people of that world will also become incense, and they won't suffer the terrifying catastrophe of death. It protected the innocent people at the bottom, causing them to fight among themselves again. The little fox's eyes sparkled. She was in awe of her teacher. Meng Mei laughed, as for those bastard powerhouses. If they want to fight, let them fight. Killing each other and fighting for the deity position. As long as the commoners were not harmed, and the few powerhouses who obtained the deity position in the end were all immortal monsters, they would be able to become deities sooner or later if they kept killing the immortal monsters to obtain energy. After all, the great tribulation of the world was a one-time plunder of the lives of all living beings, and the Joss flames were a continuous and endless supply. This way, the commoners of both worlds will not die. Although the war between the two worlds in the transcendent world is still ongoing, and the celestial emperors on both sides are still fighting, they will die, and our commoners will have nothing. The disaster will no longer belong to mortals. Meng Mei laughed. If they want to become gods, they have to pay a price. They may die, but death is theirs. That's the awareness they should have. As for us mortals, we only need to watch the gods fight in the sky. Teacher, your painstaking plan is because of brother deist Changshen's. Are you dead? Hu Haihan asked. The cute girl was stunned and fell silent. Only she knew that deist Changsheng was really dead. With the same memory, the same combat skills, and the power of the will of all living beings, Tiandao was just another similar flower, another god of war like Bel. The condensation of all life was not the true self. That silly boy! If it was me, I would never be so selfless. I would be a salted fish. As Meng Mei reminisced, her mood became exceptionally calm. If I could stop it, I would definitely give that disobedient child 2 tight slaps, then lock him in his room and not let him out. To hell with protecting all living beings. The little fox Hu Haihan was stunned. He did not expect his teacher to curse like that. Only Meng Mei herself knew that she had lost the most back then. 3 heavenly emperors had died. 2 of them were her loved ones, and she had raised them with her own hands. The clear-eyed young scholar, the immortal deist, and the death of her gentle and harmonious brother Qinglian had instantly caused her to lose 2 close relatives she had been with for decades. Back then, she had been stabbed in the heart, and it was so painful that she almost couldn't breathe. She had completely fallen into self-blame and grief. Back then, I had the same feelings as your father, Mu Yuan Cheng. She said in a low voice. Now that she thought about it, She felt a little relieved. I suddenly felt like I didn't know what to do. I was all alone in the world. I walked on a strange land and looked at the people of the new era. I ran desperately, running desperately, trying to find everything that was familiar to me. Everything I'm familiar with is flying away from me. She looked at the luxuriant and dark green trees that streaked past. At that time, I was too old. I really felt like I was done for until I met your father, Mu Yunchenj. At that time, it was as if I had met my soulmate. At the last moment, that persistent man lost many wives and children, but he still had an obsession. He supported and protected the two of you with all his might. You made me admire you, and I was encouraged by you. Then, I adopted you too. I gradually recovered my vitality and became a living salted fish again. After all, not everyone could be so heartless as to face the death of their loved ones. Speaking of which, I've always been very lucky since I was young. I never needed to work hard to obtain it, but I gradually realized that it was a curse. Everyone around me would die, but I lived the longest. She laughed. You're really a 1,000-year-old tortoise. Teacher, the little fox pulled her master's hand. Don't worry. Your teacher, I, have always been very lucky. In the past, I didn't have to do anything and everything went smoothly. I've managed to live safely to this day and arrived at the utmost being. Now, not only am I lucky, I'm also very hard-working. I'll definitely succeed. The cute girl was very serious and touched her head.